No, they don't, unfortunately. I think they should. They should produce fruit. We should get like 2 or 3 different types of fruit from the underground trees, but I digress. No, we don't, unfortunately. But with all that being said, chat, it is 10:30. It's time for you guys to say hi, YouTube, if you want. Starfield Fortress continues. The shroom is the fruit? Yeah, but they're not edible. They're wood.
Hello, future.
Maybe they could, like, pick up spores or something? Don Tank, thank you very much for the $1. Speaking of YouTube, this is my home. This is my fort. This is the Fortress of Starfield, which was really good clickbait about a week ago, and now is less good clickbait. But now it's becoming less of like a joke about people searching for it, and more of a, well, we're building a tower, and I see a dwarf who's stuck. Huh. I think I should rescue you. You goofball. All right, that'll fix that. But up here, we have this big old tower. And now the goal for this fortress is to build a tower that goes all the way to the top of the map, which we've almost completed in a Untamed Wilds biome, which it is. So we can go all the way up to here. We can't actually build on the highest layer, which is layer 30. So this will be the roof on layer 29, and then layer 30, we will have some things poking up into there. But because I can't really put a roof on it on that layer, we're not going to go all the way up to the top with full construction, just single blocks. We have this upper platform up here, and we're building a library inside of these platforms. So each layer is going to have its own set of offices, big sets of tables and bookshelves and statues. The first level of the library is already up to 26 books. Thank you very much for that hype train, by the way, chat. It really, really does mean a lot. Then these lower layers, this one's probably going to become housing. This one's already housing. These are barrackses. We've got various different guild halls and temples, all that jazz. And more guild halls and more guild halls and another temple and more guild halls and a hospital. And our big old tavern, dining halls connected to the tavern, which are also on these little balconies. We've got many bears and random animals running around in the fort. Down on the lower layer, we have some bedrooms over here. We have some bedrooms over here where we're working on prisons over here. This is where the captain of the guard operates and the dungeon master operates. And this is the dungeon master's quarters. Probably my favorite bedroom in this fortress, actually, is the dungeon master's quarters, this area up here. I think it just looks really nice. No. If you have citizens that are of a different race in your fortress, they produce the same products that your dwarves do, because they are dwarves as of that point. We have a little bit of above ground farming. I kind of want to get some more going over here. And yeah, and then over here we're building kind of like this multi-story little living space here, but it's one thing at a time. As for named dwarves in the fort, we have Abel Bacon, Alphanos 12 Brown, Arcmaster 5000, Bubisnek, as well as Bastet, Kadranos, Chups, and Cossack Mykola. Not my koala, even though I said my koala many times. Das Base and Darius Cardrin, Darky, Elfie Bean, Aeronamo, and Furihiko Casper, as well as Fight Attack, G-Fin, Gonatank, Honey Bun Holler, Jesse XV, as well as Jetpack Tuxedo, Kaiser the Keen, Lanix and MB Audio, MMO Junkie Nameless, and Ol Hockey Thighs, Onyx, Orange, and Packsmack, as well as Presme, Puphead, Cumin Green Tea, Safe Keeps, Shanira, and Sosh Jam, as well as Stillanitis and Stone, aka Seashore's Wall, Swimming Carcass, and I lost my spot. Swimming Carcass and Tele B, and the Suited Giraffe, and of course, Waterblock, and wait, what? Who is very upset. Where are you stationed? Oh, I need to like get these dwarves unstationed. Let them go home. Let them go home. Because they just killed a bunch of elves up here. And you are haggard and injured, Nameless. That's very unfortunate. So the dwarves should hopefully be coming out to fight, or not fight, but deal with a lot of these elves, because there's a lot of elves over there. You absolutely had a dwarf previously and absolutely lost them. Yes. Same with like, you know, our good friend and Dwarfus extraordinaire, a devilish potato. From his wet, icy tomb in the river? That's a good question. Probably. Did I notice it? No. As you can see, we are harvesting out a lot of boulders down here as well. And also, there's a lot of upset dwarfs in this fort. We're kind of working on this. And also, my captain of the guard is a wee bit enthusiastic, which is good. The upset dwarves stop living very quickly. So if you're upset, you might as well stop living because, you know. This part is pretty good. We have a dwarf named Arab who's an astronomer who, frankly, I think should be given to Vincenti. Someone who hasn't had a dwarf in my forts in a while, and frankly, it's good to see you, Vin. And I feel like having an astronomer is very, very fitting of this particular fortress. She has an incredibly calm demeanor. She's impervious to the effects of stress and finds helping others be very emotionally rewarding. She is a pessimist and she's not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she does not often feel lustful. She finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She tends to avoid crowds and she can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and she often feels envious of others and claws her lips when she's nervous, and she speaks very deliberately when she's angry, and and when she's thinking, her body becomes very still. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Which makes a lot of sense for Starfield, right? She dreams of raising a family and personally is an absolute believer in the rule of law. And she is somewhat put off by trade and commerce and values nature and does not care about fairness. She likes native copper and black bronze and dementoid and lion tamarin tooth, koala bone and the words of the candle of convenience and of covenants, and when possible prefers to consume lychee wine and absolutely hates bark scorpions. She has what was once a thin frame, now bearing enormous thick layers of fat. Her protruding round, her close-set emerald eyes have large irises. She has a round chin and her hair is clean shaven. She has a scratchy voice and her lips are thin and her hair is goldenrod and her skin is dark brown. An astronomer who doesn't like being outdoors is just an astrophysicist. We should ask our local astrophysicists. But let's see, what do you have about knowledge? So you've read the sun, you know about the sun and seasons and the geocentric model in astronomy. Which is kind of funny because like this is a fortress called Starfield, right? Almost all of the books in this fortress are about like the sun and planets and shit. Like if I open these up, let's look at some of the books we have in here. Probably all over here. Okay, that's the gutter on other topics. The light and day and beyond is one. The moon, the truth. Let's see. Errors in observation is another one. The secret to star charts. The meaning of the pulley, that's obviously clear. Elves for everyone, that's just propaganda. Time spent with the stars, hidden meaning of the sun, the world without the moving sun, and okay, that's understanding a specific location. An exploration of star charts, dreams of steel and bronze, whatever that is, and my thoughts on lunar phases. So yeah, no, we're very much a like astronomy-focused library, which is kind of cool. That book a catalog? Probably, yeah. Why you should buy mugs. Courtesy of fourthwall.blindIRL. Whatever the fuck. I don't even know what the URL is. What is my shop? blindIRL-shop.fourthwall.com. I'm just gonna shut up. Buy my mugs. Anyway, all the way up here. Thank you very much for the hype train today, chat. I'm not discounting that. Today we're gonna be mostly working on Big Ol' Tower, and of course naming some dwarves. Such as the Animal Dissector Raging Cave. The, like, 5th or whatever. He never feels envy. He's never envies others and their status and situation or possessions, and he is given to flights of fancy. Also, for any of you who watched the carp eating people video I put out, I had some, like, panning shots of this fortress just as footage to have something on screen. Anyway, why is there blood? Anyway, somebody dies like almost immediately in the background of that video, and I'm not sure why. Like, somebody just tantrumed and killed somebody, and that didn't happen in this timeline, so I guess that's a good thing. Like, immediately upon starting that recording, somebody died. He is very ambitious and is always looking for a way to better his situation. He's not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He has a tendency to consider ideas and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he tends to avoid crowds. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he doesn't handle stress well. You'd be pretty good in the military, actually. He holds his breath when he's nervous, and he scratches his head when he's bored, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a craft or work someday, and personally sees power over others as something to strive for. Feels the attempt to conceal emotions as vain and foolish, and values tranquility and a peaceful day, and values sacrifice and doesn't care about friendship. He likes elenite and rose gold and green zircon and hemp fabric and the color red purple picks and male shirts and thrones and water buffaloes for their wallowing and peach trees for their fruit, and the movie Dread and for their fruit, and the sound of the glittery tresses, and when possible prefers to consume lungfish and asparagus and 2-grain beer. And now that person was found dead. Well, I guess it was just the captain of the guard getting a little bit too, or one of my cops getting a little bit too excited. The master lasher punches the planter in the first toe. Ow, you punched him in the foot? That's debilitating and mean. And then Lasher punches the planter in the head with his left hand, bruising the muscle. The force pulls the neck, tearing apart the fat, and bruising the muscle, and bruising the upper spine's nervous tissue, and then says, "I finished up some work." That was satisfying. Wow. Do you actually feel satisfied about that? Pleasure, zealous after punishing somebody with a beating. Well, at least you like your job. The Punisher. Kind of seems that way, yeah. The next of my cop squad naming is going to go to a devilish potato, because you will truly be devilish in your new industry, but also you are a novice woodcutter. So it does fit, I swear. And a talented woodburner, which is wood adjacent. You have some passing acquaintances, and that's about it. She is not careful with resources when working on projects. And she often spends unnecessary effort, like lashing them repeatedly on the forehead when they don't need it. She has a strong tendency towards privacy, and she is somewhat scatterbrained, occasionally overindulges, and she tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she tends to think that others, she is curious and eager to learn, and she tends to consider what others think of her. She has an active sense of humor, and she has a greedy streak, and she has a sense of duty, and she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she lives a fast-paced life, and she generally acts with impartiality and is rarely moved to mercy, and her tongue sticks out when she's trying to remember something. She lems. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. She dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized, and personally finds leisure time to be wasteful and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. She likes rock salt and aluminum, bone, opal, and Chad, are you aluminum or aluminium? I'm aluminum, generally, unless I'm talking to somebody else who says aluminium, and then I say aluminium. When possible, prefers to consume great barracuda and gutter crewer and buckwheat flour, and absolutely hates leeches. And she killed two elves. And, this is where Locum was found dead. So I guess we need to, make more tombs somewhere. Let's just do that real quick. Maybe you've already had a tomb assigned. Maybe not. And I'm out of tombs. So that part kind of sucks. Aluminium is a much funner sentence to say. And funner isn't a word, so it's an illegitimate statement. But aluminum is the way I say it. Aluminium yourself. But yeah, no, the way we're naming dwarves now, so if you want a dwarf, just let me know in chat, and I will get you dwarfed up. So basically, there's no real, like, specific time that you have to, like, ask for a dwarf. If you want a dwarf, just say so. We'll get you dwarfed. We'll make it happen. You want one, Laya? All right. All right. Hold on a second. I love how my mayor has no friends. That's actually impressive. I was gonna say you're gonna be the best friend of the mayor. Nope. Trying to find somebody I think would be a particularly good fit. Laya is Cogsack, who has a pet goat. A pet goat kid. You have a kid. Fun fact. You're also vengeful when joining an existing conflict and interested after watching a performance and grouchy. Could we see this fort in StoneSense? Yes, but I'd have to save the game first because it usually crashes when I load StoneSense. He generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He doesn't try. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly and has a greedy streak, and he is often cheerful, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He is curious and eager to learn, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and can sometimes act without deliberation. He dreams of raising a family, and personally prefers a noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity, and likes sylvite, copper, and squirrel, and bobcat leather, and giant opossum tooth, and the color rust, and barrels, and goblets, and goats for their eating habits, which is why you have a pet goat. Very long beard, which is arranged in double braids. His sideburns are clean-shaven. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is neatly combed. He is thin, and he has a low voice, and his nose is quite long. His nose is large, irised, wide-set, emerald eyes are protruding, and his eyelashes are short, and his lips are thin, and his dark peach skin is wrinkled, and his somewhat splayed-out ears are somewhat tall. Let's do a real quick save here. Protruding eyes? Yes, like a frog. Naturally. If we ever get a frogman, I will unname all of your dwarves and name the frogman Lyagushka, just for whatever it's worth. Can I just say I think it's really funny that... Can I, like, full screen this post? Can I just say that I think it's really funny that this post that I posted on Mastodon here has gotten more engagements than most of my stream posts, which is literally just a bunch of pictures of hot peppers. Even though I, like, put a not safe for work tag on it because I was curious if it would get less engagement. Just very amused by this. I like that my Mastodon does better as a gardening blog than, like, a streamer thing. It's a Hot Topic. Oh, you can't buy that at Hot Topic. All right. Although if we say Hot Topic too many times, it might get stolen, put on there. Okay, letting this load. How do I make the text go away? I can never remember the hotkeys on here. And then I think it's Control. Yeah, hold Control to make the view space bigger. Yeah, I need to figure out how to make this text go away because I actually don't remember the hotkey for that. It's been a while since I've loaded this. Does anybody know how to make that the text go away? I don't. X just unloads it. This is StoneSense. It's an old DF hack plugin that crashes the game most of the time. but I don't know how to make that text go away. But that's the tower so far, as it sits. I don't like the color of clay in the StoneSense. Still got quite a few layers to go, as you can see. But yeah, that's it. All right, I should be able to unpause now. Maybe clear. Oh, right, yeah, that's actually probably correct. Nope. No, it wasn't that. Oh, whatever. Anyway, now you've seen it in StoneSense. It's not a huge priority for me. I don't like the way StoneSense looks, so I generally don't look at it myself for that reason. But we're going to build up this top area up here. We're gonna do. Yeah, I don't know. I've had StoneSense brick my saves before, so I'm very cautious about using it. Granted, admittedly, it's been like 5+ years since that actually happened, but there was an era where StoneSense was way less stable. And at that point, like, you know, when you just need that to happen once, and it's kind of hard to forget it for all eternity, you know what I mean? Well, that's all of my bookcases. I'll place some more of these down. And Artuk, didn't you commit a crime here? I swear you did. Artuk, who are you? Who is Artuk? Lure snack. Are you really a person from here? I don't want to lure you to be my snack. What? Oh, there you are. You're a human. Yeah, no, thank you. Dwarf Fortress beta branch patch notes were just posted on Steam. Let's take a look. You are correct. Okay, well, we've got a new patch for Dwarf Fortress, everybody, over in beta branch. Hi, Jurists. We have an update to the beta branch with some of your most requested fixes, including the ability to view alerts. All right, well, I got to restart the game. You can look at your old alerts now, and you can also view combat history from my creature sheet and advance through it one step at a time. Awesome new stuff. You can view all alerts, including old ones that have been dismissed. You can view combat reports from creature sheets. You can pause combat reports to whatever new events are added. Minor bug fixes. Fixed crash removing zone with assigned unit. Fixed multi-threading crash related to announcements. Fixed potential crash issue with Monarch arrival. Okay. Fixed potential crash related. Ammo assignments are updated properly when changing uniforms. Removed ownership of food items whenever they are dropped. Stops rotten food hoarding in bedrooms. There's new stone ramp graphics. Stone, you've got new ramp graphics. Made creatures more able to get out of trees. I mean, this is like the 4th time they've fixed it, so I'm not gonna say that they've completely fixed it. Sped up mid-level map retrieval, optimized relationship lookup for socializing dwarves, fixed out-of-bounds issue with wheelbarrows. I'm curious about that. Stopped music mods from throwing an error when making a new world, and fixed crash when there's an invalid language. Interesting. And made broker leave depot when last wagon leaves instead of first. Cool. Ammo should work if you've chosen custom uniforms for now. Soldiers shouldn't hoard rotten food in their rooms. Lots of crash fixes and some more optimization. And there's also a potential fix for dwarves being stuck in trees, but it needs more testing to see how effective it is. Yeah, there you go. Cool. Time to restart the goddamn video game and figure out which branch it's in. for the next 3 days. I mean, when did that pop, actually? Yeah, literally 4 minutes ago. So, yeah. Hasn't hit your Steam yet? Restart Steam. Maybe make a Discord announcement once I figure out what branch it's in, yeah. Because there's two, right? There's beta branch and experimental, which are not the same thing. I'm on experimental right now. Yeah, it's probably on beta because they stated it's on the beta branch. So I will double check and then make a Discord post. I wonder if the F-hack works. Well, it's downloading an update. Ah, there we go. DFHack does not work now. I was going to say, and I don't hear music, but it is playing music. Also, I didn't look. What version did it say on the main menu? Oh, yeah, no, I don't mind playing without DFHack. I can absolutely play without DFHack. Yeah, see, version 5.10. Yeah, so it is on the beta branch. Hold on, let me just make a post real quick. And I will make a video about this tonight. Yes. Version 50.10. So I guess we get to fiddle around with Marksdwarves today. Wasn't something I was expecting to do, but here we are. Ooh, look, a new button. View all alerts. Holy fuck. Well, that's a button. And you can go right to the locations too? Okay, this is cool. Unib cancels store item in stockpile, item inaccessible. If I click this button, it takes me to the stockpile, and this button is where they're trying to put it. That's interesting. I like that. I like that a lot. Also, I need to get some alcohol going. But agreements, I would assume, would be guilds. I like the crime. That's useful. Combat, sparring, military. Now, the next thing I want to see added to this is I would like to see the ability to disable them as notifications appear. That's something else I'd like to see. But attacks, trade, nobles. I wonder if nobles is... I wonder if nobles is like a noble just arrived, or if nobles is like they're making demands. But we'll let that run a little bit. And then when combat log pops up, let's see. how this works. Can I unpause in the combat log? That's the question. No, because there's no combat happening right now. But Raven is fighting, Weaponsmith is fighting. Okay, you were just fighting with an agitated Raven. I don't like that the game doesn't pause when I have this up, though. Does not look like there's a petition screen. It's hard to say. I mean, environment, arrivals, life changes, that profession changes, sparring, combat, crime, failures, masterpieces, mental state. It's hard to say. I don't know. I'd need an agreement to pop up. Actually, hold on. Do I not have that key bound? Hold on a second. I'm looking for the move up by 1 turn, like the tick button. I used to have it bound to period, and it doesn't seem to be working. Base FPS limit, move cursor up, cursor down. Pause 1 step. It should be on period, but it's not working. Okay, now it's working. I'm just wondering if I can do that within here now. No, you can't. Okay, so I guess they haven't, like, made it so that you can unpause yet. Did they say that you could? View combat reports from creature sheets. From creature sheets? Added crash logging, which is good. Can pause combat reports whenever new events are added. How the heck do you do that? No, DF doesn't sync with Steam Cloud because the saves get too large. I shit you not. Like, there's a maximum side that Steam Cloud will accept. You can recenter on this location, may also toggle when there's a new announcement. Okay, hold on. So I need to jump to this weaponsmith. Who is this weaponsmith? This is... So this is like, these are personal combat sheets, basically. Oh, interesting. Let's jump to where some dwarves are sparring, because I think they're okay, let's get these dwarves to start sparring and see if we can figure this out. Yeah, it's not hard to no, the reason people want Steam Cloud syncing is so that they can play on multiple PCs. You can see why this took a minute to make. This is why, like, honestly, I get so not upset. Upset's the wrong word. I get sad when I see people being really bad. Oh, actually, hold on a second. Does it not work if there's a nickname? Okay. Where was that button then? Is it just under military? I can't see it for you. Because, like, military dwarves don't have this button. Why is that? Nothing syncs with Steam Cloud for Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress has no Steam Cloud syncing. So Embark profiles, nothing. You can put that stuff on a USB stick if you want, if that's important to you. Let's go up to where they're training. Okay, now it's working. Oh, interesting. The button's only there when it's paused. Okay, no, wait, hold on. How come Gun Tank doesn't have this button, but you do? Is it because there's no combat log, maybe? No. Generally, the traditional way for people doing it, TechReal, is they use the Dwarf Fortress File Depot, which is a fan-run Dwarf Fortress file storing service. Just go make an account and you can plop whatever you want, personal saves, but other people can download it. You can also have private stuff, so not everything needs to be public, but that's generally where I put my saves. Okay, so let's see. Does this pop up now? Raid, nobles, animal. Okay, so what is this? Somebody who wants to stay for the purpose of eradicating monsters. Wondering why general is grayed out. I'm really curious about this world one. I'll bet you this is like so-and-so has like... got a human mercenary necromancer. Hold on, I'm gonna go interrogate you. Human mercenary necromancer. That needs to be interrogated. Also, I need to interrogate Tele, who apparently saw that an object was stolen. This game doesn't like your dwarf. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. It's weird. I'm sure that, like, I'll figure it out sooner rather than later. You guys hear that?
Tower's looking nice.
Shh. I was hearing ambient sounds that were new. I haven't added any mods to the game, but I was hearing a sound that I've never heard before that was coming from my headphone, not outside. Thank you very much for the Prime for 5th month, Summer. Not that. Maybe I'm just going bananas. The noises are getting to him. I'm finally starting to hear sounds in my brain. I feel like I should move the kitchen up into here. Like, I was gonna make this into, like, a living layer, but maybe I should make this into a kitchen. It's about that weed dealer neighbor? Yeah, what about him? The immature twit? Oh, yeah, also a new image for rock ramps. We gotta go take a look at some rock ramps. Oh, they have more of a rocky texture to them now. Look at this. They got more details to them than they did before. Instead of just being, like, gray. It's like, previously they had lots of detail, and it was gray. Yeah, they've got a bit more of a rocky look to them now. Let's see, there's got to be some up here, right? Yeah, they got a little bit more detail to them. Poor old pyramid sprite. I don't know, the rocky pyramids look nice. Let's see, can I get you to do this at higher priority, and you do this at higher priority? Or not? Okay, this is starting to pour, which is good. Kind of had to dig out this whole thing, but... hopefully that'll actually do its thing eventually, because this is starting to be slightly convenient, which means I could probably just pull this, because it is rotating occasionally, which is all I really needed to do. I just need this to keep going. Mostly. I've literally just been looking at the announcement screen, so how would I have checked up on the bolt management? Currently trying to get a lever pulled. Besides, this fort has its own series of strange issues, and apparently somebody's in a martial trance right now. Lanix is specifically. Fighting with, Interesting that martial trance is considered a behavior. I guess it's considered a mood. Currently, we're just getting bombed by ravens, so. Fighting with agitated ravens. Let's send 2 of my squads down here and 1 up to the library, because I saw some people hang around in the library in a funky fashion. Do you have a key? Oh, wait, I know you. I know you from that other Discord. Yeah, my email's in, like, the down there. It's in the description of my YouTube channel. It's in my X social media service, previously referred to as Twitter, bio, and various other bios, yeah. Or just, like, yell at me on Discord. But, yeah, no, I've just been staring at this mostly. I'm still trying to figure out exactly where all these new UI elements lead. Suspended the construction of a ramp! How dare you? Because we need these agitated ravens to go dead. Because there's a lot of them. How many do we currently have? Actually, I think there's just 1 left. And it's caged. And there's 1 up here who's not caged. Let's just send my squads over here. I like how you can look at the Ravens combat log specifically. This button is just kind of inconsistent. Are the new ramp graphics? They have more detail. They look more rocky. If that means anything. I'm running my squads down here somewhere. I mean, it's afraid after experiencing trauma. It's got no memories, though. Here come my squads. I think they already killed it. Mostly certain they already killed it. Because I see, they were fighting with it. Spear Dwarf bites the raven in the right upper leg, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Well, that's great. Glad they were efficient about it at the very least. You have not missed anything. Like I said a second ago, literally all I've done is look at the new alerts, okay? One thing at a time. I'm not a everything everywhere all at once kind of person. Although that movie was great. So let's build some boulder ramps, shall we? And I will just leave these constructed so I can show people whenever they ask. Let's do one of siltstone. Let's do one... Oops, no, that's the wrong thing. Let's do one of chert, because that's literally all I've got. I got 2 types of rocks, so I can see what 2 of them look like. What's in this? Tame cardinal, right. So now we just need to wait for them to bring a boulder over. Let's also get some livestock that's been trained slaughtered. Anything that's caged. I thought that more of these were caged. Where are the caged ones? Unless they're not trained yet. Nope, they're not trained yet. Come on, guys. No, I was looking at some down in the basement. But those aren't built. And I also don't know what they look like as part of constructions. Does the new log screen include the old logs? Like, these are still here if that's what you're asking. And now you can click on this, which is just an expanded, which gives you all of your previous logs. This is the new screen. Everything else is as it was previously. And now if you mean, does it have the old full screen ones from version 47? No, and I don't think those are ever going to come back. They're just making new, better solutions, which is the way they should be doing it. I really need to get more of these animals locked down here. What are most of them putting away? I'm assuming most of them are putting bodies away, right? Mostly, yeah. Another thing I'm going to do is iron crossbow. We're gonna make ourselves a crossbow squad. But yeah, I think the thing that you guys need to be aware of is that things don't happen immediately in Dwarf Fortress, and even though I'm going out of my way to look for things, doesn't mean I'm going to find them all immediately. So give me like 20 minutes to actually be able to give you guys solid answers on all of the new things that are added, because it's going to take me a bit to like get a new squad and get it training, and there's a dwarf in a tree. Well, I guess that still doesn't fully work. Are you... For what reason are you stuck up here? Got attacked by a kestrel. Well, that's cool. At least now you can tell that, oh, you're up here because you got attacked by a kestrel. Get you down pretty easily. The one portion of the Dwarf Fortress community that I will never understand, though, are the ones that want the old full screen ones back, because they were exactly the same as these ones, except like less feature filled. Like they were worse than the current ones in every single way. Now that was just a moment of me going, why isn't anything happening yet? It's because I had the game paused. Look at me. Dwarf Peddler Necromancer, you are certainly a criminal. There's no way in hell you are here to do anything aside from steal my shit. Also, how did the last interrogation go? Well, I interrogated Tele and got no new information, so... Here comes the mayor himself to get this dwarf down. Oh, interesting. The dwarf got down before the tree got cut down. Were you just like resting and recuperating in the tree? Like, is that what was happening up there? So this is the one I think that you can open up and step in real time and see things popping up. Yeah, and I guess this is the... because there's no tooltips. I would assume this is the button that you hit to get new notices. Okay, there you go. So you unpause, and then it pauses every time there's a new event. So if I turn this off, if you have this screen up, you can follow along with the combat logs in real time with each individual person. But you have to have this screen up. Managing log? I don't know if I have any tips for that. That's like that's kind of just up to you. You do it the way you want to. There's like a billion ways to do it, and there's no wrong way to run a fort. I will say like 3 of those 8 ways are out of date now because the game just runs better in general. Helenartho. Okay, so that's how the new combat log stuff works. I guess we need a big fight for that. All right, so let's create an archer squad. The copper smokes. The does it work? Question mark. The cheese. Cannon is not a word. That makes me sad. I wanted to call it the cheese cannon. The copper cheese. Let's call it the. Oh. Influential. No. We'll just call them the bad cheese. So the new squad is the bad cheese. And we'll see what kind of ammo they grab and if there's new UI hidden in there. Adequate Marksdwarf code in.
Cheese for everyone.
For everyone, yes. Up here, I'm going to pause the game. We are going to make a ammo stockpile. I'm going to leave everything default and see if I can get it working with everything on default, because I could barely get it working with everything on default previously. I'm going to turn off bins. I'm going to make an archery target just out of siltstone, 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 and siltstone. The defiling cheese. You know, I don't want to defile cheese. Like, there's many things in my life that I'm okay with defiling. I don't think I can defile cheese in good faith. Archery range. That feels like a new button already, but yep. So they're wow. Hey, it automatically detects the right angle. It's interesting. Oh no, it doesn't. I just couldn't select it because I was already on it. All right, let's see. We're bringing iron bolts up, and then you go train. We'll set you to no orders normally. But let's follow you around and see what you pick up. I mean, I know I have all the stuff I need. It's just a matter of our lad here going and collecting it. It's crying. Oh shit, dwarf tears fits. Would you... Okay, you dream of raising a family. Incredibly calm demeanor, fulfilled by assisting those in need, though she wishes this were not the case, as she considers altruism foolish. She likes art and natural beauty, and she dislikes this because she dislikes the natural world, doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and she prefers to present herself modestly. And she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. Fears tits? I never said that. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of raising a family. Personally sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish. Likes Billin, Tavasaurite, snail shell, etc. And has equipped leather robe. Still going to go equip more equipment. Equip more equipment. Also going to unforbid all of these bolts. And also all of the arrows. There's a lot of iron bolts on the map, and I brought like none of them here. It's like so much free shit. Look at all of this free shit. Should just make an infinite stockpile for ammo. I like the cougar leather leggings. There's something amusing to me about dwarves basically just in leopard print. Also, this dwarf has a pet cat, so you know that they're not to be trusted. We even have a command for tits. Also, I just got a shout out from Claiborne a couple minutes ago. So, I don't know. Go follow Claiborne. Claiborne's good people. Streams Dwarf Fort. Oh, interesting. Moldath Diapir wishes to reside in Starfield for the purpose of study. What do you do, Moldath Diapir? I still need to reassign you guys, don't I? Moldath Diapir. If you are not a necromancer, then... Okay, so you're Baron Consort... Baron Consort of Bell's Jumped, which is a member of the Standard of Speechlessness. Bell's Jumped is a particular fortress as part of that. And what skills and knowledge do you have? Ah, you're a philosopher. You also know some astronomy. You know the sun and seasons and the geocentric model, as well as the heliocentric model and star charts. And empirical observation. Knows some philosophy, some mathematics. Welcome to the fortress, duder. You get to live here now. Diaper for short. Diapir for long, diaper for short. Got it. Definitely got it. So the next thing I need to do, I need to reassign these peoples down here real quick. Captain of the guard, captain of the guard, and captain of the guard. And then this is dungeon master. This is dungeon master, and this is dungeon meister. And seems like Nameless is in prison for... What'd you do? Punch the doctor. Yeah, bad idea to punch the doctor, chat. I like this. I like being able... I think this is my favorite part of this update so far, is being able to click on an individual dwarf and getting this window. I want to join, very cool. I stole a bunch of books about stars. I found a bunch of locations that had books that were about stars and stole them. I don't know if petitions go into the log screen. I haven't gotten a petition yet. I've only gotten the ones for people to stay, not long-term agreements. So if they do, I don't know where they go in. They might go in under general, which is still grayed out for me, or world, or nobles, or hunting, or any of these other ones that haven't even popped up yet, or ghosts, or like, yeah, I don't know. So I don't know. Maybe they don't. I don't think they need to. Literally, like, when you get a long-term petition to make a guild hall, just let it sit there. Don't accept it until it's ready. Like, that's one that I don't think is actually needed personally, but hope some people are actually dumping items. There's a log in vanilla now. Chat, tell our friend here about the new patch that came out this morning, please and thank you. I will put new beta patch in my title just now. Everybody's life a lot. Trees have dropped logs as long as the game has had trees, as far as I'm aware. But yeah, this button. This button. This is all new. And apparently they also rebalanced or made it possible for you to get uniforms for Marksdwarves working aside from just the default one. So, and I want to get the water out of here. So there's that, which is interesting. So I'm just going to go into here and just make all of these walls with fire clay.
Something witty for 8 months. I got nothing.
Something witty for 8 months and you got nothing? Yeah, I know the feeling. Apple just announced things? I have a hard time getting excited when it's anything related to Apple, especially when it comes to video games and Apple, because they are not very good at actually like impressing me. Also, another thing that I really like, although there's a lot of weird things going on right now, something else that I really like is that can you fix that bucket now? Is that dwarves can no longer have ownership of food, meaning, I don't know why this bucket's stuck here, but this bucket is stuck here. Oh, actually, I know why. I know why. They're trying to give water, but I have no water source, I don't think. Yeah, I literally have no water source, so my dwarves are dying of thirst. So I've got dwarves that are in hospital right now that currently aren't getting water. Let's just go to up here. And just put a well, like, right here. Is what I should do. Okay, let's get that done. Cut this down another layer. Yeah, I'm hearing like ambient sounds I haven't heard before. I'm not going crazy. I just heard like a wolf sound, like a howl. I'm gonna turn these up a little bit and see if there's anything else that pops up. Like, I'm wondering if they snuck more things into the game that aren't in the patch notes, which would be very, very, very Dwarf Fortress. Nameless was found dead, dehydrated. That's the issue that I'm running into right now. Rest in peace, Nameless. That was my fault. Although you were one of the most stressed dwarves in the fort, so maybe it was mercy. This is going to take a little bit to fill. Yeah, there it goes. Oh, I see they can't get down there anymore. Duh. Let's let that fill slowly. Why'd you suspend that construction? Eradicating monsters. So death is still grayed out, even though a dwarf just died. Interesting. Maybe some bugs still need to be ironed out? There's a stuck wild boar on this roof. Buddy, why are you on the roof? We need to get you back inside. Not sure why no one is coming. I have a... What I would do is just, at that point, send requests
Thanks for all the content you make. It's always a highlight of my day.
Cheers, Derek Star. That means a lot. Thank you very much for the 9th month, and welcome back. I would say at that point, I would send requests to other factions for money, is what I would do. Okay, so you do have iron bolts loaded into your quiver. Still going to go pick up equipment. I think part of the problem is like arrows are just, or bolts are just far too scattered around the fort. I think is, like, actually part of the problem here. And also, hello, Bob. I hope you're doing well. So, you know what that... Are you... Actually, out of curiosity, Rick, are you running DF hack? Because that does... If you only have 20 dwarves, one of two things is happening. Your faction is dead and in fighting and you just haven't seen it yet. Or two, something has separated you between them. Otherwise, you should absolutely be getting migrants still. Seeing what this dwarf is going to go collect. Fish cleaner's been found dead due to dehydration. These were just from fights because I didn't make a well in time. I didn't realize that dwarves were in such dire straits. Yeah, so you're picking up bolts is what you're doing. Well, this part seems to be working. So I used to have a hell of a time getting them to even fill quivers. Let's make 10 leather quivers. Already made 10 iron crossbows. You're wielding one of the iron crossbows. But I will say this. If I click on this and go to equip, he's got everything he needs. Look at that. I do need to make him a buckler, though. Because I think bucklers are part of the default uniform. You had that issue and your faction died? Yeah. The reason I ask... so what I would do is use the df hack command, Civil War fix, I think. Just type in civil and see if whatever command you can get to do a civil war. That might fix it. Because it is technically it's a mechanic that's not supposed to actually be in the game right now. Like, quite literally, it's not actually supposed to be in the game. They can use bucklers, yeah. Not full-size shields, though. And there you go. It works. Fucking look at that. Although, though they don't have the new AI in them, so they're still going to be using the same... And you in? Yeah, I need to look at the rock ramps. Sorry, I've been, like, focusing on one thing at a time here. Need to be taken off of that.
Phelps lurk, it's great how dwarves just thrive. They just do.
Virgilio, thank you very much for the 28th month. I feel like I always butcher your name. Okay, so those are constructed ones. The constructed ones look the same. The rock ramps look like this. They have more texture to them. But the constructed ones just look like bricks still. But they have a lot more texture to them, is the way I would describe them. They don't look as flat. That's how they look, good Charles. But I think my favorite change is just being able to click on this and just like saying, okay, so there's a dwarf in hospital. What happened to you? Ah, an agitated raven attacked you. This is my favorite part of this update right here. You guys can clip this if you want. This is my favorite part of this update because I can be like, okay, well, wait, what? The child is in hospital. Why are you in hospital? You're in hospital because you got attacked by a giant raven. Right? I think after the fact, this is more useful because I'm not gonna go into the old combat log and sift through to find this dwarf. Instead, I can just click this and be like, okay, well, you got a raven got you in the head, and now you're in hospital and you're hungry and you need diagnosis. Do I even have a doctor? No, I don't. That's why one of the other reasons why we have issues right now. I don't have any doctors. Well, now I do. Deucim, go be a doctor. And Diagnoser, Bastet, you can go be a Diagnoser. There we go. Now I have doctors, so now Kiddo can get tended to. With were creature attacks? Yeah, I would assume you could just click on the were creature and scroll through, definitely. Yeah. And also then when there's actual combat happening, you can click this button and unpause, and the game pauses when that person attacks a thing, which is the other really cool feature. So you can see this combat log here and then unpause the game. And I'll show this again when there's actual combat happening. But then I can click this, and then the next time this person gets into a combat situation, they do that. I think your dwarf is dead, Doc. I think, unless I'm very mistaken. Yes, your dwarf is dead. So I could give you a new doctor, like Deucim. The second. He is given to flights of fancy, to almost to the point of distraction. He has a strong sense of duty and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He is often cheerful and he thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He is quite ambitious and he has little interest in joking around, and he tends to reveal personal information, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and he tends to keep his things orderly, and he has a calm demeanor, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he doesn't seek out excitement and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family, and personally is disgusted by romance, and personally values merrymaking and parties, and doesn't really see the point of working hard, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. He likes iron, horn silver, platinum, and clear diamond, cougar leather, and giant cave swallow tooth. Aye men for their intersecting fingers and the sound of the saffron embrace, and when possible prefers to consume char and tuber beer. It's very thin, medium-length beard arranged in double braids, and his sideburns are clean-shaven. No problem, dude. And yeah, I will say that my favorite change is this. I'm going to do something I haven't done in the last 4 major versions of the game. I just queued up 40 leather backpacks. You want to know why? Soldiers can use backpacks now. And there's a very specific reason for this. If you look at the patch notes, removed ownership of food items whenever they are dropped. So you can't have rotten food hoarding in rooms. Yay, indeed. Thank God. Thank Toady One. Or Armok, depending on your personal brand of whatever the fuck. And overload in stockpiles? Make bigger stockpiles. And also, it's not that much. I mean, they only carry like a handful of food per. Oh no, I have to tell you a story? Please don't call me dad. I'm not a dad, and I have zero aspirations of being a dad. Please. Please, no. Where was I? I have to scroll. What was the last day I streamed? I streamed on the 7th. Okay, so let's scroll up to the 7th. This is the 8th right now. Oh shit, isn't Sniper on a boat somewhere? Sniper said we weren't going to see him for like months, and he posted in the word story. Living on carrots is one nonsensical plan due to copious lack of calories, and ponies feel the wrath of grapes, murderers. Alas, winning doesn't help anything. The cheese runner moldered milk into buckets. Bucket brigades. Quartermaster is handling Gorgonzola with fuzzy pink slippers, which are superior to mittens. Clamps curtail towards untoward unknown furnishings made from the upholstery enthusiast and leather feather shop. Changing the logs in cabin walls renews fragrances of melecula. And telescopic magnification magnificently multiplies questions about magnets. Unexpected magnanimous mastiffs love munching magazine pages all night long. Digest slowly after selecting the proper combination of peppers and fish results. We want westward, where wallabies want wishing water wells, while whispering wrens writhe with very clouds doesn't fail. Rain acid is hot and cold, without sense and dwarves and kata. What just happened? Right. Join the Discord if you want that. Please don't call me mom. That's worse. Actually, you know what? Never mind. You can call me dad. Just don't ever call me mom again. I will give you permission to call me dad. Just please don't ever call me mom. Well, as a once aspiring cult leader, I guess, yeah, you can call me Father Blind if you insist. Also, this will just be for bolts, no arrows. No blow darts. No cone-headed arrows, double-tipped blow darts, jagged arrows, short bolts, or any of that shit. Just bolts. They just leave clothes everywhere. They leave clothes everywhere if they have nowhere to put them in their bedroom. So if they don't have a bedroom, they will just leave their clothes everywhere. If they do have a bedroom and somewhere to put their clothes, they won't. Unless they are a particularly messy dwarf, in which case, then they don't really care all that much. And will just kind of do whatever they want. Yeah, so if you give them a cabinet in their bedroom, then they have somewhere to put their clothes. And if it's armor, then they need an armor stand in the barracks that they train in to have somewhere to put their armor. So, like, if I go to this, yeah, see, this bedroom is owned by English. English clearly owns an old silk robe that he had previously. And instead of, throwing it away or selling it, they'd prefer to keep it because dwarves are little hoarders. So he put it into his cabinet here. So he still owns this, but if he didn't have this cabinet, then this robe would just be out on the floor somewhere. Yeah, and then if they will leave their things strewn about without a care, which is a personality trait, then they're just like my ex and will just leave their shit everywhere and make piles of stuff for no discernible reason and drive everybody who's actually sane and likes a relatively cleanly environment fucking nuts. Caps are indeed clothing, not armor, yes, but can be assigned to armor sets if you want. Just like hoods. I like to give certain military groups hoods because I think hoods are kind of cool. Just for, a little bit of the Assassin's Creed vibes. Guess I don't have any lie. How much ash do I have? Me? 14. Okay, well, let's just make... ash. Let's make potash mash. Make ash. Make 100 ash. let's make lie. 50. Let's just do 100. And then we're gonna make soap. Make 100. And MMO Junkie is throwing a tantrum. It's funny how it like doesn't remember what screen you were in here though. Someone's gonna get annoyed by that, I think. Oh shit, are these ordered correctly? I'm just automatically scrolling down to the bottom out of habit. Okay, well, he did attack some people, so I guess that's enough for a prison sentence, most likely. Probably also rip you out of the military entirely, which I think you have been. We also interrogated that necromancer, which we got nothing from. But was cagey and refused to comply. You gotta have the edgy knight aesthetic. Also, I've been very like fixated on the game, so I haven't been reading chat very effectively, so I'm gonna try and do that a little bit. But man, it is nice to be able to just see Marksdwarf's training. Even though, like, currently I think they're just running around picking up equipment because of how much of a mess stuff in this fort is currently. As you can see, there's okay, significantly less now. But there was a billion dead elves over there, which is part of what was slowing stuff down so much. Yeah, which is now getting moved over finally. Let's just get this crushed real quick. Okay. So another thing that I can do is I could make iron bolts, but I think I'm just going to let them store the bolts that are here because they are getting put away pretty quick. Look at all these iron bolts. And you're working? Oh, no, you're sleeping. We've got somebody named Idem, who wants to stay here for study. This screen. Idem. I'm assuming you're a scroller, wherever you are. Oh, there you are. No, you're a human engineer. I want scholars. No. No. Astronomers, specifically. King Consort. Lord Consort? King Consort? We got the important people showing up. You would like to study if I feel like naming someone. Noted. Also, not to be like specific, but don't you already have a dwarf? Let me double check. Pretty sure I gave you a dwarf. Let me confirm that though. No, I didn't. Okay, so you don't currently have a dwarf. You had a dwarf previously. Long-time listener, first-time chatter. You've been enjoying the YouTube stuff, and you finally made the jump over here. Well, welcome, Ambertron. Hello. Welcome to the Twitch side of things. Can you redeem a dwarf? No, but if you ask me nicely, I'll give you one. I've removed that ability from people, specifically because it got kind of unfair, and, like, there was a very small group of people that got all the dwarves, and then nobody else got dwarves. So I just do it this way now. I'm doing it the way I used to back in the day. He has a great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger and is swayed by emotional appeals. and is very friendly and always tries to say nice things. He is a pessimist and he is quick to anger, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations. It has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. I was reading from memory and read the wrong thing. And he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He is stubborn and he is slow to trust others. He interrupts others during conversations when he's angry, and he scratches his head when he's bored. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. Personally finds the artwork boring and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. He likes Galena, Billen, and Black Opal, cider wood and yak hoof, naff fabric and mail shirts, and rings and the sound of luxurious amethyst. When possible, prefers to consume banana beer and absolutely can't stand mosquitoes. There you go, terminal wetness. You are now terminal dwarfness. You're currently hauling iron greaves, and you feel pleasure near a fine furnace and delighted after watching a performance. And you have modest quarters, and this is your bedroom. You live in the mud hole, the mud pit. And Darky's stumbling around obliviously, and a buck rabbit was found starved to death. Well, that's unfortunate. I have a hard time feeling bad about that. Embertron and Bobtron. Ah, yes, you two can be best friends. Although Bob is a version 007, whereas you're version 1, so that's got to mean something, right? And the automatic corpse disposer 9000 is working pretty effectively, but boy, oh boy. This is all bits and pieces of creatures that are getting thrown into the trash bin. Are you asking if it's worth doing that? I don't think it's worth it. But I also really like the dumb things. Oh, interesting. Hold on. I would assume that I can wait for this to pop up, right? This game's unpaused currently. Okay, you've claimed a glass furnace. Need rough gems. Boulders, more rough gems, raw green glass. Have raw green glass, but it's forbidden? Ah, well, figured out the problem. I could dam the river real quick. And unforbid that. Which part, Maximus? The culling historical figures thing? I mean, it does make your game load faster. So maybe in this instance, it's okay to be a little bit authoritarian just to, make your game load faster. Literally making this dwarf dive into a river. It's just like deleting history makes the game better, Just like real life, I'm joking. I mean, dwarves need to have personal belongings or they go insane. They need to be able to gather items. The thing I'm worried about with this fort, though, is the fact that my frame rate's going down, and I do actually need DF hack to clear out the hundreds and hundreds of Ulm people. I'm going to do a thing. I'm gonna go to my difficulty settings, and we're gonna go to custom settings, and I'm gonna nerf the fuck out of the cavern monsters. Done. Some migrants have arrived. Let's go to where these migrants are and give some more people some dwarves. So, we've got ourselves a gem setter here, who's also a competent hammered dwarf. Most dwarves are hammered on a good day, but this one's competent. If you'd like a dwarf, say, pick me. Although I'm going to wait for 90 seconds for the ad stand. Ember Tron. I shouldn't do that all caps. That's anything with Tron at the end feels like it should be all caps. Are you stuck in an ad right now, Embertron? If no, I'll start reading. Because otherwise there's a minute left. You didn't know you could turn them down? Yep, they're in the difficulty settings. I usually just nerf them into the oblivion, so the most that they can send in at a time is 10, and it just takes like decades for them to get to the numbers of hundreds instead of like a year. Because they can attack once per season, or they can send an attack once per season, and they can send an attack regardless of if you discover them, so they can just kind of infinitely stack. Basically, I had like 800 Ohm people in this fort. Also, this man is a national treasure and needs to be protected. That's all I have to say. And if you don't understand the context of that dude's face, that's fine. You're probably better off for it. But at the same time, my day is not ruined yet. Yeah, no, they were cavefish people in this map, but I did have like 800 Ohm people in a different map at some point. Yeah, I confused the two, Ohm people and cavefish people. You are correct, it was cavefish people. To get that meme, he's a dude who reviews fast food on YouTube. That's literally it. He does like super posh reviews of fast food and talks like a wealthy asshole about it. Like he talks about fast food the way like food critics talk about like Michelin star restaurants, but it's fast food, so all the food's bad. It's very funny. She is unable to make decisions without a great deal of input from others, and she is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. She has a very calm demeanor and tends to be passive in discussions. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents and doesn't handle stress well. She doesn't focus on material goods and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees freedom and independence as completely worthless. She likes bauxite and rose gold and schorl and grackle leather and the color dark peach and weapon racks, I can read, and skinks for their colorful tongues and the words of the candle of convenience and the sound of the glittery tresses and the sight of the satin of amethyst, and when possible prefers to consume gutter cruer and hates large roaches. Word. She is thin. Her large irised, narrow silver eyes are bulging. She has a round chin and she has a scratchy voice. Her hair is short and her hair is is neatly combed, and her hair is dark brown and her skin is peach. Skinks are pretty rad. So next up is good Charles. You're a lady. And she is a talented herbalist and a competent brewer. Good dwarf, if you ask me. She lacks confidence in her abilities and doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. She tends to avoid crowds and she tends to think before acting. She tends to hang on to grievances and She tends to hang on to grievances, and tends to not reveal personal information. She has a sense of duty, although she finds this can conflict with her sense of independence. She often feels envious of others and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She occasionally overindulges and rarely feels discouraged, and she has an active imagination and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. And needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and grumbles mildly at inclement weather. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally is put off by family and disregards tradition and values independence and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. She likes trifle pewter and turquoise and mango wood, giant black bear tooth, and tables and amulets and buckets and llamas for their wool and loon men for their haunting call and the words of the mirthful abbey and the sound of the glittery tresses and the sight of the queen of poets, and when possible prefers to consume giant pangolin and rainbow trout. I like rainbow trout. And garden tress and dwarven rum. Hates mosquitoes. It's a normal thing to hate. It's nice when dwarves hate normal things. This dwarf dreams of mastering a skill, so you're joining the military, although you're joining the most recent squad. This is going to be Manticore Alpha. Alpha? Alpha. You went. Terrific candidate to be chained to the next pump, I guess. You know, I was watching a stream, and the streamer had a 350 layer, probably not 350. 250 layer pump stack from like the lava sea all the way up to the surface and up into a tower, and then was pouring down a tower through a waterfall into a moat. And it was their defense, right? They had this huge pump tower with no cistern or anything. And it was completely manually pumped. So they had like 300 dwarves in this fort. And whenever there was a siege, they would literally go and manually turn on every single one of these pumps, because they couldn't figure out how to get power to transfer from one thing to another, and was just, yeah. Also, look at this circular tree branch. I don't think trees do that. I'm not complaining, it looks kind of cool, but like, they sometimes do? Okay, fair. The Elden Tree, I suppose. Anyway, let's read Manticore's description. He presupposes success in any venture requiring his skills with what could be called blind overconfidence. He is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. He sometimes is cruel and generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others. Concerning his actions, he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and could be considered rude. He doesn't hold on to grievances and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and is trusting. He lowers his eyes when he's thinking and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife, and does not particularly value the truth. Doesn't really value merrymaking and doesn't really see the point of working hard. He likes gold, iron, and cryo praise, and alpaca wool, and the color pumpkin, gems, thrones, and splints, and the words of the mirthful abbey. Welcome to the fort. The Infinity Tree. All right, there we go. So we're all caught up. It's better than ASCII art. You know, it's funny because like I'm one of those people that's completely torn. I love the ASCII art for completely different reasons. Like, there's something gorgeous about this that I adore and will always love. I don't think that either is better. I think it's a matter of taste, personally. I think saying that it's better than ASCII art, just remember, Dwarf Fortress probably wouldn't be in 2 art museums if it wasn't originally a fully ASCII game. Like, it is very unlikely that Dwarf Fortress would have gotten the level of artistic recognition that it has if it wasn't an ASCII game initially. Personally thinks that something is deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity, values nature, and dislikes cooperation. Okay, this dwarf, Iden, is going to become Tellan Artho because Tellan Artho wanted a scholar. That dwarf read like a scholar to me. Actually, Tellan, would you prefer a scholar or a scribe? Because I know that you write IRL, which is why I asked. Maybe a bunch of exclamation points here, easier to see. More of a familiarity? See, here's the thing, right? And this was always my favorite comparison, Tanko Joe, to anybody who's tried to learn ASCII games. If you've never played a 4X before, like a big hex-based strategy game, and then you're thrown into endgame Civ 6, yeah, you're not going to get anything done because all of these symbols mean something different. Or if you're thrown into Endgame Endless Legend or Endgame Humankind, any of those games, you're not going to know what to do. You might be able to click the next turn button, but realistically, like none of the symbols mean anything to you. None of the stats or percentages mean anything to you. If you start playing Dwarf Fortress in ASCII from the beginning and you learn it that way, it's no harder than learning the game with graphics. If anything, I would say it's largely about the same. But Tellan, would you prefer a scholar or a scribe? Which job do you want? And Casper wants you to post beers chat. Scribe. Okay, so that means I need to actually make choirs. Wait, what? What was that button? Why does that happen? You guys ever noticed this before? You hover over top of it and they get little arrows. What the heck's that mean? How long has that been a thing? I've never noticed that before. Is that just to make it easier to spot? Because I know it's like kind of hard. Hold on. Does it do that in other screens? No. That's in the stable version? Well, I've never noticed that before, so you know, the more you know. Anyway, let's name Tellan. Yeah, I don't know why the arrows are different length. Like your guess is as good as mine. Tellan Artho is quite polite and thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors and likes to brawl. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and doesn't focus on material goods and is quite ambitious. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally dreams of creating a great work of art and personally thinks that there's something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity. He values nature and dislikes cooperation, doesn't care about fairness. He likes gold, green tourmaline, and plum wood, sheep horn in the color rose taupe, and querns and scepters and giant lion tamarins. You have some passing acquaintances, and you're a member of the Flag of Depressions, or you are a former member of the Flag of Depressions. You used to be part of a different faction. How about you? You're a shearer. You're a spinner. You dream of mastering a skill, get in the military. You're a gilder. You also dream of mastering a skill, get in the military. Bunch of livestock. Tanner dreams of mastering a skill. You're also going to join the military. Mason dreams of mastering a skill. You're also going to join the military. And Bone Carver doesn't dream of mastering a skill. Are you brave? Actually, no. This one's going to be a... He likes a little excitement now and again, so he'd be fine in the military. But, he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. Would be a good researcher in the library. Or wooden statues possible? No, I don't think. Cheers, Tacrill. Thanks for swinging by. As per usual. Because I think this dwarf would be good in either. Military or... Yeah, we'll put you in the military. I need you in the military. That's where I actually need people. How about you? You're a thresher. You also dream of mastering a skill. You can join one of the other squads. You're a glassmaker. We're also still waiting on that artifact, so I need to go check in on that. You're a surgeon. You're a fisher dwarf. Doesn't like binding elements that could restrict her life. Well, doesn't mind a little tumult in Discord. I will put you into the archer squads. That's a duck. Duckling quack. You're a miner. Dream of mastering a skill. You can join this squad. Although, yeah, you're not actually in mining, which is good. You're in blacksmith. This is a big migrant wave. The dwarves keep coming and they don't stop coming. Is it too early to make jokes about that yet? By the way, I've been wondering this for a little bit. That dwarf just left the map, wasn't one of mine. Could be a glass blower, possibly. Ooh, yay, that dwarf began a mysterious construction. All right, sweet. What do you need? Raw green glass, 2 pieces of lead, cow leather, siltstone blocks, rough pyrites, fire clay, and rough pyrites. Best of luck, dwarf. Guy was a sex pest neo-Nazi. I don't know about this. I didn't know about the sex pest bit, but I do know that he proclaimed white power at least once. So. All right, let's see. Is there soap everywhere around this yet? Nope. So what are most of the dwarves working on currently? A lot of storing items in vehicles, attending meetings, a lot of collecting clay. We'll just let them finish collecting clay. Let's see, what do we have for blocks? Siltstone. All right, we'll make all this out of siltstone. Elon Musk? No. I made the vocalist of Smash Mouth passed away. So the guy who wrote "Somebody Once Told Me the World Was Gonna Roll Me," that song. Yeah, he died of like massive liver failure. So yeah, he had a lifelong drinking problem, and it caught up with him, and he was a big sex pest to women at concerts. Yeah, I know almost nothing about Smash Mouth aside from that one song, and I don't really like their other music. So I do recall seeing a video of him like saying some sketchy shit at concerts though, so. You love all the All-Star remixes? I think that song has outlived him.
Sub from one of the VOD watching freaks.
Thank you very much. Full Fathom 2, Phil less 1/4 square, or whatever that whole name means. That might be the longest name I've seen in a while. But thank you very much, and thank you for watching VODs. Appreciate you. Believe it or not, like, the VOD channel, which I made purely to stop people from disliking videos on the main channel, is making about 1/6 of what the main channel makes with like a micro fraction of the views, which I just think is funny. It's like the main channel made me like $600 Canadian in the last 28 days, which is very low. And then the second channel made me like $120. So it's paid for my internet bill basically. Which I made that channel entirely like specifically just so that people would stop mass disliking the VODs on the main channel. But I would still be making more money if I left them on the main channel though. The main channel was making like $900 to $1,000 a month until I moved the VODs off, and now it's down to like 600. So I have lost a lot of money, but it is what it is. People didn't want the videos there, so I gave in. I caved. Still wondering if that was the right decision, but... Why did people dislike the VODs? You tell me. Bah, spam in my sub box. I unsub, blah, 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 and all that shit. The difference is the main channel gets more subscribers every month now. I don't lose as many. Because I used to lose them every time I would upload VODs. Some people like watching VODs. Some people don't. No, they just want me to make custom content for YouTube, which is great, but also like quadruples my workload. Like back when the only thing that I put on YouTube was the occasional news video every couple weeks and VODs, which is all my YouTube channel was for years. I would stream 5 days a week. But now I put so many hours into YouTube every week, I can't stream 5 days a week. Like, it's not doable. It's not humanly possible. The amount of hours I'd have to put in to be able to do that is, unrealistic. No, totally. Absolutely. But, you know, they're still there. They're just on a different YouTube channel. Yeah, but when videos get, like, 30% likes and bring down the channel as a whole. Basically, like, YouTube rewards you if you are consistent about the type of content that you upload, which means I'm getting actively punished for the really long, like, lore videos I've published at this point. But YouTube gets mad at you if you publish stuff inconsistently. So if you publish a very different type of content, suddenly, YouTube doesn't like that. Oh shit, an artifact glass door. That's kind of rad. Reg, the glassmaker, has created Asob Balad, a green glass portal, and offers it to the Sky of Rims. We need to do something cool with this. This is a green glass portal. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushion siltstone cabochons and studded with lead, and decorated with round green glass cabochons, and encircled with bands of cow leather. This object menaces with spikes of lead. On the item is an image of a round cabochon in pyrite. On the item is an image of Thane Hugandad, the human, and Tamestone, the giant alligator in fire clay, Stone's alternate persona. Tamestone is striking down Thane Hagandad. The artwork relates to the killing of... No, not Hagandad. It's like huge and dead. Huge and dead? Huge and dead. Okay, we'll go with it. The artwork relates to the killing of the human, huge and dead, by the giant alligator in Tombstone, who has a very ironic last name. In the greatest swamps in 132. On the item is an image of Organend, the giant alligator, and Uran Hugdwell. I'd like to get Hugdwell, the human, in pyrite. Organend is fighting with Hugdwell. The artwork relates to the scuffle between the giant alligator, Organed, and the human, Uran Hugdwell, in 133, which in the former emerged victorious. I don't think I've ever seen which the former emerged victorious on an artifact before. Do you like giant crocodiles? Green diamond, green glass, donkey leather shields. Giant hyenas for their distinctive... Okay. Laugh. You mean playlists, Maximus? YouTube used to surface playlists differently so they'd look like series. But no, YouTube has only ever had playlists. They just used to present them differently. This dwarf is being named Maximus, because you just made a cool-ass artifact. Maximus. Oops, that's the wrong button. Cleaves an austere lifestyle, disdaining even minor immodesties in appearance, and would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. She is impolite and inconsiderate of property, and she has a very calm demeanor. She is stingy with resources when working on projects, and isn't given to flights of fancy. She doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She tends to not reveal personal information, and she tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. She likes a little excitement now and then, and does not often feel lustful. She tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She dreams of raising a family and personally values tradition and doesn't feel strongly about the law, and doesn't care about nature one way or another, and doesn't care about fairness. She likes Billin and green diamond and pine wood and green glass and donkey leather and shields and giant hyenas for their distinctive laugh and the words of the mirthful Abby, and when possible prefers to consume sweet potato wine and desert limes, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. Welcome to the fort, Maximus. I need to put your door somewhere so nobody steals it. Need to figure out what to do with it. I'm thinking like archery tower, because I'm thinking about building a tower like right here that leans over the side of this wall so that I can have crossbow dwarves up and in it. But I need to have a way for them to get here. Thinking maybe they go from here? Possibly. Could work. I've seen several folks splitting apart their YouTube channels. It's such a weird thing to have to do. You don't know of a different solution. As long as we are being forced to operate within systems that are governed by algorithms that are innately inhuman, we're gonna have problems like this. It's literally that simple. And also, this is not gonna work because I have to go. So I guess we'll do a above ground walkway then. We'll do it from up here, maybe? We need to hack down a bunch of trees. It's fine for us, but not fine for our neighbors who like to ambush us. I don't even know how... Oh, I know how they're getting up here. They're going up that way. Let's just do this. Knock these out. We're gonna build a walkway going along this way. But yeah, as long as we're governed by algorithms that are optimized for maximum profit and not creative process, yeah, we're gonna have to do stuff like this. It's just the reality of operating within YouTube. If YouTube decides to stop promoting your shit, your channel basically dies. And then it's real funny because like YouTube has largely stopped promoting my stuff due to like the shrink in traffic coming from the Dwarf Fortress searches. And every now and again, I'll get people like commenting. They go, "Oh shit, I haven't seen your videos in months. Glad to see you're still uploading." It's like, okay, now is that because you just haven't been watching my stuff, which is fine, or is that because YouTube isn't promoting it to you anymore? Which one is it? Could be either. So. You like the ravens? I mean, I have them tamed purely because they're agitated and, like, thus quite dangerous if I don't. While they're working on that down there, I'm going to pop back up here and get more areas up here built. This is why you should just make a YouTube account and subscribe to YouTubers who you like and watch them via the subscription box. Because one thing that YouTube has never really fucked with, although some people disagree with this statement, but in my experience, YouTube has never really fucked with it, is the subscription box. The subscription box still works. So if you watch YouTube and you enjoy it, and there are particular YouTubers you want to find, just simply subscribe to them and watch them through the sub box. Because that is the most consistent way to actually get the content you want to see. But, like, you have to use the subscription box, right? Like, unfortunately, YouTube has won, and the subscription box is no longer people's primary method of finding YouTube videos. People's primary method of finding YouTube videos for the vast majority of YouTube audience is they go to the front page and then watch stuff that pops up here. Or they go to, like, gaming and watch stuff that pops up here, right? These are, like, some of these I'm subscribed to, some of these I'm not, right? So that's how people use YouTube now. They don't use YouTube the way, like, YouTube was when it was first built. I really need to just block Spotify's email list because holy shit, they get annoying. And the view later list. You know what's funny? I've got like a dozen videos in the watch later list that I added to the watch later list like maybe 10 years ago and never watched. So, like, are the only way you can find content that you want to watch anymore since they ruined the search algorithm and filled it with recommended junk that are completely unrelated to searches? Yep. No, I have all of their recommendation stuff turned off and disabled. And yeah, it's pretty garbage generally. Like, generally, it's pretty fucking garbage. This actually needs to be fireclay, so I'm gonna delete all that. It's hot garbage. You're pretty sure most people's watch later list is hot garbage. Yeah, I don't know. I never fully, like, I think I found that feature once and then couldn't find it again was the actual issue that I had. I stopped using the watch later lists pretty quickly. Sort of the conduct MMO junkie once again. Aren't you in prison already? Yes, you are. Although you are repentant, which is very good. Repentant is like the best thing that they can get whilst in prison. But like the last thing you did was like scratched a clother. You caused somebody to bleed by punching them in the right hand. Yeah, no, you've committed many crimes there, Dwarf. I mean, if it works for you, Devilish. But as we were talking about earlier, the best way to like find content as it goes live is to just check the channel. Like, genuinely, that is the best way to do it. Damn. It's so cool seeing them actually practice. So I'm curious now. Let's check this. Equip details. There isn't an ammo I guess. Let's see if I can adjust this. Any material. Confirm. Let's see if it still works for you. Once I do that. Yeah, okay, so it keeps the archery option. Let's try something. I'm gonna add a uniform. Let's just say any armor, any headwear, any legwear, any handwear, shields, crossbows. And just say test. Firm and save uniform. Look at that. They still have the arrows. Because I gave them crossbows. Previously, they wouldn't. So it works. It would only work with the original uniform previously. Embertron! Thank you very much for the Prime sub. I mean, that's a terrible uniform because they're just putting on clothing, basically, but like... Cool. I mean, they still have the old AI, right? They don't have the new AI yet. Putnam didn't. Tarn said the problem. I mean, the problem was pretty clear. The problem simply was, in this version of the game, if you used any armor outside of the default uniform, it would unassign arrows, and there was no way to reassign arrows after that. That was the problem. Problem was pretty simple. So it would unassign arrows, and there was no way to reassign arrows after they were unassigned. That was the issue. The whole issue. And combine that with, because there was no way to assign arrows, and because they wouldn't assign different ammo types, they would go to the most valuable ammo types. So if your dwarves are all using crossbows, and then arrows appear that are higher value, maybe they're studded with wood or something from the humans, because they do that all the time, then they would try and equip the arrows instead of the bolts, because the bolts were lower value than the arrows. Does that make sense? So then they can't shoot arrows out of crossbows, or bolts out of bows, and vice versa. So what they've done now, from what I can tell, is they've associated ammo type with the weapon. So hopefully that will stop happening. We still can't select the specific ammo types, and they still have the old AI, but associating ammo with the weapon to me is a fix, or theoretically should be enough of a fix, because they are automatically equipping bolts, even though there's steel arrows on the map. Yeah, so they can at least, they use the right type of ammo now, which is, in my opinion, more than enough, but... Although, you still do need to make multiple of these zones, because I think only one of them can use these at a time. So I'm actually going to test something else real quick. Do that. And make a new archery pen. And you are going to be bad cheese, because I'm only seeing one of them training at a time. So I guess the old functions are still the same. Cheese. Where only one dwarf can use the archery range at a time, so you just have to make multiple archery ranges. Because there's only, 3 dwarves in this squad, so... As long as it works consistently, it's good enough for me. I need it to work a bit more than just works, you know? I need it to work more or less consistently. You're too busy praying. Because I only have one actually doing archery practice right now. But at the very least, one is. It's already better than before. Okay, you're picking up equipment. I have a part in this. I will have my revenge. That's a line. What did you do? You will have your revenge for. Nothing. Okay, so you weren't in combat with anybody. You have a part in this and you will have your revenge. Well, I mean, realistically, all you need to do for the AI currently is just lock them in a tower. Just don't put them on ground with the enemies. Otherwise, yeah, they will just go melee the first dude they come into contact with once they're in melee range. But apparently because Tarn kind of gave me an outline of the way the new AI is going to work. They're going to and they are going to stick themselves to bars and fortifications and focus on attacking from behind them. So if there's a fortification available, they will try and put it between them and their target, essentially. Which is enough for me. Well, we'll keep an eye on that as they're doing things. Yeah, make sure that there's no way for them to jump down or sneak through into melee. Exactly. Which, you know, I think that the dwarves' enthusiasm for murder should be like applauded, not shunned. Currently, they get very shunned for their enthusiasm, and frankly, I think we should thank them for their enthusiasm because they're just here to defend the fortress, by all means necessary, including throwing themselves face first in battle, with little hope of surviving, which is hysterical. Let's be honest. Like, I could easily make this into a, defensive spot, too, right? Just turn this into fortifications, station them there, and then lock this door. This being on the winning side? I'm sorry. Have you never heard the term, losing is fun? I don't think you have, clearly. Clearly, I don't think you have. And we're continuing to slowly do all of this. The real challenge is to make the demise of your fortress as insane as possible. Yeah! Or as exciting as possible. Also, I need to make some choirs. How much sheet do I have? I've been buying quite a bit. 22 sheet. Okay, let's make 22 choirs. 22 of them. 22. 22 choirs. No, that's number of shops, not number of jobs. I'm smart. This is the button I want to hit. 22. This can just be at 0. There you go. We're going to make some choirs. There's some writing material in the library. $25. Ponder dietary relationships. Enthusiastic upon pondering dietary relationships. What in the world is dietary relationships? We're still discussing the lever. I love that we're just discussing levers. Pondering lever, discussing lever. You know, just as you do. Discuss proof by contradiction. Was that a book you read? Wrong lever. Yes, ponder lever. Ponder lever! All right, well, let's see if I can dress up this area a little bit more. Trying to think what other items I could put. I could put a Marksdwarf shop in here, or we could make choirs. And we start working on the next layer of the library. No, X is Twitter, not Y. Come on, we all know this. Don't let Elon win. I wonder if that dwarf from Baldur's Gate survived the pondered levers in the wild. Why is X Twitter? Oh boy, it's very. I can't fire a viewer because I'm not paying you, but I would just like you to know that if you were my employee, your employment would be in question. That's all. That's all I really have to say. I do actually wonder why we're not getting more soap made. Okay, you're making lye, and you're making soap. Okay, cool. We are getting soap made. Problem is solved-ish. How much soap am I putting into the library? That's the other question. Not the library, into the hospital. Way too many. Okay, let's do 25 soap. So the dwarves can use the soap to take soapy baths because goddammit, they've deserved it. And they've earned it. I feel like I should cover this entire thing with like brick flooring. And also, how many more clay are we pulling? I guess we finished collecting all of the clay, which is good. I really want a siege to happen so I can like test out the activity log. And I might actually send the military at it, but it'd be even better if we could like get some sort of defense tower built, which is what I'm working on. And then get to see the Marksdwarf's combat log. Because it's clearly working. Let's try this, actually. I've improved my wrestling. That was not satisfying. I guess, like, this doesn't get you any kind of combat log. It is really confusing to me that some dwarves just... It's like the game is unpaused right now. Yes, the game is unpaused. So this should update in real time. Well, they're not pianos, banjos, or ukuleles. It's a keyboard instrument, a handheld, and a handheld lute style of instrument. Though that's not what those are, because they are different for each individual fort and each individual map. You have no pants. You have no pants. Let's make some iron greaves. Well, then you are completely missing out on the beauty of Dwarf Fortress's instrument like generation. I am actually one of the people who very much disliked the way they were doing the instrument sprites when they added them. Not because they're bad, they're fine sprites, but they do what you do, which is they make people go, ah, that's a piano. No, it's unlikely it's a piano. I mean, it's probably made like partially out of glass and ceramic for one thing. It's probably got like a weird pick thing that you use to pick the keys. It's like, just because the sprite looks like a piano does not mean it's even remotely related to a piano, which is my problem with them having sprites for the instruments in the way they did. They're all metal? Well, that's metal as fuck. So you're gonna use them to play Cannibal Corpse covers, I would assume, right? So I don't know. Bring them if you want to bring them. They're usually like pretty expensive, like cost-wise to bring. Did I get my metal vest yet? Yep, I have it. I need to stitch a bunch of patches onto it. My gift to me from me. I also got a new capture card, which is probably why the camera hasn't frozen yet today. So shoutouts to MB Audio for throwing in the money for that. So if the camera freezes now, I'm going to cry. So hear that, computer? Don't make me cry. You didn't want to jinx it. Yeah, no, I get you. Trust me, I get you. It's okay, I've jinxed it now, so you can jinx it. Trying to just line ourselves up with this up here. Enjoy your lunch, Chiefin. Although what's for lunch is the important question. So chat, how many of you guys are playing this beta update? And what do you think so far? I'm a wee bit perplexed that like petitions don't seem to be in that menu anywhere and about the like grayed out portions. Although I'm already starting to suspect that other things have been crammed in under the hood that we haven't been told about, so. Chickpea salad? Ooh. You won't be able to play for a few hours yet, right? Yeah, because you're at job, right? I need to turn, like, the ambient sounds up. What the fuck is going on? Like, I'm hearing sounds I've never heard before in this game, but they're very faint because I had them turned down. Yeah, because there was another thing there was a note about line of sight changes. I guess this means I have to like reach out to Putnam now and make another one of those videos. Just looking at comments on the Steam post. You like the dev talks? I do too. They're some of the most important content I make. Some of the most important content that I make. You're digging a lake right now and it's no problem. Oh, really? Like, as in you're not getting any FPS drops for channeling? I should try channeling something. See what the frame rate do. Let me load up your because like this is one of my favorite parts about Dwarf Fortress patching, because like Dwarf Fortress patches always like have other effects that are not immediately obvious. I think I found my favorite comment on the Steam page though, which is kind of hysterical, but mostly just because this person has 2 clowns. Unbelievable. I regularly shit on y'all's bug fixing ability, but it looks like you've done it this time. Yeah. I'm normally an asshole, but for once I'm gonna be slightly less of an asshole. At least he's honest about being an asshole. No, the active channeling has always been really, really high on the FPS. Like, after it's been dug out, the frame rate generally, like, sort of self-fixes itself in my experience. But, large channeling jobs all at once has always been really hard on frames. Like, it's always been pretty tough on frames in general. As for why, good question. I don't really know. I just know that it's been harsh on frames because it's always the biggest frame drops I've noticed over the years while playing is just, oh, this doesn't work now. Cool. I might move my archery training over here. There we go. We've made 20 choirs. Check if those made it into the library. Yep, they have. The question is, you're reading about, do we really have a book? We have a book called About Diplomacy. It's okay. So this is interesting. This is a finely crafted wolf parchment choir. Written on the item is a manual entitled About Diplomacy, authored by G-Fin. Our very own G-Fin has written a book. It concerns diplomacy. Its forms and recommendations, I see. The writing is completely serious, and it has a clear evidence of a compassionate being. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. So it's not well written, but G-Fin is very compassionate about diplomacy, which is a shame that G-Fin also just tuned out, I think. And we've got Moldath over here who's writing about negative quantities. I need to make a paper-making industry, don't I? No, from this fort. I didn't have a library industry at all in the previous fort. No, G-Fin's in this fort, I think. So I'm going crazy. Yeah, no, G-Fin's right here. Unless maybe it was from previous G-Fin that died earlier in the fort as well. It may not have been this one. Yeah, no, it wasn't this G-Fin who did it, but we had another G-Fin in this fort earlier who died. Who I think was a scholar? I got some more of these lashers in here. The honey bun hauler in them. Let's also get... You're a paper maker. I'll bring you in. Holler. It's even better for philosophy. I mean, that's step 1 in philosophy, is be terrible at writing. Speaking of being terrible at writing, the Vile Force of Darkness has arrived. Oh, awesome, and it's a small one. Okay, so I should be able to station my new squad in that tower. Let's see what works. All right, let's see what works. So let's get everybody into here. I'm going to station these laddies right here. And I'm going to station these laddies over here. Shoutouts to this dwarf who's trying to pasture a cat. That's good luck. Okay, so do you all have... Okay, well that's one who has nothing. You've got nothing in your inventory, great. How about your quiver? You also have nothing in your quiver, great. How about you? You also have nothing in your quiver. Why do you guys have nothing in your quivers? See, if I station them there, are they going to fill their quivers up? Or is it still an issue with accessibility of bolts? Because it might be that. We're also about to get hit by an ad, and I will pause the game when we get hit by an ad. That's interesting, because they had full inventories before. Although, actually, I wonder. A bunch of bolts got forbidden. I'm not sure why. Watch them have to, like, leave the map to go get bolts. Or, like, leave the fort, and then they all go out and die. Wouldn't that be funny? Anyway, I'll just pause until we're done. You just have to take the goblins out and melt it down. I actually don't generally melt down goblin armor because it's usable by dwarves, so I usually just keep it the same way. Unless I'm, like, starved for stuff, but, like, most of this is goblinite. So, I mean, well, not the greaves, not the spears, most of the other less normal items, but you don't actually need to melt it all down. So that's interesting. How come? I think I just need to make sure that more of it is accessible. I think that's the issue. Because, yeah, none of them have anything in their inventory currently. Yeah, no, they use ammo when they're training, which has always been an issue. But they're also supposed to keep a supply of arrows for combat, or bolts, I guess. Iron bolts. Oh, there they go. See, look, they're going to go get equipment. Yeah, there's no, what do you call it? Or are you just gonna run up and melee someone now? Classic. All right, I'm going to just station my whole military out here. They're less likely to die. Yeah, no, they're literally going out and picking up one bolt at a time from out in the air. Okay, so I just need to come up with a system of properly managing supply and demand of bolts again. You're going to run into them again. But yeah, we have no what do you call it? Flux stone on this map, so we're not getting steel. And all we have is iron, so unless they come in with like bronze or steel, there's no reason to melt it down. No, because I have no interest in making steel. I'm like one of those weirdos who genuinely thinks that steel is too strong for most things. Like, you don't need it. Like, iron is plenty. Like, I will never fully understand a lot of players of Dwarf Fortress's obsession with, like, having steel. It's like, who cares? It's too strong. Goblins show up with bronze and iron, so goblins become trivial if you're using steel. I like fights to be, like, somewhat fair in Dwarf Fortress and a bit of a challenge. I know that's a crazy concept to have, but... Alright, let's see. How many of you were actually able to get some arrows? You weren't. Neither were you. Okay, you were able to get some bolts. That's good. Just like you would never lie, Jesse, right? You're trying to min-max your dwarfiness? If you're min-maxing Dwarf Fortress, you're playing the game wrong. Hate to break it to you. It's a game that will frustrate you to no end if you try to min-max it. I used to do that, and I've given up years ago. I find the game to be significantly more fun if you don't. Oh. Marksdwarf is fighting with somebody. Where's this? Oh. Well, there's still Marksdwarfs. So there's a goblin in the river. And it looks like all of my Marksdwarves are hanging on the outside. Or two of them are hanging on the outside of here and are now in the river. Well... They still operate like Marksdwarfs, so I guess that's good. Depending on your definition of good. Fortunately, we are in the early summer, so nobody's about to, like, you know, turn into ice. I do have one dwarf that's getting the ever-living shit kicked out of her. The rest are seemingly doing something. Let's see how this goes. It should pause when another combat log happens. Not really. Let's send the rest of my squads up here to go just deal with this thing and rescue my squads. Did see Mistum die, who was one of my dwarves. Rest in peace, Mistum. And also, I wonder, does death actually show up in its own thing yet? Life changes, that's... Profession changes, military. Crime, labor. General. Death doesn't. Why is that grayed out? I'll put anything on a pizza once, because unlike some people, I'm not afraid of experimentation and excitement in my life. No, that's too many carbs. I wouldn't put a pizza on a pizza. All right, well, turns out we do still need to test some things. So something I'm going to try is I'm going to do 2 rows. I kind of figured they'd be able to wouldn't be able to vault through here because there was an overhang, but I guess they can. Banyogs, hello. Good to see you. I'm going to fill out this side a little bit. We'll make some changes. Oh, also, I need to make some rock coffins, I think. Huh. Darky was found dead. Well, that's probably for the best. Oh, look at this. I got a dwarf that... Or a goblin that snuck into the corner of my fort here. Let's see if I can get you deaded. You're in the water. Okay, Dranos is being a hero and is fighting with the creature. In fact, the most recent combat was he bit him. The goblin bites the mayor in the upper body, bruising the fat. However, not injured, whereas the goblin very much is. Mayor's climbed out. Yeah, this is supposed to not be this. And Coulette was found dead. A bunch of dwarves were found dead, it turns out. Wasn't half bad. I like anchovies off of pizza, and I like pizza, so even though I've never had anchovies on pizza, I'm sure it's fine. People are like weirdly militant and defensive about what they like on pizza, and I think it's one of the most immature discussions people have on the internet. And there's a lot of very dumb, immature discussions people have on the internet, but that one takes the cake for me purely because of how irrelevant it is. It's like, well, if you don't like something, don't buy it. Like, genuinely, like, why the cultural discourse over like what you enjoy on your foodstuffs? I don't get it, and probably never will get it, really. It's like similar analogs to a lot of cultural things where it's like, wait, why are you mad at that? It doesn't affect you. Like, genuinely. Like, I don't know. How are Marksdwarves this patch? They still have the old AI, but I've actually managed to get them to equip bolts now. I just have to, it still requires the old tricks from before. So even if you make custom uniforms, you can get them to equip the right type of bolts. And I need to turn this on. Why nothing is working. Or turn that off, I guess. But more science needs to be done before I could actually give you a straight answer on that. I kind of want to just do this and see what happens. What's on the other side of this? Can I show you your custom uniform? I'm not using the custom one right now. I deleted it already. But essentially, if you make a custom uniform and you add a crossbow, it automatically adds the arrow or bolt equipping, depending on whether or not it's a bow or crossbow. So instead of there just being no ammo listed, it shows up with ammo listed. So if you... Hawaiian pizza is ham and pineapple pizza, yes. So if you attach a crossbow to the uniform, it automatically adds the correct type of ammunition now. So if it's an arrow, it automatically adds arrows, and if it's a bow, it adds arrows, and if it's a crossbow, it adds bolts. That seems to be how they work differently now. But that's the only change that's been made. So they still like vault over walls and in silly spots and kill themselves and whatnot. We just had that happen. So the AI is still exactly the same as previous. The change is purely in the ammo division. Generally, doing things to annoy people just makes the situation worse, not better, in my experience, but live your life. I mean... Hold on. I apparently have baby cougars in my fort. I don't unfortunately have a cat that's like dedicated to an owner, but here. Papageno's now a cat in the fort. Stray Papageno. Baby cougar is a paradox, not when we're talking about the type of animal. And besides, a baby cougar is just a cougar in training. It's like a MILF in training. If we're going to use those slang terms, you might as well at least get it right. Also, I think I'm just going to build flooring over top of all this. Because I do need to fix this thing properly, but for right now, it's just, let's just put flooring on top of it. Is any dwarf a useful dwarf? Cola? Because lynxes are wild animals and not domestic pets. Very simple, really. I saw a lynx once in the wild. Sup, Bashir? What's the fort premise? We're building a big old tower to the stars. The fort's called Starfield. It's a very unique and original name. Well, thank you for the kind words about the tutorials. Guess I'm going to need to make a Marksdwarf tutorial finally, soon. Kind of surprised that there's... Well, I see why there's none in there, because there's so many How many wheelbarrows are in here? It's at least 3. Or is that just... I see there's a rope there. Okay, well, we'll get rid of that. Speaking of unique original jokes that no one's ever heard before. Good one, Cool Dan. All right, I am going to put my foot down and be a party pooper and say, stop discussing pizzas, chat room. This isn't benefiting anybody. It's just causing me to slowly lose brain cells. I like the brain cells that I have and don't really feel like losing more than I already have. So, can we not talk about pizza? You guys are incapable of having a civil discussion about pizza. Baseball. It's tolerant it initially. Speaking of chat room, do you guys understand the difference between how Marksdwarves are broken and how Marksdwarves have always been? There are 2 fixes coming to Marksdwarves. We got one of them. You can now assign custom uniforms to Marksdwarves without them losing the ability to pick up ammo, which was a bug that was in the first version of this build of the game. They still have the old UI and still behave as they always have behaved. There's multiple fixes that we are waiting on for them. This is fix number 1. Are they fixed by your definition? No. Are they usable again? Yes. Do I get tired of answering the same questions every single stream? No, never. Why would you think that? Chat room likes streamer for his bluntness. Wow, wow. Fanyogs, thanks for gifting a sub to Just Lurking. Are you the one that always gifts the anonymous subs at the very specific pointed accounts that don't follow the stream? Because if you are, you should gift subs to people who would actually appreciate them. Okay. Because people have this habit of, like, there's somebody who watches this channel who will just, like, gift subs to, like, usernames that fit topics on the question. It's like, it's a great gimmick. Please stop doing that, whomever you are. If you're going to gift subs, gift to people that, like, you know, will appreciate them. All right, so what I'm going to do...
Hey folks, give me all the subs.
No.
Winking face.
Never. Clino, sup? Thanks for the 33rd month. Welcome back. Fanyogs, thanks for gifting another subscription. Appreciate you. I'm going to make an ammo stockpile. Ammo, yes. Literally just bolts. And literally just bolts. And also, thanks for gifting a sub to I Am Cool Dan. And Ragnarok Now. I missed like 3 of those. What's up, Pointy Boot? Are you pointy to boot, or are you just a pointy boot? And Mind, I agree. Oh, indeed. How are you? See you, mate. And Fanyog's gifted a sub to Pointy Boot, who just made it to the stream. I've lost count of how many you've gifted, so thank you. And you are going to load ammo from there. And I'm going to make you up here. Where is it? This stockpile. Choose which stockpile to give items. Choose which stockpile to take items. Take items from here. This is the new beta, yes. Oh, also, I just realized I screwed up this pillar. Yes, but I don't actually have a use for it, so it's just sitting on the side of this wall right now. Dwarves get to walk past it and admire it. I do actually have a use plan for it, though. When did you get gifted a sub? Devil Dawn gifted you a sub earlier today, I think, Kaiser the King? 3 hours ago? Fanyog's also gifted a sub to Maximus. Then there's going to be me saying, don't give me money again. But just remember, if you do this in 1 month's time, I will get 20% more revenue for it. Enjoy your lurking, Fanyox. Thank you very much for the $5, Fida. Because we are very likely to get Partner Plus unless something crazy happens by the end of the month. The PP program, yes. It's a very important PP program. Means I get a raise. I would consider that to be pretty important, frankly. Cossack Mykola, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. You're also very kind. Everybody wants to give Amazon a smaller share of the PP as well. So I think this is a very important thing to stand behind, frankly. Amazon needs a smaller share of their PP. Yes, they need to have their PP privileges removed. This is way too immature, so I'm never going to make these jokes again. Moving on. Copying Heatstone's Fortress step by step. Step by step? Also, why Heatstone specifically? You know, I could just send you the save file if you just want it.
This is Sparta!
Devil Dawn, thank you very much for the Sparta bits. Appreciate you. Yeah, there you go. You got to make sure that Bezos has to pay his streamer tax. I still genuinely wonder if Bezos knows that Twitch exists, but, you know, he's too busy, like, wanking off on his rockets. to really care, from what I can tell. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Definitely nothing could possibly go wrong. I'm hearing rain sounds. Did Dwarf Fortress have rain sounds for rain starting previously? Like a very slight thunder sound that I just heard. I swear I've never heard that before in this version of the game. Like, period. Rain sounds existed? Am I going crazy and I've just never noticed them for the past, like, 6 months? Do I just have my volume louder than normal? What is going on? Because I'm pretty sure I've never noticed those before. And then it's probably for the best that he gets less of a share of Amazon's PP then. All right, that's my last time making that joke. Maybe they made it more consistent? Huh. Moose, thank you very much for gifting out 5 gift subs. I know every single one of those people that just got gifted subs. Those are all regulars. Appreciate you guys. Been lurking while working, hopefully not working too hard. Yeah, because I have a record player right here and I put rubber ducks on it. I've got a collection of rubber ducks. One more question. Why does this have arrows in it? You're not supposed to get arrows in you. And also, let's go through everything. Where are you? Oh, there's bolts right there. Oh, I see. It's because I got a bunch of dwarves assigned to hunting. Or one dwarf assigned to hunting. Let's remove you from hunting. Let you drop these. How much charcoal am I sitting on currently? None. Well, that's a problem. Probably have tons of wood though, right? Right. Yeah, okay. So let's just make charcoal. 300. We're gonna scroll downish to here and be like, all right, well, there's no ore either, so I guess it's time for us to mine some more ore. Is what nows is. Rumble. I need to make that more effective. Let's just do that because it's not too difficult. Why do I read this to the tune of "It's the end of the world as we know it"? What, the ducks? Because you feel fine? Clearly? I would think that would be the only, like, understandable logic to that. Yeah, I can hear the rain sounds in the game. which I'm going to turn up even more now. Because I think I had them very low previously because they were super repetitive. But I also don't recall ever hearing rain sounds or like pick sounds. I just remember hearing like a fucking crow going, "Rah!" and then like a wolf howling. Maybe this is like the first signs of like the fact that they actually have a professional audio engineer working on the game now instead of just the composers and then Tarn putting music in. And the fact that Dwarf Fortress is capable of spatial audio even though it doesn't do it. Oh, geez, yeah. No, that's a pretty big life commitment. Stress is understandable in that instance. And we are stuck in an ad, so I will pause. But chat room, thank you very much for that hype train. You guys are very kind. Shoutouts to Fanyogs and Cossack, as well as Devildon and Fida, Sentient, and everybody else who kind of threw in on that. Moose. Appreciate you guys. Helping keep this channel funded one day at a time. Next major goal is try and make the numbers go up every month instead of down. It's been kind of like, not demoralizing, that's the wrong word to use, but it's been a little bit tough recently looking at stats, to put it simply. Without sounding like too much of a downer. Humbling? No, not really. Very few things happen in my job that are humbling. December was pretty humbling, but it's been a long time since December. All right, let's unpause this because there's 4 seconds left in the ad. What are you injured about? Doctor? Ability to stand lost. I'm sure that's completely unrelated to your... Oh, you've got a spinal injury. You need crutches. But yeah, not very few things have humbled me since December in this industry. The dwarves recover from spinal injuries. No. No, they don't. Unfortunately. Spinal cord injuries are no joke, like in real life. Not even your divine presence? Divine isn't the way I would describe that presence. No, because it can't fall to the left or right. Gravity is absolute and not affected by wind. So my fall trap will fall exactly where it needs to fall. Nowhere else. So no, we don't need to worry about that. I do, however, need dwarves to come down here and do this, which they haven't yet. A bit annoying, but, you know. Wild boar was fighting with a cougar. Oh, I have a wild boar. Not to be confused with the wild west in my fort. I'm going to go and stab it to death. Although that didn't... Oh, I see. I didn't click the right button. Confirm. You're fighting with my tame cougar. There's a lot of blood in here. Most of it is cougar and boar blood. This boar Most recently, collided with a stray cougar and knocked the cougar over. And is now, well, dead, I suppose. Dwarf just ran in and stabbed the wild boar with his iron spear, tearing the muscle and fracturing the skull. A tendon has been torn, and the skull has been torn, and the force pulls the neck, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. Pretty sure it's dead. Yes, it is in fact a mangled corpse now. A lot of blood in this room. Meanwhile, this cougar is experiencing mortal fear. Well, that's kind of sad. Probably shouldn't have put all of this flooring out here, but I thought it would look nice. You don't want the, yeah, so basically if you have a Forgotten Beast body that isn't rotten and isn't mangled and it's made out of a butcheral material, then you have to, like Devilish Potato said, or Telenartho said, you have to place it close to the Forgotten Beasts. They have to be in close proximity. And then if they don't automatically queue the job up, which they usually do if they're butcherable, you have to click on the butcher shop that you've created close to them and just put the task on it that says butcher animal, which is a manual task. Some more migrants have arrived. All these dwarves run in to go claim items. We're all just getting more extra articles of clothing, mostly. A doggo. Got a pupper in the fort. Or a paper maker. You dream of mastering a skill. Grab a whip, please. Although I just added the wrong dwarf. That's fine. You also grab a whip, please. What's up, Chupa Station? You were just brought in, though. Oh, boy. Does this no longer sort by the most recent dwarves to join? Oh, it's sorted previously. Oh, there you are. Novice Marksdwarf. Will you join? That's a yak. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure we have spatial audio in the game now. I think they snuck that in because I don't recall hearing like a river when I was close to a river. I don't recall any of that. Also, the Soaked Faith wants me to make a thing for them. Okay, Dranos got reelected. Oh, interesting. So that's what pops up in the nobles. It tells me that Dranos got reelected. Sparring combat. Interesting. All is now available. So the Soaked Faith has many worshippers and now requires a temple and a priest. The location must be built and furnished. Let's see, does that pop up in here at all anywhere? Assuming not. Oh, is it because your name's funny? Yeah, I wouldn't have picked up on that at any point. Yeah, some people are going to be upset about that. That doesn't bother me at all, though. The petitions popping up in there. On the Colbert Report a couple years ago? Well, there you go. Learning the important information from the Colbert Report. That's almost funnier. Although that's also like, you know, towns and places having names that are curse words in different languages, which is always amusing. Like super funny, even though it's not actually funny in the slightest. Let's make a bunch of tombs. Even though most of the bodies have probably already been tossed. Mostly an above ground fort. I mean, it goes all the way up to here, so it's mostly above ground. I mean, technically, a lot of my bedrooms are below ground down here, but yes, it is an above ground fort. It's an above ground fort focused on astronomy, which we've kind of pulled off because I have a bunch of books in here that are all books on astrology. Because I was lucky enough and found a spot that had a whole bunch of books on such subjects. Quite entertaining. Because I named the fort Starfield. Which, I'll be honest, is just a matter of trying to get SEO for Dwarf Fort. Because it's really hard to get SEO for Dwarf Fort. This turns out it's very rare that people search for Dwarf Fort. But, you know, it's a curse of my own making. I mean, unintentional fun. I mean, it's just like there was a very brief period of time where popular slang, specifically in California and like the USA, Canada, and Western countries, was to refer to your partner as bae, B-A-E, which means poop in 3 different languages. So, and in one language, it's a curse word. So, you know, there's many instances of that. Or it's just like the gas station Esso. In Canada, it's not called Esso because apparently Esso is a... I just covered this entire area up here in bones. Well, that's great. Apparently Esso is a curse word in like 11 languages or something. Are archers working again? I mean, they work better. Are they working perfectly? No. They still have the old AI. But you can equip different ammo types now. Which is enough for me, anyway. She found her boo. Hardy. It took me a second to realize that that was a joke. But requires more testing for me to give you like a sturdy response on the Marksdwarves. Very much requires more testing from me. Okay, well, this is mostly constructed, which is what I need. Oopsies. And I'm going to go here and place, let's use green glass, kind of nice here. Are you gathering, yeah, you are gathering cobwebs. When you assign a squad to a barracks, is there an option to store their individual weapons and armor there? Or do you need to place chests and cabinets and stockpiles and armor and weapon racks? So you check the box that says they will store their gear there when they are off duty. Okay? And then, yes, you need to put equipment storage for them. Otherwise, they will just get removed and put into a stockpile. So you check the box that says, yes, this is used for storage. And then tell your dwarves to... what's the word I'm looking for here? And then from there, they will equip it. Like, that's quite literally it. It's that simple. It's a very simple thing. And also, I just realized I shouldn't be doing this. I need to go back down in here for a second. Yeah, you don't if you put stockpiles, you'll just get infinite loops. You just need to put chests or coffers and armor stands and weapon racks in there. Because they do put backpacks and stuff into the other thing, which I'm blanking on right now. They put backpacks into chests. Backpacks and flasks. Or there's an alternative for flasks, and I always blank on what it is. But there's two kinds of flasks. Also, I just realized that this actually isn't going to work, because I need it to be coming from over here. Or rather, this isn't a permanent solution, I guess. We'll go for both. And this can go this way. Essentially, I'm making sure that there's more flow into my water setup here. So I need to bring water in from over here on this side. I think this is flowing in from off map. Should be. Hope it is. It looks like it's not, but oh boy. Although I could maybe actually make this easier on myself. Let's go this way instead. And then go above it from up here. And then we'll just channel down. It'll actually make our life a lot easier. Melanair, thank you very much for the raid. How was Starfield today? I'm assuming you're still playing Starfield. I didn't look today, I'll be honest. How was Starfield today if you were still playing Starfield? Is Bethesda's massive overhaul mod for Skyrim in space good? Still? Or are you just seeing repeated bases and whatnot? Guidal as well. Hello. Melanair, guess what? Look at this. This is a new window. It's every single notification from your entire fort. Forever. Which is pretty rad. I don't know why these ones are grayed out. Genuinely no idea. Well, I know why Curses is, but pretty rad. So you're saying you didn't really like Space Texas then? It's a lot of tabs. Yeah, it is a lot of tabs. You can also unpause while in combat and watch those tabs update in real time. You don't have any of those notifications? Yeah, but I do for a fact have death ones. I have notifications of people that have died. A couple, like 5. Don't hit your elbow on your chair. That's bad. Oh, wait. I guess, like, the curses tab should update now because Stone hit their elbow on the chair. That's a good question. Let's test that and find out. I don't actually know because I haven't like saved and quit and then reloaded the save yet. I would assume it's the entire history. You're running to make some noms. Go make your noms, Bell. See you when we see you. But thank you very much for the raid. First raid of the day. Also, if you guys would like to listen to a lovely Finnish individual talk about video games with a lot of rolled R's, go give Bellinair a follow. Please. I'll click on Bellinair's name and give Bellinair a follow, and maybe we can convince him to play Dwarfs again. Okay, let's try reloading this. Yeah, I'd be surprised if they're not like all time, but I love getting stats on my YouTube channel. It's like, number of likes decreased by 19%. Number of dislikes increased by 31%. That's kind of funny. Engagement down by 41%. Awesome. All right. So let's see. Did those save? Yep, they save. How long can zombie sieges last? Intelligent undead will leave eventually. Same with necromancers and soldiers. Zombies just stay until you kill them. Wait, what's the goal? Making dislikes increase, or are we talking about something else? I literally, I have this YouTube extension that I use for some stats and things, and I just got an email from them saying, we got your monthly stats ready. I was like, okay, cool. I'm ready to have my heart broken again. And yep. Feels good. You were responding to dislikes. I think just likes in general have gone down, the number of likes my videos are getting, because the amount, it's like, that number goes down alongside of, like, just content uploading in general. And people are way faster to dislike shorts than YouTube videos, because shorts get put in the shorts feed, so they're, like, forcibly served to people. And believe it or not a lot of people looking at the shorts feed are generally looking for Dwarf Fortress content. So like I get about 20% like or dislikes on all of my shorts, and because I've been uploading more shorts recently, that's part of the reason the dislikes is up. My average video still gets like 98 to 99% likes to dislikes. Like, that part's fine. It's just specifically shorts, which is kind of funny. Yeah, no, shorts just like sporadically massively overinflate their own views. And like that's just all short form content. I don't really like that about short form content in particular. It's like kind of, yeah, I don't know. Maybe my least favorite thing about short form content in general is the fact that it does that. Can you make a new small island in the water somehow? Does the water freeze at any point? Like, what are you trying to, like, when you say bridge, are you saying like a retracting bridge, like one of these? Or are you saying like just like a road? Because making a walkway is pretty easy. Making like a bridge that can retract isn't so easy because they have a maximum amount of length that they can have. And let's also just go to floors. Place all these. Just get rid of these boulders that way. Yeah, well, what I would say is build floors until the drawbridge can reach. And then build the rest of the pieces that you need for your project. It's probably the best way to go about that. Not the retract kind? Yeah, then just use floors. Like, what are you having that's so difficult? Like, usually what I would do for something like that is I would just build, like, floors doing this. Well, I mean, like, okay, hold on. Let's just jump up to the surface. Like, I've got this river, right? If I want to make a bridge, let's make floors. Let's just say, I don't know, siltstone. And then I would put, like, a wall there. Let's just say out of fire clay and a wall there. That's all you need to do to make a bridge. And that's not limited by size. It'll just take the dwarves a little bit to build it. Whereas, like, if you're trying to use a retracting bridge or a raising bridge, this bit has to be sitting on the dirt. So I think probably what happened, based on your response, is when you're building a, like materials like that, the dwarves have to be able to access the material on both sides. So if it's not accessible on both sides, you might get some cancellations, but like that's the only thing I can really think about or think of that could be causing that. And let's real quick slaughter a bunch of livestock. Random yak on... Oh, do I have a random yak on my wall? I mean, some things about this game will never change. And you know what? I'm okay with that. Although I shouldn't eat these cougar cubs because they're too cute. And this war grizzly here can be assigned to... Looking for my mayor. Where's my mayor? You can be assigned to our mayor. There's our manager. There you are. Cadranos has a grizzly bear that will follow him the end of the world. Okay. I still miss being able to set training ammo types and normal combat ammo types. I need to make a temple here. I started doing that and got distracted. Also, massive shoutouts once again to Bellinair for that raid. This channel never gets raids. It's one of the biggest struggles I actually have. It's not the fact that this game isn't heavily watched on Twitch. It's just because this game isn't heavily watched and it's mostly just me here most of the time, nobody really raids me outside of other smaller channels from within the directory, so the larger raids go a very long way and keep this channel alive. It was the biggest struggle before Dwarf Fortress launch, and it's becoming the biggest struggle again. It's difficult for me to grow, and it's difficult for other people in the directory to grow because nobody raids Dwarf Fortress streams. Sag. Thank you, Mr. Raven. I keep getting emails about TwitchCon. It's like, guys, it's not for a month and a bit. Without them flying out of a pit. To get rid of them? Weapons of any kind. Stab them with something sharp or hit them with something not sharp. And cage traps near doorways. So this is going to be a new temple to the soaked whatever the balls. Coven of Rims. The Soaked Faith, the god of mountains, caverns, earth, and rivers. Wait. Was it them? I thought I already had one for that god. I had one for the Cyclopean Order and one for the Denomination of Mountains. Very popular. All right, well, I guess I don't need to make a second one. Because this already was dedicated to the Soaked Faith. Yeah, okay, so I literally just need to recognize priesthood. I didn't even need to build a thing. I already had it all built. I'm going to give this to Hogan. That's what we're going to do. That makes my life a lot easier. Yeah, that's generally what Gfin said is generally what I do. I usually train them to butcher them as well. After catching them in cages. Let's get more fire clay in here. Okay, well, I need to do the upper layer of all of this. But let's finish that power creek down here. And we are going to place a fortification like right there. Make you out of the nearest material. Should be that. And we'll get this water flowing. If they're sentient, you don't generally get them as agitated, but if they're not sentient, then you can use the pit pond function to throw them into a thing, pen pasture to drag them to a place to be killed by your squads, or alternatively, construct all of the cages at the edge of the map and then pull a lever to release them. So if they're like animal people, you have a few different options. Is basically what you want to do with sentient prisoners. They're pretty good for training your military, though, which is kind of the mean thing to say, but it's true. They're pretty good for training your military. Okay, so we got dwarf number 1 coming here to channel this out. This is going to disappear. And we got dwarf number 2 coming up here to channel this out, although I'm just going to real quick put some glass on top of this. There it goes. It all begins to flow in. I don't know if this is going to become an issue or not. I hope not. I need this wheel to start spinning. We've got an artifact that's just started. I don't know what material they're using, so I'm going to swap it for something that's more accessible.
I'm a fire in my ladle.
I'm awake now.
Butterfingers Crypt Beer.
Hi. Thanks for the $100. What did I do? I mean, that is the most financially efficient way to support me through Twitch until we get Partner Plus, but like, geez, dude. Hi, Awake, we're chat. Hi, chat. I'm streamer. I'm playing video games on the internet, hopefully. I do still exist, yes. This is this is true. You make a valid point, but thank you. Regardless. It means a lot, dude. Really does. Thanks for the penny. It's all good, dude. Trust me, the most helpful thing you can do for this channel is simply commenting on my YouTube videos and, you know, leaving a like now and again. Like, quite literally, that is the most helpful thing you can do. So, I wouldn't worry about it too much. I may end up just like bringing some water down from the aquifer for this. It is like refusing to function. I love it when people just lose their subscriptions and are still able to post emotes. Kind of makes me happy. It's like, yes. Getting one over on the system. Damn right. I need to get water. I've made this extraordinarily inconvenient for myself. I'm going to make me an aquifer flow section. I need more efficient power that is more efficient and better-er. More better-er. Speaking of more better-er, I need to memorialize one Darius who unfortunately turned into a pancake earlier in this fort, which is not great when you're trying to remain a sentient living dwarven being. So because they became a pancake, they ceased to dwarf particularly efficiently, so now I need to make them a memorial about how they used to dwarf efficiently before they became a pancake. Darius. Also Darky, apparently. Oh, never mind. It's Mistim who's possessing this dwarf. not Darius. So Darius, you're alive, but you are throwing a tantrum because you are possessed by a different dwarf, which is pretty bad, in fact. I think that there's a ghost. Because this is considered crime, I wonder if this means... I wonder if that means that I can arrest snatchers. Also, a bunch of counts of vandalism. I wonder, can I accuse the ghost of doing that? Or will that upset them? I'm going to give you some of the convictions. The rest I'm going to give to a ghost and see if this upsets dwarves. I'm assuming it will. Wait, hold on a second. Is Starfield actually banning mods and review bombing Starfield? What's going on at Starfield? Like, genuine question. I haven't been following. I thought people were just kind of like, yeah, it's fine and not super buggy. Anyways. I'm convicting a ghost of a crime, is what I'm doing. In fairness, the ghost did commit the crime. Let's see how the captain of the guard feels about me convicting a ghost of a crime. Aerial War, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Cheers, friend. But seriously, Suited, thank you very much for making my whole week. It means a lot. It really does. Beating criminal, okay. Captain of the guard. Ord. Fondness after becoming a parent. All right. Darius has been found dead. Oh. Well, I mean, committing a crime is a really good way to turn into a red smear on the floor. So, essentially, what happened was, Darius, you got attacked. You tantrumed and attacked a grizzly bear, and lived to tell the tale, and then got punched in the head by a master lasher, who's one of our enforcers, shall we say, and now you are in many, many, many pieces. Someone made an anti-diversity mod and Nexus took it off their site and sent a very spicy email to the creator. Oh, shoutouts to Nexus. The people who run, I know Nexus mods gets a bad rap for like trying to make a living, but like they are, the people who run Nexus mods are genuinely good people in my experience. Like they are pretty great whenever like they are tested, like whenever like ethics need to be tested or something, they tend to just generally be on the right side of what I would deem the right thing to do. All right, let's make some more slabs. Someone made a paid mod that made a bunch of money that basically enables the graphics settings that should have been around to begin with. Okay, are we talking about anti-diversity mods or graphics mods? Because these are two different things. Two different mods. Okay. I'm gonna say, because like that doesn't sound like an anti-diversity mod. And wait, are you talking about like DLSS? Because I saw a bunch of DLSS mods popping up. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I thought you were saying that Bethesda should have had, like, racist options in to begin with, and I was about to ask you some very serious questions, so I'm glad we got that cleared up. Cured up? Cured up. Yeah, that's a word. That would be very redundant. Oh my god, love. Although someone should do it. For no reason. If someone could actually do that, though, I would be impressed, genuinely. Because to my knowledge, there was only one mod that was actually removed from the workshop for Dwarf Fortress, which was the mod that both enabled slavery and made dwarves the, air quotes, correct skin tone. Which, begs multiple questions. Like, usually a mega racist faction you can join. That's mostly Elder Scrolls. It's mostly specifically Elder Scrolls. But that's also because it's a, you know, it's a fantasy world, and realistically, are you going to, is it really a fantasy world if it doesn't include, like, realistic stereotypes such as the racist guys? Like, there's always going to be that one xenophobic faction. It's like, okay, well, I mean, you kind of, it's a weird RPG if you don't allow for that, in my opinion. Unless it's, like, straight up an antagonistic faction like the evil dudes in CUD. It kind of, I am of the opinion that it makes sense to have evil factions and make them joinable in a game like that. For the same reason that when I played Skyrim, it was basically just like, I'm going to stalk and murder people as a vampire and have a good time doing that, which is literally all I did in Skyrim. And it was entertaining for a little bit. Talking about Fallout 4. No, just Bethesda games. I mean, I don't want to say I agree with the Imperials, but of all of the character choices, that's the one I would never play. It's, okay, put back in Caves of Cud? That was never in an official capacity, so what do you mean by put back in? I mean, mods are mods. They get shared around on third-party websites completely unrelated. I mean, yeah, you can mod the game yourself to allow for that if you want. I don't, it's the was it ever put back in part that I don't get. On the Steam Workshop? Probably not. And probably not just out of spite. But I actually got to talk to Jason about that at PAX this past week, which was very interesting. Okay, so siltstone, hematite, electrum, rough milk quartzites, some bones, raw clear glass, sterling silver bars, and tapered baguette cut tourmalines. I mean, that's just normal cat activities. Like, you can't have a cat race of people and make them perfectly respected. They're cats. They're gonna do cat things. Like, genuinely, like, that's very fitting of a cat character archetype. Like, I don't see anything wrong with this. Cats are asinine little thieves who will steal your shit and leave a dead animal on your patio. Like, you can't convince me otherwise. You know, honestly, I'd rather just think of them as cats, because if you think of them as gypsies, it then suddenly becomes a very racist stereotype. If you think of them as just cat people, it makes perfect sense. If you think of them as gypsies, then it gets weird. Vomit on your keyboard. No, that's generally what, like, people on 4chan do when they think they're debating somebody. The mayor has met with the outpost liaison and says, let's discuss your situation. Merit deserves reward, yada yada. I don't care. Still don't care. Yada yada yada. Not listening. Blah 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 blah. All right, let's sell a bunch of arrows. Arrow. Okay, apparently I have 300 iron arrows. I have a okay, I'm gonna sell all these wooden ones. Specifically the wooden arrows, because I can't melt them down or make them into anything. Oh, right. Yeah, I did that, didn't I? I was like, I've got so many iron bolts. Where are they? I put them on a pedestal to increase the value of a thing a while ago. Anyway, I can remove those now. We can use those elsewhere. Let's melt down those iron arrows. An exam year was really worried you'd fail. You actually passed at a full grade. Hell yeah! Sounds like the anxiety wasn't necessary. You kill humans without remorse. That's what humans would do as well. I mean, if you were... I mean, humans kill humans without remorse. If you're playing a cat person, naturally you have to be a natural hunter. Come on. Please. 20 years of Steam, I feel old. Like, genuinely saw that today. I was like, wow. Although the timeline thing that they have is pretty cool. And also, Half-Life 2 is $1, so go buy Half-Life 2 if you haven't played Half-Life 2. See, what that thing really should say was, Steam, almost as old as Dwarf Fortress. Also, it was Telenartho making that artifact, which I completely missed. Telenartho has created Keshem As Incel. I'm sorry. Siltstone Scepter. That's it. I know that's not how you spell incel, but that looks like incel to me. Kesem Incel. A Siltstone Scepters and offers it to the Sky of Rims. This is a Siltstone Scepter. All craft dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval hematite cabochons and encircled with bands of round siltstone cabochons, calbone and single-cut clear glass gems, and sterling silver. This object menaces with spikes of milk quartz and calbone. On the item is an image of Urgrig, a jagged scepter, and a jagged silver left gauntlet in Electrum. On the item is an image of Forgotten Beast in Carnelian. What was the beast? I don't know, we forgot. But that gets to go into the library on the second floor, I think. They posted a big comment about how they did it on the, what's the word? In the comments section, Mr. Raven. I think I pinned it. Speaking of Iron Peak, actually, how do you guys feel about the more recent community forts? I've been trying to like change the format slightly to make it a bit more engaging and less samey. I don't know if that's had a noticeable effect yet, but if anybody has feedback for the shifts I've been making to that show, let me know. But regardless, it should be much easier to just get Marksdwarfs to work now. What's the beta patch about? Well, there's the obvious portion, which I can show you in a second. I'm convinced the ambient audio works better. Like convinced, like it's I swear that they changed something to do with it. But this is the new thing. This is every single notification from your entire fortress as long as it's existed. Even though some of them seem to not work, but because I've had things die, but that's still not filling out. Not petitions. Petitions are not notifications. If you have a petition, just let it sit there. Which I agree with is kind of silly. Petitions should be in there somewhere. But frankly, I'm not going to complain because I think that it's a pretty miraculous addition to the game. the way I do petitions, which you can too, is if you get a petition to make a specific guild hall or something, just let it sit there until it's done, and then accept it once it's done. Yeah, it's much easier to do that and go back. Also, there's an option where you can click play while you have this up in the combat mode. So let's just say this fight is actually actively happening right here, which it's not, but like, just find a recent fight. So this fight happening here, this Goblin Bowman, if I click this, I can unpause the game and it'll pause when a new event happens. So it'll pause when the next portion of this pops up. So it'll pop, 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 boop, and you'll get the new update. So that's a thing now, which is neat. And so you can unpause and pause and read things as they're happening. Yes, it is in this beta. If you make a new uniform and give them a bow, it automatically assigns arrows to them. If you give them crossbows, it automatically assigns bolts to them. And as you can see, it is working. So this dwarf right here has bow and bolts. And I have them practicing up here on these archery targets, and it's been working, although they still have the same old AI, so they will still suicide throw themselves at the nearest thing that looks like it's stabbable. Because they don't have the new AI yet, but they're still working on that. This is just like a stopgap middle of the ground fix, from what I can tell, which is frankly what we've needed, because at the very least it works the way it used to, because it used to work more or less, just with a lot of weird quirks, but at least they work. Also, there was another little note from Putnam making the game run better. Here, I mean, I can just show it off again. There was, let's see, where is it? Can pause combat whenever new events are added. Yes, added. Oh, crash logging is a big one. Crash logging works again. Where's the other one? Major bug fixes. Fixed a multi-threading crash. Fixed crash from removing his own. I had that one a couple of times. Where's the one that I'm looking for here? Sped up mid-level map retrieval and helped slowdowns on large world embarks, and optimized relationship lookups for socializing dwarves. So I'm assuming these are both Putnam fixes. I don't know what's up with this out of bounds issue with wheelbarrows. No idea what's up with that, but yes, there is a new beta branch. There is, in fact, a new beta branch. Also, I love how somebody reads, no more private ownership in Dwarf Fortress. I'll bet you the elves loves this. It's like, no more ownership of food if the food gets dropped. Like, you could read the whole post, but I guess not. Reading, I guess, is difficult for some people. Let's just go bow. Being a huge source of line of sight slowdowns. Yeah, there's been a number of like additions to that too over the past few updates. Jeez. No, I mean, read the whole post? No, the natural thing that you do is you see that there's a new patch and then you go and leave a complaint that the game isn't multi-threaded yet. That's what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to read the whole post. You're just supposed to go complain that it's not multi-threaded yet. Don't tell anybody that it's actually multi-threaded, okay, chat? I mean, I still get comments from people in my chat. It's like, why isn't this game multi-threaded yet? It's like, it is. One, it has been for years, it's just the graphics that were multi-threaded previously. And also, now there is like line of sight multi-threading, so there you go. And then they're like, but the rest of the game isn't multi-threaded. It's like, fucking, I quit. Y'all are giving me high blood pressure. Scroll wheels still don't work on this, but that's fine. God dang it. I mean, RTX is on right now. If it was off, you'd see ASCII. Come on. I already made a parody version of the trailer ages ago. A short. This will probably be enough clothing. I'm also going to set this thing to be melted down, or melt everything on here down, because I've got a lot of gear that I really just kind of need melted down. And charcoal, let's just make, I don't know, 450. And let's make 2 more wood burners. We're stuck in an ad right now, so. Well, I mean, so I think it's since like version 40, GFin, the graphics and tile sets ran on a separate thread. So if we're going like, does this game have multi-threading? Dwarf Fortress has had multi-threading for quite some time, technically. Any invasions yet? Not in the last 20 minutes. We have had one today, though. Fended off hidden fun stuff denizen, and you accidentally let out of a gem pocket. So did it kill your first military, or do you still have the military? Because if you still have your first military, then doing all right then. Five more seconds on the ad, and it's done. +1 child and a legendary miner. Ooh, rip the legendary miner. My frame rate just like tanked. I'm about to get ambushed by elves. I don't know what it feels like. I wonder if they can even construct these. I don't think they can. Currently trying to collapse a section of cavern into a lake part to seal it, but when I do it, nothing happens. Something is still holding it up. Probably a tree. Trees will hold up sections of cavern. So a tree would be my bet. It's probably a section of tree holding it up still. What's up, Super CJ and Herman? Yeah, restart Steam. Like sometimes Steam needs a full off and on again to register new updates. This is not working very well. Seal that side up and see if we can get better flow this way. Could go across there. Let's try this. Although most of my dwarves are currently bringing items to depot to trade. Which means I should probably trade soon before they leave, which is going to happen sooner rather than later at this point. Because they're only awaiting another 700 items. Get over here, QN green tea. Oh, it's too heavy. All right, well, what do you have that's heavy? I'll take that horse. It looks delicious. And the barrels? There we go. Good trade. Because the school hasn't managed to give you working keys. That's awful. Are you staying in, like, student housing? Yeah, if it's sitting directly on top of a tree, it won't cave in. Because trees support cliffs. Just like we support the SAG-AFTRA and the writer's strike. They support boulders from falling. I need heavy stuff. There we go. Traded for a bunch of meat. Had to do was give you the keys I gave back to them when I checked out. That's okay. That's kind of crazy that you have to give them keys to check out. Unless, like, you just returned from being away for a while or something. Can I just say shoutouts to the person who left a negative review for Dwarf Fortress saying, I love RimWorld but couldn't get into this, and they have 9 hours? Because if you love RimWorld, you clearly put more time and effort into learning RimWorld. If you like RimWorld, then you'd know that you need more than 9 hours to figure out if you like a game like this or not. But I digress. Right, okay, so like school just started again and you got locked out. I get it. Okay, this is starting to make more sense now. Also, I'm going to put that scepter up here. $207 hours in Dwarf Fort, though? That's a non-trivial amount of time. Okay, there we go. They are now done with being merchants. Go back to forbidding all of you. Well, that's probably got something to do with my frame rate being not great. So there's a bunch of scholars and people hanging out in my creek here. Well, at the very least, this problem is going to go away the literal second winter comes. Because they're all going to freeze to death instantly. My tavern is public, I think. Okay, no, my tavern isn't public. Isn't my library public? They should be able to go to the library. Because they're trying to get somewhere they're not supposed to be, likely. They're studying hydrology. They're studying how to freeze to... You know what? Chat, I have a question. Do I try to get them out, yes or no? More guests are just going to show up if I don't, so I'm going to. But I want to know what you guys think. They're studying boredom, most likely. All right, I'm gonna go pull this lever and be like, get out of the river, or get good at breathing underwater. Although this one's gonna go away real quick. Sorry, Nomal the historian. May your knowledge of philosophy and history go bye-bye. Oh, no, never mind. You didn't actually die, I don't think. Maybe you did. Yes, you did. Whoops. All right, now hopefully this gets them out of the puddle. I'm sure this is fine. Repair a lot of slabs. They're not part of my faction, so I don't actually need to do that. There is a necromancer in here, which I'm very concerned about. Do any of you have books? Like, you're all scholars, so you'd think that you'd bring books. Huh. Odd. All right, well, I'm not going to worry about that. Not too much, anyway. A treading water necromancer, yep. Wow, they were actually able to build that corner piece? I'm impressed. So necromancers are perfectly normal dwarves with weird hobbies. The difference between necromancers and normal dwarves is necromancers are capable of resurrecting the dead when they are experiencing mortal fear. Basically, if they are in combat, they can resurrect the skeletons or bodies around the map as zombies or bits and pieces of bodies. So what Mr. Raven said is wrong. They will not just randomly resurrect stuff. They will only resurrect stuff if they feel threatened. So keep them out of situations of combat, and then you are fine. Back in the day, they used to just resurrect anybody they'd see for no particular reason. And that's why you get some guttural fear with them, but they are exactly the same as a normal dwarf. And there's like a 60% chance if they do resurrect a zombie, it won't be part of your faction. But that doesn't necessarily mean it'll be hostile. It's like a 50-50 chance that it will be neutral to you. You know, fun fact is Craigslist has actually banned the, like, what'd they call it? Not missed connections, but like personals or whatever. That whole section got removed due to sex trafficking issues, which makes sense. So ads of that sort are no longer on Craigslist. I need big, strong monster slayer to help me. Good luck with that one. This is taking forever because I'm using so much rough fire clay for everything. Oh yeah, no, totally. Like, that's a perfectly safe job for him to do. Necromancers are very useful dwarves, though. Like, there are some tricks with them to get them to consistently resurrect intelligent undead, and intelligent undead are great to have around, so... I don't think that necromancers are a bad thing to have in your fort in the slightest. Some people don't like them, but I think they're kind of great. Personally, I wish that they were more... They wouldn't just migrate to your fort. I wish they were harder to get. Like in the older versions, they used to be much harder to just acquire. They used to not just randomly migrate to your fort, but it's been a thing in the game for so long now, a lot of people don't remember that. But back in the day, you had to specifically attack them and steal their books and learn their skills, and they wouldn't migrate to your fort. Or only horizontally. They will drip down from the ceiling, yes. Uh-oh. I just realized I fucked up. It's okay, though. I can fix it. And a legendary peasant philosopher? Oh, that's kind of rad. Let's do that and this. Yeah, no, I mean, there's lots of ways to make your profile not public, basically. Lots and lots of ways. A geographer that has just arrived is always exciting. So when Blind knew that he fucked up, not really. Things are okay still. Also, we are almost at 200 subscriber points for the Partner Plus, which is cool. Oh, wow, are you actually powered? This feels like it's draining, though. But you seem to be powered pretty consistently, so I'm going to pull this lever, lock this door, and lock this door. There's never been a max number of dwarves. The game just had a setting, and it's always had a setting, so you can set that number to whatever you want. However, Dwarf Fortress has a habit of making your computer like do its best fetal position impression if you crank those numbers up to maximum. Creed, I owe you a sound command. Thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you, dude. At least I think I owe you a sound command. And thank you very much for these 6 points towards Partner Plus. And you should have the other commands. And now we need a Craftsdwarf guild, apparently. Super CJ, thanks for the tier 2 for 15 months. So Craftsdwarf's guild needs a grand guild hall. So where is my Craftsdwarf's guild currently? This? Nope, that's the Weaver's guild. Where's the Craftsdwarf's guild? This the Craftsdwarf's guild? This is the Craftsdwarf's guild. Well, fortunately, it's almost high enough value already. Don Baron, what up, dude? Good to see you, mate. Put some fancy statues in here. The beer thing is amazing. You can just like summon beer in chat. Who doesn't like that?
Deja vu.
I have been in this place before. Thank you very much for the $5, Fida. You're very, very kind. Is there anyone here without a sub? Who here doesn't have a sub? Press 1. There's always people here who aren't subbed. Does that mean we're going to see you around again? Now that you're going back to studying? What the heck is that? Is that a walrus man? It's a walrus man. That's a statue of a walrus man.
L5 vibin.
L5 vibin. Sometimes you just gotta L5 the hi-fi. Salty also wants you to post beers. Deja Chu, yes. No, you guys have been extraordinarily generous today. You quit because you were always busy and gaming again and stuff. It will be fun times. Hell yeah. Welcome back to the realm of gamers. Where we, I don't know, play games and eat Doritos and drink Mountain Dew. What else did gamers do? Something, I fucked your mom on Xbox Live. I mean, what? Anyway, this is how Baron is going to run out of points pretty quick. Agreed to build a grand guild hall. It's not quite high enough value. On these tables. I said eat Doritos. I did not say yeet Doritos. I mean, either or, really. Like, I'm sure both are applicable to gamers. Get mad at game, yeet Doritos out window. Profit. No, it's your uncle that works for your Nintendo. Although one of my favorite things is my friend Kevin. Whenever kids would be like, I don't know, did whatever to your mom on Xbox Live, he would just take his headset off and be like, Mom, do you know, reads the guy's Xbox name out loud. Person, they claim to have, like, met you before. And she goes, no? He goes, oh, there you go. Very music to me. There we go. We've completed the Grand Guild Hall. Ghostly Marksdwarf has been put to rest. Need RGB lights? No, no, you don't. Reject the RGB. Discuss axiomatic reasoning? Can someone explain in one sentence what axiomatic reasoning is? This dwarf has floofy hair. I like it. We're all discussing axiomatic reasoning. They also like climatic. They've been talking about traumatic injuries, climatic adaptation, the screw, and the padlock. No lights at all. There's actually a lot of lights in here. It's quite bright in here, actually. Wait. I mean, it's been a while since you were around a whole bunch, so. But Mr. Raven, thank you very much for gifting us sub to Sanic, by the way. Appreciate you, mate. All right, so we've done all that. I really should start working on the upper levels of the thingy. Written objects, including copies. Why? Whatever happened to, like, my other 35 books? I had so many books, and they're all gone. Their fuckers stole them, probably. They're in the river? No, because they would still be considered as part of the map. Anyway, all the people in the river are dying now, so... It's fine. That or they're learning to swim. One of the two. I mean, I was going to read it. You don't need to at me with it, devilish. It's still on my screen. It's a method in logic procedure, which is an entire system of science is generated in accordance with specified rules and logical dedication. Okay, I understood none of that, so thank you. But yeah, please don't ever do that. It's one of my pet peeves. It's like, you don't need to at me with a thing just because I haven't read it yet. I either A, intentionally didn't read it, or B, just haven't gotten to it yet, because there's a lot of other things in chat. So yeah, you don't need to go pointing at things that I haven't read yet. How are we doing on iron? Ours, 60. What are most of my dwarves up to right now? Well, you're making charcoal at least. Hi, Creed. I owe you a sound command. And also, you should have access to the tier 2 sound commands as well, which are available via !annoy me. So you too can be annoying if you want.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Honestly, I'd rather not. But, I mean, squirrels can be entertaining sometimes. Super CJ Man, you do need those, though. I thought that you were on that list, but I guess not. There you go. Oh, I see. I had a CJ Man with an extra 7. Did you remove a 7 from your name? Or did I typo that? I may have just typoed that. It's likely I typoed that. That is most certainly my own fault. Oh, you just changed to T2 this time. Okay, there you go. Old account? Yeah, possible. Okay, so I'm going to go throw a bridge into here. All right, let's make sure that all of this is aquifer, which it is! Yay. So this is the only way to dig into an aquifer without them canceling constantly, is by channeling up and into the bottom of it. That's also way more efficient, because you'll get way more flow. And I'm going to put a lever right here. And then down here at the end of this, I will make sure that we've dug into the back of this. I will smooth this. And I think I'm just going to throw doors into here. To fill this in and this in. Know exactly where you put your main staircase? They generally cover the majority of the map when you have an aquifer on the map. So it doesn't matter where you put your main staircase. But it's good to get good at cutting through aquifers anyway, so. Right, am I digging down? I'm digging down, not up. I need to dig up, not down. This is a waste of everybody's time. These need to be this tool, not that tool. What do I think of Starfield? It's a video game that exists, possibly a video game of all time. I couldn't be more indifferent on its existence, to be honest. That's how I feel about Starfield. There's really kind of no thoughts, head empty. I've never really understood the interest and excitement and hype for Bethesda games. They kind of do nothing for me, largely. Yeah, I see. I fixed them. Okay, but like, is there a Starship Troopers overhaul mod yet? Because then it would be a very good place to say, bugs! Lots and lots of bugs! It's a bad planet! A bug! Okay, so there needs to just be like a it's a bad planet, a bug planet reference in there somewhere. Otherwise, that is a virtually unplayably terrible game. I've heard good things about it, yeah. I mean, it's made by the guys who made Squad, so I would expect it to be at least decent. Like, they know how to make a good first-person shooter, so... If you can make a shooter feel good, then you're halfway through, like, the necessary requirements to make a good game like that. And you just gotta cram it full of memes. Is the cave cleared? No, not even close. Otherwise, the frames would be about twice what they are right now. I had that cleared once, but it's dropped back down, so I'm assuming it's got something to do with the fact that there's still cavefish people everywhere. But since Don Barrand asks so nicely, I don't play Bethesda games. I find them to be painstakingly dull. There was a post that I saw the other day, which is basically like, man, it's a shame that all you can do in Starfield is exactly the same stuff that you can do in Fallout with an added like flying minigame. If I'm gonna play a space game, I want to play a space game. I don't want to play a Bethesda game that is given the coat of paint to make it look like a space game. That isn't particularly interesting to me. I If I were to go play a space game right now, I would probably go play either No Man's Sky or X Foundations. Those are the two space games I would go play if I wanted to play a space game. Apparently they do, except for grenades, Jetpack Tuxedo. Like, I've seen a bunch of clips of people going to go throw grenades and then they just fly into orbit, which is kind of like the scene from the old Superman movie where he, like, throws the football into orbit. That might be worse. I don't know. I think it's kind of hysterical, actually. Quality gaming. Ah, a force that is dark and vile hath done arriveth. And there are a human with them this time. Okay, so it's just a siege. Okay, hold on. We actually do need to turn the thing on this time. Okay, this is a non-trivial siege, everybody. I repeat, we have a non-trivial siege, meaning there's more than 2 of them. That is enough reason to be terrified in and of itself. I'm going to send this squad up here, and we may need to do the big Splat 9000, which will be fun. Does Dwarf game run on Mac? Not natively, but it works within a wrapper. It's supposed to run natively. They're working on it. Actually, I wonder if they even have ammo right now. Yeah, they do actually have ammo. Well, that's good. Snatchers, protect the childs? Well. Oh, look at this. They're working. Check this out. He's firing bolts. There's no combat logs there, but, like, he's trying. Okay, well, then he goes and does the dwarf thing. Well, good for you. Dwarf, you did the dwarf thing. I'm very proud of you. Do you even have a way back up? No, he doesn't. I kind of hoped that he wouldn't make that jump, but, you know, here we are. So I guess you die now? Let's check out this. Marksdwarf, so... Scholar. How do I get that to pop up? I guess I could just look at this. Flying iron arrow strikes the Marksdwarf in the lower body, tearing the muscle, and it's lodged firmly in the wound. Well, you got hit by an arrow. So easily broken, this does not scare me. How do they jump through fortifications? You know, I've been wondering that for years, and... Good question. They used to be able to teleport through walls, too, if they dodged at the right angle, so... At least they can't do that anymore. At least I don't think. I haven't seen that in a very long time. So easily broken, this does not scare me. The flying wild boar bones strikes the goblin in the upper body, tearing the muscle and bruising the lung. Well, I mean, they are shooting this dude repeatedly, and because he has no armor on, they're able to do damage to him. I don't think they're going to be able to do damage to this guy. Flying iron arrow strikes the Marksdwarf in the neck. Okay, so my dwarves are getting hit, so I'm just going to send my normal military squad in. Because this is a pretty small siege, I think. Let's double check. It's pretty small. We can fight this. I don't need to use the Drop-O-Matic 9000. Oh, look at this. Now my Marksdwarves are just in the fight. Well, I guess I need to figure out a tower structure that works. Because this clearly ain't. Normal combat come in. Let's follow Stone aka Seashore's wall and unpause the game. So this is the way this works now. So I'm just going to shut chat off for a second so you guys can see the whole thing. If I unpause the game, this pops up. Then when I unpause the game, this pops up, right? So the next event pops up, and then it pauses again. So that's how this works, which is kind of cool. So you can actually follow minute by minute and then move the camera around as things happen. Jump back into here, unpause, repause. The militia commander pulls on the embedded spear. The militia commander stabs the goblin crossbowman. A ligament has been torn. The militia commander scratches the goblin crossbowman in the fourth toe. Yeah, that's pretty rad. Dwarves just like roll up and through them all. Yeah, I think I lost my entire Marksdwarf squad. But hey, you know, we're still... I'm relearning how Marksdwarves work and the weirdness with their AI. And at the very least, we can get them to equip ammo. So that is a positive so far. I like spears. I like spears, personally. Spears are my weapon of choice. Actually, no, let's just give them all a break. Piling on opponents? Yep, and we won. I'm just waiting for this river to freeze. Okay, so there is still one goblin crossbowman alive. So my squad up here to go kill him. He's pale and seriously injured. Not super threatening, I would say. So he's fighting. He was fighting with the Spearmaster, but got wrecked at the very last bit there. Literally got grabbed by the neck and strangled. Yeah, strangled him. Look at that. Strangled him to death, chat. Gotta respect the ruthless efficiency. Guarding your old library fort. Took a 110 member siege. Only lost one dwarf. Wow. Yeah, no, I like spears. Spears are my favorite. Also, look at the frame rate, chat. Remember what the frame rate was when all of those scholars were in the water? Although it's dropping again, so maybe not. Maybe it is actually just the fish people's fault. All right, so I'm gonna move this forward by one. I'm also going to build a ramp going up here. We can get this body down. These two bodies down, actually. Also need to get back underground and check on this. We can just let that run for a little bit, I think. Until this whole thing starts to fill up. Let's get a little bit more reach on this. This aquifer is weak. It is a light aquifer, that is for sure. Also, some of you may remember I've been commenting on and off that I'm worried about my neighbor who he's younger than me and smokes like crazy and had COVID not too long ago and now just like coughs outside all day every day. He doesn't cough as much, and you want to know why? My other neighbor gave him a thing of Vicks vapor rub, and now he like has stopped coughing altogether. It's kind of hysterical. It's like, man, who knew that Vicks could just like solve your long COVID symptoms? No, he smokes cigarettes. He doesn't smoke weed. Well, he does smoke weed sometimes, but no, he just chain smokes cigarettes all day. Like, he does occasionally smoke weed, but... He got vapes. He got better. Well, I just heard him cough. Like, he still coughs, but, like, it's not to the severity or frequency or consistency. If they have a clear path, do they just have... You just asked and answered the same question, Max. You asked and answered the same question. When they run out of arrows, they charge. So you have to make sure that more arrows or more bolts are more accessible than charging. Okay, where is my Armor's Guild Hall? It might be this one? No, that's a temple. This one? It's the Ranger Guilds. That's the Farmer Guild. Oh boy, you need a lot of value. No, Mako just asked and answered their own question in the same sentence, so it's like your assumption is correct. To be for full clarity, your assumption is very much correct. If I had an answer for you to answer that question, I wouldn't answer it just because that's kind of a rude question. I don't really have any interest in answering questions that are pointed like that. It's like, I don't know, if you have that small of amount of respect for the developers of this game, I can't help you, mate. Kogan the Holy Clam withdraws from society. Once again, that's a funny name for a religious figure. The Holy Clam. Sponsored by Mott's Clamato. I will just, I guess, remind everybody that, especially when it comes to the internet, it is impossible to please everybody. And I try to not be the guy who just says, okay, here's a thing, thanks. I would like more now. If you want to be that person, that's up to you, but I will shake my head and sigh if I see you doing that. Because frankly, you want an untested update? Because your options are, you can have a beta branch update for a week, and then they put it in the main branch like they do for every update as long as this game has existed. Or you could just get an untested update. Your choice. Legally change his name to everybody. I would say that is a mistake, but you know what, Gristeth, you live your life. I'm actually going to move some of my more skilled dwarves over to this squad from the main squads because I want them to have better just general combat skills. You know, I never knew the name of the artist that wrote that song until just now, so thank you. I do know the song, though. Hold on a second. Jess, did you change your name? When did that happen? What? Also, hi, Jess.
Jezhum.
Thanks for the raid. Or is that your second account? Ah, I understand. That is your second account. This makes a lot more sense now. You have a... You're dang... Oh, dang it. You're on the wrong account for raiding this again. I mean, hey, it's fine. Thank you very much for the raid. I'm assuming you were doing some co-working stuff? Dwarf Fortress pulled a pretty cool patch today. It was big and exciting. It's in the beta branch currently, but... Kogan, the Holy Cam, has just created Zim 10 Shed, a cowl leather boot. I mean, I get it. It's etc. Right? It's a pun for Jess being Jess cetera. Anyway, I guess I need to follow that account because I didn't know that existed. But thank you very much for the raid. But you're a creature of habit. I mean, to be fair, I never log into my bot's account when I'm streaming on that account either. This is a cow leather high boot. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with cow leather and encircled with bands of cow leather and rose-cut pyrites. This object menaces with spikes of pyrite and iron and hematite. On the item is an image of a 5-pointed star in pyrite. On the item is an image in pigtail, and the artwork relates to the destruction of the dwarf might help in Starfield in mid-spring of 160. A book. On the item is an image of a wild boar sow in Calbone. On the item is on the item is an image of the wild boar sow in Calbone. On the item is an image of the wild boar sow is in the fetal position. The artwork relates to the slaughter of the wild boar sow or sow in Starfield in the mid-autumn of 166. I'll say, look, the thingy's starting to worky. Sweet. Uh-oh. Also leaking a little bit. We're Oops. It's leaking there. Where else is it leaking? There? Where else is it leaking? Just there? That's awkward. It's so rare to see a Jess raid a Jess too. Like, I mean, 2 streams with the same name. But how was the stream and then the other stream today, Jess? Your alt account, you got super grumpy with RimWorld doing RimWorld stuff earlier, rage quit and did a co-working stream instead. Gotcha. Well, if you're ever grumpy with RimWorld, remember, Dwarf Fortress is here for you. The numbers might be lower, but Dwarf Fortress is still here for you. This game's never gone away, really. People may forget it exists, but it's still cool. And remember, you can name a fort RimWorld, so you can be incognito, and no one will even notice, because I hear these games are very similar. Need to make more rock pedestals to put that boot up in here. Actually, I could just put it on this. No, RimWorld, a Dwarf Fortress mod, please, Sparkraster. Well, no, not really, but there is that one, like, mod for RimWorld that, like, lets you play as dwarves, and then everybody's like, it's Dwarf Fortress RimWorld! And then, like, all of those assholes take all of the SEO for Dwarf Fortress, even though they're not even making videos of Dwarf Fortress, and it makes me really salty as a person on YouTube, and this is definitely not something that bothers me on the day-to-day, and I will not rant about it any more than I already have in the last 10 seconds. I can't believe it's not butter, so that makes two of us. But no, genuinely, that does actually irritate the ever-living shit out of me. It's just like, we're gonna just, like, wreck all of your SEO by, like, claiming that our game is your game. It's like,
lovely fruit, tomato. Remove everything that's good from it.
not even losing is fun is fucking sacred anymore.
And just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar. And put it in your shit bowl. It's not shit, you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
Can't believe it's not butter?
Uh-huh.
Buddy, almost everything is not butter.
True, you make a valid point. This video game, decidedly not butter. My computer, probably not butter. Cheese, believe it or not, also not butter.
Cheese for everyone!
I mean, I didn't see anything. Devilish potato. If your computer became... Can your computer become butter if you melt it? I think it would catch fire before it melted. I managed to melt part of my air conditioner, though, by leaving it right next to the window during the heat dome that we got a couple years ago when we hit 47 degrees Celsius outside. And, like, a chunk of the plastic on the side of my air conditioner melted off. Like, it's got a dribble on it. So I had that happen once. I don't know if that counts. All right, so we'll see if this solves the issue. Let's get these guys all practicing. Yours rutile? Well, rutile is futile. Russ, have you seen this? We got real-time combat logs. And every single notification log, although some of them disappear at random. But mostly, we have this new logs screen, which is neat. And I think I can show you this. Whenever they're sparring, you find two dwarves that are sparring. You can click on this and actually click this, and then it pauses the game when the next thing happens. You need them to be, like, properly sparring instead of just in a training session like they are currently. Yeah, see, now they're sparring. So I can do this. And unless you already finished sparring. They're currently sparring. I need them to take a hit. Oh, I see. It's because I'm in combat, not in sparring. Duh. So you can do this now. So it updates as events are happening and then automatically pauses once it's done. I have a part in this. I will take revenge. That's a little bit intense for sparring, dude. But yeah, that's new. Well, that's neat. And supposedly they've made, what's the word? Marksdwarves work better, so I am in the process of building a Marksdwarf squad to see if that's actually true. I don't have the highest hopes, but can try. We need a Twitch extension that animates the fight? Why does it have to be a Twitch extension? But man, that would be a lot of work. Okay, let's go to this. 19,000 is the value. But how's things been, Russ? Making those goals towards moving? Moving's expensive. Don't envy anybody who's doing that these days. I never played Settlers 1, so I'm good. No idea what that even looks like. Have I played Caves of Cud? Never heard of it. But yeah, enjoy your stuffing. Super CJ, and it's good to see you as well. You might rebrand to DF? Well, I can help. If that's what you're suggesting, I can assist. There's a community here that wants content. I'm not here 7 days a week. Technically, only usually 3. How's the value of this going? 20,000, man, those are pretty worthless gems. Let's just go to Ring and just be like, how many spider silk earrings do I need to put on this pedestal before I hit 30,000 value? Probably a lot. This is actually just a jewelry store, not a farmer's guild, but you know. It's always 1v1 and roughly the same graphics level, and then warriors were just dodging and hitting each other with pseudo randomly. Huh. Yeah, I've never actually played a Settlers game. I've seen screenshots of Settlers 7, which I'm told is one people don't like. So, this is a Spence Diamond, sir. There we go. Value's going up. But yeah, what's been a bummer about the SS13 community recently? Are things just slow? Or is there more going on there? I admittedly don't follow SS13 particularly closely. Like, I know that there's always stuff happening there, but I don't pay that much attention to it. There is a necromancer in my living room. Well, they all have bolts equipped except for one. What's the non-metal version of Flask? Because there is one, and I can't remember what it is. Thank you. That's yeah. I knew that. I'm just noticing. I'm like, I have no flasks. What? There's something about that that is absurdly satisfying. Vials? That's not for that, though. Look at those frog sounds. Man, I swear they, like, made this shit work. And I clearly lost a masonry shop in there somewhere, but... Uh-oh. You shouldn't be in there, dwarf. You're in danger. Where are you going? That's your door right there. All right, well, I guess it's time for me to forbid all of these. Except for the door. I'm going to have to unforbid that. You and you. And also unforbid you. And then I'm just going to pull this lever. I can let these dwarves out. Specifically this one, who's currently very much getting a lovely shower. He's very content while being near a waterfall. And climbed out. Well, good for you there, dwarf. Anyway, this is all sealed up now. So I can build this into just doing what I need it to do. We can give a little walkway over here. You've never been glass rich enough to make vials? Vials are pretty easy to make in general. I mean, at least this thing is sort of consistently working. I should probably just seal this whole fucking thing off, shouldn't I? Where do you end up if I bring this up? Right here. Yeah, so I could literally just do this from here then. This bottom one. Right, never mind. No, I do need to go down one more. That, or alternatively, I could just go over to here. Let's go right above you. Do that. Almost 400 hours and you never made glass? Don't worry, I played this game way longer than 400 hours before I started making glass. Like, significantly longer than 400 hours before I started making glass. I need a bunch of mechanisms. No access to 3 logs. Are you for really this? I don't have 3 logs in this fort. That is something else. The double combo of having both good guides and non-arcane UI makes it so much easier to pick this game up. Oh yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress is certainly easier than it's ever been to get into it, but that doesn't make it an easy game. How's the patch? So far, pretty good. I like the changes. It's a little weird that the, what's it called? Demands, such as like, we need a guild hall or whatever, isn't shown in this, but this menu is pretty great, all in all. I am quite a fan of it. It's taking a little bit of fiddling with to wrap your brain around, just like anything in Dwarf Fort, but normal process of learning new Dwarf Fort UI begin. I'm waiting for trees to get hacked down so that I can start building these. But apparently I don't have 3 logs yet. I guess it's time to also go up here and do the same thing up top. Yeah, we are absolutely out of logs. Do mushroom trees have roots? Yes. They just have much smaller root systems. It's usually like 1 tile beneath them, so they still remove tiles if you cut them down. Yeah, I'm pretty positive on the patch so far. We can go over the new combat log with this. The giantess Axod Uglakod has come, a gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. And let's make everybody run back inside and see where this thingy is. You're all the way up here. All right, let's just send 3 main squads. Stabby, stabby, stabby. Go, go, go. So this is Axod, Contest Knighted the Brave Tongues, who is carrying not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 artifact crossbows. This is a bismuth bronze crossbow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of 2 one-humped, all craftsmanship is of the 2 one-humped camels in mule bone, and on the item is a 5-pointed stars and water buffalo bone. Yeah, we really do. Wow, these are valuable. It's an iron crossbow. Bronze crossbow. Bronze crossbow, and what's the last one? Bismuth bronze crossbow. Nice. Just in time for the Marksdwarf fix. Well, the ammo fix, not the full fix. So this creature, we're gonna follow its combat log once it gets into combat. Just need to wait. Can I just say that the League of Tugging is a funny name? Okay, so now that she has a combat log, I can do this. So the Spearmaster stabs the giantess in the lower arm with an iron spear, chipping the bone. A ligament has been torn and a tendon has been torn. The iron spear is firmly lodged in the wound. All right, so all the way down. And then I unpause. And the giantess strikes at the Spearmaster, but the shot is blocked, deftly parried by the iron spear. And the giantess says, "How fragile we are. Begone, fear." And I unpause and repause. The Spearmaster stabs the giantess in the right lower arm with the iron spear, chipping the bone. A ligament has been torn, and a tendon has been torn. It's fighting with this one dwarf, who's right here. Puphead, specifically. Puphead then stabs the giantess in the right lower arm with his iron spear, chipping the bone. Ligament has been torn. Well, he's on top of her right now. She's bleeding heavily. He's fine. The Spearmaster pulls on the embedded iron spear, and the Spearmaster gains possession of the iron spear. The giantess misses. See it in your game later? Yeah, no, once again, if you want it, just jump over to the normal-ass beta branch. It's very, very easy to set up. Even in real time, it's pretty cool. The Spearmaster stabs the giantess in the lower arm, but it shows you, like, how fast they would happen before. Like, combat in this game is so goddamn fast. The Spearmaster stabs the giantess in the upper leg with the spear, chipping the bone. He says, "I have a part in this. This might require an answer." And then we can jump to where you are and see that it just finished because, well, there's a dead giant on the ground. Seems like the rest of the military was just showing up and they're like, "Oh, well then. Good kill." Oh wait, no, he didn't get it. Who got it then? Somebody else got it. It seems like Tosid over here stole the giant kill. We'll call you... Or no, maybe... Giant Thief. Snipe the kill. Kill stealing maniac. So now I wonder, are these going to just end up... Like, are my dwarves gonna go get these? I wonder. I'm curious about if they will go use these. Or if I have to manually assign them. I'll check in on them in a little bit and see if they're using them. Oop. Okay, they're just storing them in stockpiles. That's kind of what I figured. A giant thief. Yes, the giant thief. Stole the giant. Not a very honorable thing to do, I gotta say. It's like the Joker and the thief, but the giant and the thief. Bum 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 ba da 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 dum. All right. I have Wolf Mother pretty close to the front of my brain right now because I get to go see Wolf Mother in a couple of days, which I'm very excited about. Quite like seeing Wolf Mother live. I don't actually listen to Wolf Mother that much, but whenever Wolf Mother's in town, I will go see Wolf Mother. You're welcome. It's a good song. Although the last time I saw Wolf Mother, this is a very massive tangent, was possibly the most dangerous show I've ever been to in my entire life going to shows. And I go to a lot of metal, thrash metal, death metal, black metal, like the craziest mosh pits you can imagine. I've seen Slipknot twice. I've been in Pulse of the Maggots. I know what that shit's about, and I know how to not get hurt. The least safe I ever felt at a show ever was at a Wolf Mother show. And it wasn't the fault of the band. It was the fault of the venue. They thought it would be a very... I guess they just had a novice bartender at one of the bars. And so they thought it would be an excellent idea to just give people Heineken bottles at a show with a mosh pit. So the entire crowd, more or less, was drinking Heineken out of glass bottles. It took all of 30 minutes for that floor to be almost untraversably dangerous. What the fuck? I know, right? Like, it was something. Like, that is the most dangerous thing you can put on a stage at a show like that. Someone got fired? I hope so. Yeah. Ironically, we didn't start seeing broken glass for at least 10 minutes, but that was one of the few pits that I actually was like, all right, I'm going to walk to the back and just hang out by a bar and like not even try, because like I don't feel like just falling onto like a pile of broken glass. Well, because people were like sober for the first 10 minutes, right? It took a little bit for people to start getting drunk enough to be like, nah, fuck it, you know. That shit do be scary? No, absolutely. So, but yeah, I'm excited to go see them again at the same venue, and hopefully they don't do that a second time. Although it's been like 8 years. Actually, chat, how many years ago was 2016? Because 2016 was the last time I saw them, so been a while. Seven? 2016 was about 40 years ago? Got it, okay. It's like somewhere between 5 and 40. The water setup I was too lazy to build before is now getting constructed. Actually, no, I don't really want you to do that because they're just going to go running in there. So I got to lock these first. At least that's flowing. I like how chat just parrots me now. Everybody's like, light aquifer. It's like, you should try doing the exact same thing on a heavy aquifer because like depth of the aquifer has nothing to do with it. In fact, I find that the light aquifers usually are deeper than the heavy ones. Akela, hello. Also, now I'm suddenly wondering if the person who asked if I'd ever heard of Caves of Cud thought I was being serious. I literally streamed it last week, so. Who was it who asked me that? I'm scrolling up. I literally just like blankly said, nope, never heard of it. Anyway, yes, I've played like 400 hours of Caves of Cud. Sometimes I think my sarcasm gets the better of me, or gets the better of me. So you should flow out that way as fast as you flow in this way. Figured they were being sarcastic. I don't think so. It's not the sort of question somebody would ask if they're being sarcastic. Yeah, I could maybe get power up to here using this. Kaiser the Keen has fallen into depression. A bunch of crimes convicted against a dwarf who's dead. So I've got at least 2 dwarves doing archery practice right now, which is good. Look at this. It's fantastic. All the dead commit crimes. Hey, I'll have you know, we did convict a ghost of committing crimes because the ghost possessed somebody and made the person do the crime. So the person didn't do it, the ghost did it, damn it. This is my platform. I support the dwarf that died. It wasn't that dwarf's fault. They were a good dwarf. They didn't do the crime. The ghost did. Just because I have the ability to see the supernatural and can point out the atrocities committed by the dead far post their time on this mortal realm doesn't mean that I can't convict them of the goddamn crime, damn it. Best time attempt making a 2x2 well gave you a lot of fun. Figuring out how the water physics in this game works is kind of a challenge for new players, I find. Not that it's like, you know, impossible to comprehend or anything, but it can be a lot sometimes. There we go. To 500 power. Exactly. I feel like this is a Judge Dredd bid. It helps that there's a group called Peach Trees in this world. Anybody here seen Dread or Dread 3D, as I think it was promoted in some regions? Because that was such a goddamn good movie. It's like Dread and The Raid, I think. Two of my favorite action movies ever made. Pretty flashy visuals. Yeah, I mean, it's a sparkly as hell movie. With the goofy as hell, like, slow-mo effects, but it's just such a fun movie. It's very rare that, like, you get good, high-ish budget, no bullshit action movies these days that are good. That is one of the rare examples. Although I guess that movie doesn't count as these days, as it's more than 10 years old now, but... Back in my day, go on. Throw the old person card out. Why don't you? Back in my day, movies used to be better. I mean, actually, I wouldn't deny that. They certainly don't make horror movies the way they used to. Practical effects are still king. Wait, what? Really? That was a thing? I've never heard of that before. I mean, I remember, like, renting VHSs, but I don't think Blockbuster ever did that, at least not here. That's interesting. It was a more local place, not Blockbuster. Okay, I was gonna say, Christ, that seems... That's a bit nuts. All right, well, this thingy's working now, so that's good. Meaning I can now open these up. Because this ain't gonna stop working. Like, it's generating 700 power consistently. So this is just gonna keep stabbing and stabbing and stabbing and stabbing and stabbing. So hopefully the cavefish people really, really, really like our goose. And come and play eventually, so I don't need to go out and kill them all again. Patient not resting. That seems bad. Why is patient not resting? Devilish Potato, why are you not resting? What happened to you? It's so long ago. Your ability to grasp somewhat impaired. Okay, what do you need? You need traction and immobilization. Okay, so you need a splint and a traction bench. Well, there's a traction bench. Do we have splints? Yes, we do. 10 of them. All right, Doc, why do you suck so much? Like, just give this dwarf what dwarf need. We have surgeon. We have 2 surgeons, a diagnoser, a doctor. I don't know what's up with that icon swapping thing. I think I just need more doctors. Let's actually check something. There you go. Why did you pick him up and move him and then put him back? I remember not liking the movie Be Kind, Rewind. I know the term obviously is older than the movie. What squad are you in? I'm gonna remove you from this squad for now. This part is really... Wait, have I just, like, learned a issue with my hospital that I never noticed? Are they incapable of carrying dudes outside of the hospital zone? Because they keep dropping him. I mean, I grew up with all of that shit. I'm older than you're giving me credit for. You also say it like it's this strange thing that nobody grew up with. It's like, all right. I mean, cool. I'll get a kick out of which part. Although I'll say this, I probably own more cassettes than anybody in this chat. Yeah, no kidding. Wow, that's crazy. So it's a bad idea to have a doctor's guild in the middle of your hospital, turns out. Because when they try to cross the guild to move them from one portion of the hospital to the other, the dwarf then drops the patient, and they can't actually tend to them. And they had a copy of Zork? Excellent. You should frame that. Took a bunch of those? Okay, well, there you go. I'm probably in the top 5 then. How's that? Let's hedge my bets a little bit here. But generally, the response I get when people find out that I still own cassettes is, what's wrong with you? So, yeah, no. Kazam? Yarhar Fiddledee? That's all I'm saying. Like, if there's a will, there's a Zam. All right, we're going to make this into the Doctor's Guild up here. And we're going to do this in a fun little way. Put those down. Those are going to be pedestals, crutches, splints. A splint, a pedestal, a crutch, a splint, a crutch, a bar of soap, some thread, and some cloth. We're going to call this the demonstration center. Going to put some tables in front of those. I need to make more crutches, jeez. Splint. This can be red. And this can be a piece of silk. Probably in a different state at this point. Yeah, that's something when it comes to me and collecting is I don't keep things like that. Like if I'm gonna move far, everything goes. I don't see the purpose of keeping things long-term in storage. I might as well not have it at that point if I'm not using it actively. There's no reason for me to own it. To me, like that's the next worst thing to having a landfill. It's better off either in a museum or being given away. Or sold to somebody who would actually appreciate it. What was... I'll just make a new one. You haven't been able to settle down? Can't help you with that. Doesn't matter if you settle down or not. That's just something that I can't do. I can't keep things in storage elsewhere. My phone is doing a bzz bzz at me. My phone provider being annoying. Mostly unintentionally. Fair enough. I don't know. I'm just one of those asinine, annoying people that some people can't stand who insists on, like, getting rid of stuff as actively as I acquire things. I don't keep things. Like, I have a record collection, but I give away my records or sell them back to the record store and trade them in as often as I'm getting new records. So. Chat, cow, yak, or wild boar? What soap should go in the Doctor's Guild? So that they can yak about solutions to wounds? Got it. This is starting to read like you think I'm personally attacking you, which I'm not, Lakayla. Just want to confirm that. I'm just talking about my personal experience and items. Okay. All right. I need some... Rock bookcase. 10, sure, that's fine. Let's go with siltstone. Rabbit has died. I probably won't ever own a house. We need you to make a doctor's guild. I'm literally on it right now, game. Literally on it right now. I don't think I'll ever own a house because of the job that I have. Like, I like this job, but it does have its detractors. And one of them is I will never make tons of money. I had the 1 month where I got to make tons of money, and that month is now over. And I don't expect that to ever happen again. So it's a dream that I would like, but I don't see it happening. I'm gonna make the rest of this fire clay. Fire clay has a nice color to it. As somebody who lives in a tiny home, it's called a studio apartment. Don't. That's it, really. If you have the option, don't do anything else. You will thank me. Okay, well, I'm happy it works for you. Well, I'm very happy for you then. What was the thing I was going to build? I was going to make a thing and I can't remember what it is now. A lounge apartment? I mean, I live in 300 square feet, or it's like 31 meters? Weird. I don't understand where the term flat comes from. I know it's a Britishism, but flats aren't flat, generally. You have at least one step to get up and in. I'm not going to answer that, Voidlock. I'm speaking in square feet because that's the large portion of this communication so far. If you want to do some math, be my guest. Otherwise, can't help you. Still not flat, though. How's the beta patch? Beta patch is pretty good. You're not that late. It adds the new combat log stuff. And this button. Unless it's a New York apartment, then it's definitely not flat. I used to know somebody who had a downtown New York apartment, and he once sent me a picture of a level on his living room floor, and the level was all the way to the right. It's just like, well, not flat. Voidlock. I said I live in a 320 square foot apartment. Right? It's 400 including the patio. I never said I lived in a 1x1x1. If you can listen and comprehend conversation, we wouldn't have this confusion. But you clearly can't. So, no, I'm not going to do the translation into meters for you. You need to get your hearing checked, my friend. 'Cause I never said that. I don't think I could fit my computer in that. Like, just the computer. I mean, there are actual deaf people who watch this stream and they don't make mistakes like that because they just read the subtitles. But, you know, I digress. We don't live in the world of Harry Potter, so I don't think that exists. Fortunately. So you'll be like this one guy who I know who's on a podcast who spent $18,000 on a proper professional kitchen range and then lost his job. And then had to sell part of it. Do more with less. Yeah, well, fortunately, it's a rare realm that doesn't exist. It simply exists in some people's fantasy. The actual problems with it are not really worth bringing up again. We are all well aware. Well, I hope you achieve your dream. I just want to get a good night's sleep more than once a week. That's my only real goal in life. We hit there we go. We've hit 6,000, meaning that should be satisfied. Zombies and barons are visiting. It was a commercial property you went to when you worked for a realtor, and there was some ceiling apartment upstairs, and the family had literally stuck nails in the front of the couch because of the slope on the floor. That's concerning. Torp or not, thank you very much for that raid. Hello. Welcome, raiders. Why are we aggressively jiggling? I can't say I've ever aggressively jiggled about anything in my life, but chat, can you please flood the aggressive jiggles with beer? Welcome to the channel. What were you guys up to? And mods, can I get a shout out for the lovely raiding party? Come on, chat, we outnumber them. This should be an easy situation. Tobe's got the right idea. All right, well, I guess going forward, I'm not going to put my Doctoring Guildhall in the middle of the hospital, because apparently that causes issues. Who knew? Weird. Wait a minute, what are we waiting for? But anyways, how was your stream, Torb? Apparently, this somebody named the Copper Tribes wishes to reside in Starfield for the purpose of entertaining us. Well, that concept by itself is pretty entertaining, but please tell me it's this bard. Nope, you're a member of nobody. Okay, so you're a solo bard. How about is anybody here having a meeting? Got an elven zombie. They're discussing excision. Well, that's good. Seems like nobody is really currently having a meeting. You should be jiggling. Ah, well, I mean, it's pretty understandable. Let's just bring them in and see what they brought. What did we just invite into the fort? Oh, a dancer. Well, I mean, cool. We now have this dwarven dancer who runs down into the fort and grabs a hat. There you go. Welcome to the fort, Dwarf. Okay, so how many bolts do I have currently? Bunch of iron bolts, but they're all forbidden. All hidden in various places around the map. Okay. As well as 1,000,000,001 iron arrows that all need to be melted. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these guys onto no orders. Take them off of constantly training. And go here and queue up how many? Okay, we got more iron now. That's good. Plenty of charcoal. Let's do 50 iron bolts. Iron bolt. Let's do 80. 80 sets of 25. I'm gonna go get some progress on your fort. Thanks for being cool. Well, cheers, dude. Just swinging by. But also, to anybody coming in from that raid, my name's Blind. I stream too much Dwarf Fort. That's basically all I do these days. Is too much Dwarf Fort. And sometimes they let me play other games. Right, chat? Sometimes they permit that. But I play way too much Dwarf Fort, and that's a lot of what you can expect to see here. Dwarf Fort. A lot of it. So general, crimes against my citizens. And stabbing of visitors. Well, nobody watches me play CUD, so I don't play CUD very often. That's a lie. Very small portion of my audience watches me play CUD. How do I get so much food or drink? Know what I'm doing. I'm making it and growing it. Got multiple gardens, harvesting from the surface, gathering from underground. I have plenty of livestock. It's very, very easy to have tons of food for it. Human Maceman is visiting. Need to get this area roofed off. I think we're going to send out my squads to go fight some things to steal some more books. Because there's plenty of books around, and I don't have any of them, and it bothers me. I would like the bookers, or all of them. How come so few book? We're all book. World, why do you have so few book? There's something. Unknown Twilight Pristines. Well, look at locations I'm at war with. It's like, Why don't any of you have books? What the hell? It's because the elves don't really write books. Foundations of relations. Foundation relation situation. Is there books in my old fort still? Yes, we should just go get those. Get those for free. Hopefully my dwarves don't spontaneously combust when they come back. It was 11 years deep, 11 layers deep. Oh boy. My fortress is not overclocked. My CPU is not overclocked. It runs at about 40 frames. Although, if there wasn't any cavefish people in the basement, it would run a lot better. Speaking of, we should probably go around and scout and see if I can spot any more of them. Oh yeah, no, they all died over the winter. that was kind of a given that was going to happen regardless. And I now have proper water power, which is powered up here. Generating 2,000 power, meaning there's a lot of things I can now do I couldn't really do before. Pretty convenient, frankly. Still's throwing a tantrum. No crimes have been committed, though. Why do I always manage to send a squad I don't want to send? I do not want you guys to go. Do want you guys to go. But yeah, no, when you pause the game, the frame rate jumps up to whatever you have it locked to, you joker. So that's why I was sitting at 100. I may also have just told a dwarf who's jailed to leave the map, which is possible. I've also got a bunch of dwarves reporting crimes. A lot of people reporting crimes. Probably still. Crime are you going to go report? But I'm chained to this wall. That's actually a really good way to utterly destroy your frame rate, by the way. To have a dwarf who's chained up somewhere and then, like, ask them to leave the map. Or it used to be a really good way to wreck your frame rate. You're walking really slowly, dwarf. Are you just weak? Is that the problem? Ah, yes, you are weak. Then how are you a competent spear dwarf if you're, like, weak? I think this dwarf deserves a different name. You're very slow. Still committed a crime. Hasn't left the map yet, though. Slow pull? That's mean. Okay, we'll call you Slowpoke. You are arriving. What do you like? Dream of raising a family. Okay, go on. How about you? You are a cook. What do you like? You dream of mastering a skill. All right, join the, nobody, actually. How about you? Actually, you know what? No, you do join these guys. Should probably just train them on wrestling. That's a child. Can't put you in the military. It's also a child. Can't put you in the military. That's not a child. Can I put you in the military? Yes. Sweet. Squads are built out. Yeah, well, accurate, but it's not relevant for the exact moment. It's a pretty hefty migrant wave once again. I'm going to make a normal barracks. I wonder if I can connect these. No, I can't. Okay, so I can't connect these two together. I'm just going to get them training wrestling so that if they do end up in melee combat, they're more effective. Does anybody know if it's still possible to get your dwarves to save crossbow bolts by making them drop down a layer? Because I remember for years we would always like put a hole in the floor so that instead of them hitting the target and getting destroyed, they would hit the target and fall down a layer. I don't know if that's still a thing, because I haven't done it in a while. But that used to be a thing. As far as you know, it's still a thing? Okay. It's only if they miss? Yeah, but it's still a better way to, like, conserve ammunition while training. Even if it's only if they miss. So what I think I'm going to do... I'm going to go to this layer. And we're going to do just that. Goal without the S would be the command you're looking for, I would think. Also, this is Untamed Wilds, and we keep getting attacked by crows. So, that's part of the pains of this particular fort, I suppose. I just got one more that they need to build, which is right there. I think the hole needs to be behind the target. It used to be in front of the target. Okay, well, why don't we do both? Why not both? Why not both? You've been having trouble attracting migrants for your first year. Is that pretty much based off of trading hall? It's 100% based off of the value of the first round of goods you give them. So if you give them shit the first year, they will give you shit. If you give them good the first year, they will be happy and lots of people will show up. Dwarves don't want to live somewhere where they have no like reason to exist. And for dwarves, reason to exist is, are you producing worthy craftsmanship? If no, yeah, no dwarves are going to move in. It used to be a lot more open, and you could get away with giving them a lot less because it was more guaranteed how many migrants you'd get. Now it's purely based on the amount of money and stuff you give them. Yeah, so if you're not giving them like quality crafts or anything, then yeah, you're good. gonna run into issues with migration. Yeah, also gifting them items. Spending 2 seasons digging a hole. I mean, then maybe you're digging the hole for the wrong reasons. Think about it that way, kind of philosophically. Digging a hole to live in? Well, then it will help you eventually. You'll just have a smaller population initially, which isn't a bad thing. Just trying to get rid of these items. Usually just dump all of the cut gems you find instantly. It's funny, I often do that too, but then now that I'm in this map where it's like, I have minerals and materials set to the rarest possible setting, and most of the Dwarven factions don't even have iron. It's like, oh. Yeah, no, I treasure those gems. No, certainly. Like, if you want to control your population, don't give them a lot of value. But you do have to trade them something, otherwise you will lose rep with them. We're stuck in an ad, so I'm just going to pause the game for the next 90 seconds. It's really weird to like receive code for a video game. It's like published by Atari. It's like what? Why? That's why. Why Atari? Like immediately makes me skeptical of your game. It's how much value and or desperation. Atari has always existed. Atari hasn't really stopped existing. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, there was a very brief period there in, like, the late 2000s where Infogrames bought them, and then Atari became Infogrames. But, like, within a year or so, Infogrames changed their name to Atari, so it became Atari again. What is this, the 4th time? I don't know. I'm not counting. But, like, I'm pretty sure, like, the Atari name existed in the 80s, vanished in, like, late 80s or early 90s for a little bit. Then came back as a video game publisher, then got bought by Infogrames, and then came back again, and they've been back since. So, yeah, about 4 times. I'd have to look at their Wikipedia page to confirm, but feels right. Hope that they can get that done first. So yeah, something like that. Atari certainly has had their moments of brilliance, but generally overshadowed by massive amounts of borderline idiocy. Or just straight up idiocy. It's because they license it to obscure gambling websites. Like, it's not that the value of it is diluted. They license it out. So, like, there's Space Invaders slot machines in Vegas that have Atari licensing on them. There's quite a large number of different slot machines and things. So I wouldn't be even remotely surprised by that. It's no different than Konami. Like, you go to a casino and you find all kinds of Konami shit. New beta patch? Woo, yep, we have this now. And they changed how ammo works, so it's attached to the weapon type now. Meaning, we still can't assign specific ammo types, but they will actually equip ammo now. And not equip the wrong type of ammo and just not work. So I am messing with Marksdwarves. I will say, I forgot how fragile bolts are. They're making... Wait, is it Atari that's making the new Alone in the Dark, or is that Embracer? Alone in the Dark. Alone in the Dark! Yeah, okay, no, that's Embracer. It's THQ Nordic. This thingy that had a demo that, like, was somewhat alrightly received-ish. You say that like I didn't know this. Yeah, no, Atari had Atari Coin, which was Atari Blockchain, rather, which was a separate company spun off from normal Atari, which was part of the Atari Entertainment Group and not the Atari, like, video games publishing arm of it. So it was technically a different company that was using the name and had similar CEOs, but the whole point of it was you were going to use Atari Coin to gamble in Atari hotels when you go to stay in an Atari hotel. You need to be removed from this squad. And that was a thing that they had for quite some time. Okay, sweets. Oh, no, yeah, no, it still destroys them. So, yeah, no, this doesn't keep them... Oh, never mind. They just pretend floors don't exist. So, no, it doesn't destroy them. But they do pretend floors don't exist. Okay, so I'm going to stop you from doing this for a bit. I'm going to go one layer down from this. Place a wall here. And then place ramps there, because maybe that'll stop them from falling. And I also need to go... Wait, hold on a second. I mean, there's also bolts appearing down here. No? Okay. There's a dead donkey in this hallway. Why is there a donkey there? Get rid of the donkey. Okay, I need to go into some settings and change a thing. Work orders, no. Labor, yes. Standing orders, yes. Sieges and forbidding, yes. Forbid used ammunition during sieges. Just during sieges. We're not in a siege right now. You don't need to forbid these. At least, dwarves are supposed to be able to jump through fortifications. It's just not something they do generally. Like, that actually is a, like, intended mechanic, the ability to jump through fortifications. But falling through walls, no. No, they're not supposed to be able to do that. But yeah, no, they are technically supposed to be able to do that. What's the purpose of allowing them to jump through fortifications? It's twofold. One, it's supposed to allow large creatures to be able to dodge in through fortifications as a form of fun, because it's entertaining. And allowing enemies to vault through notifications to get to you, and also allowing your dwarves to attack things through fortifications. So it's a form of escape, and I've had some pretty epic chases where, like, a dwarf will be running, and then, like, barrel roll through the fortification and a Forgotten Beast can't get through it. Stuff like that. But no, it's an intended mechanic. It's almost more of an adventure mode thing. You want to be able to climb in through windows in adventure mode, generally. But you also need to remember, like, there's a lot of mechanics in Dwarf Fortress that exist purely because, like, it makes things in adventure mode more convenient and or better. So they practice wrestling down there, and then they go up here for archery practice. Although, unless you're that dwarf, then you fall asleep halfway. Besides, you want your Marksdwarfs to also be legendary wrestlers. Well, they kind of do both. Let's turn this off just to make sure I can test this. So they changed how ammo is assigned, and they seem to be picking up ammo. The AI is still the same. So they still do the, I'm a vault through walls and shit to get to the enemy and bonk them with my crossbow. They still do that stuff. But ammo seems to work now. Hey, look at this. Yeah, ammo work. Although these are still phasing through the floor. And I give up. I guess I could put a wall down here, but maybe this is even more convenient. I don't know. That's good, though. I'm able to get the ammo back. They work again. Like, look, I can get them all training. This one's holding an artifact crossbow, I think. Nope, not an artifact crossbow. Why are they invisible? I don't know, maybe you're just throwing bolts. Practicing that miscellaneous object skill. I mean, yeah, I'm not complaining. Like, this is a all right place for them to end up. I just think it's kind of funny. But long story short, if you look at this, see, they all have weapons equipped. Also using hood and let's just make leather hood. Make 20 of them. And also leather armor. Well, leather bucklers. So yeah, no, I mean, it's a massive improvement. Like, this is all I've wanted for Marksdwarves. Like, new AI for them would be grand. Like, I won't complain if we get new AI for Marksdwarves. But just having them work is already like a third of the battle as far as I'm concerned, so. Let's see what's up here. And let's see what's over here. I'm trying to spot these cavefish people. There's so many of them. And also we can test out our Marksdwarves on cavefish people. Which might be how we end up dealing with this cavern lair. But how you been today, Nerif? It's just really nice to have a beta branch patch. Just in general. Because it's been too long since the last any kind of patch, so. Alright, let's see what we get. We're about to take a peek at a chunk of the caverns that we've never seen before. So, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Anytime this year? Damn, Dwarf, you slow. No spotted cave fishies. Oh my god. That's a lot of vomit. I wonder what happened there. Forgotten Beast must have found them, I think. Was there a vomit monster there? My assumption was it was probably one of the Forgotten Beasts that showed up that then disappeared. Just fought with them. I'll just watch this get mined out and make sure it doesn't go off the edge. And go back to manual. I'm gonna go peek over there. Ah! Discovered an expansive cavern deep underground. Ooh. Looky here. That's fun. Let's diggy up to here and take a peeky. Can find. Tall cavern? No kidding. Just drop him down there. Goblin. It's a goblin disposal unit. Of course. It's like, need to dispose of your goblin? Simply throw it here. And watch it fall away. Out of the realms of problems. Wondering how this guy got up here. I was exploring all of your caverns and was wondering how weird it was. Oh, no, I mean, I've been doing this as long as I've been finding caverns. It's like, well, I'm gonna peek through a hole and not actually go through the suited giraffe. As if you haven't done enough today. $100.02 in bits and another additional 5 gift subs? Spoiling me today, man. Such generosity, I can't even. But yeah, the thing that I really feel about this update, though, is it's very clear that this additional UI probably took a very, very, very long time. Lanix, thanks for chucking out a gift as well. Appreciate you, chat. Dark Goblin Miniatures. Someone has a hobby. But chat, today's been great, so thank you for making today great. The crazy numbers of gift subs, like actually, and also the absurd amounts of bits are there. I'm gonna just dig through this. I can just build all the way across here. And this will be our first peek. Kind of surprised I haven't found any more cave fish. If you check out your Twitch notifications, it'll tell you who did it. Might be Goose. Oh, interesting. Some fun over there. And this will give us a better view down into this. Assuming just goes straight down to the next cavern layer. Time to throw a cat into there and see what we find. Am I flooding the caverns again? Not again. But let's be honest, when am I not flooding the caverns? I'm either flooding them with happiness and smiles, or I'm flooding them with pain and suffering, and it depends on the week. Oh, when the caverns were already flooded? True, yeah. When the caverns are already flooded, it's pretty hard for me to flood the caverns. Your immediate thought was the dwarf throwing a cat. Here's the thing. If you throw a cat into a volcano, it will explore all the way to the bottom of the volcano for you. Actually, I do have some goblins I could throw in there. Should I throw a goblin into there, chat? Mako, thank you very much for the 3 tier 1 subscriptions to start the hype train. You are very kind. Throw the goblin. Do the goblin shake. That's probably what we should do. Okay, we'll hurl some goblins in there. Pitting goblins is a long-standing DF tradition. I mean, I don't know about long-standing, but certainly a DF tradition. First one of those I've seen in a minute. The Forgotten Beast, Sakwil Marilarland, Zabip, Usan has come. A large blob, not composed of Sparta, composed of flame. It has a stubby tail and a gaunt appearance. Has it been sitting up here for like 80 years and we just didn't know?
Deja, deja, choo choo.
That is very funny. Well, we can see it now. I'm assuming it's just been there for forever and we just didn't notice it until now. Ah, man. This is the edge of the map. Turns out I can't actually dig that way. All right, well then I have to go... I will go above this thing and just cave in the floor on it. Okay, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna dig all DV up DSV right here. No, I see where I screwed up. Oh, I went up 2. How did I manage that? But chat room, thank you very much for leveling up that hype train again. Fida, thank you very much for the $5 and Devil Dawn with the $3. Appreciate you, chat. Well, this is going to take a minute to dig, but... 2 sets of bards, I can say no to both. Well, A force both dark and vile hath done arriveth. Okay, so let's check my squad's ammo. They have ammo. And the main squad is also returned. Successful exploring. And that's from a while ago. We successfully explored my old location. And got a bunch of artifacts back from it. The problem is they're all the way over here where these guys are. I'm also going to make sure that everybody's in the burrow. And let's see if this works better now. Test number 4, I guess, of Marksdwarves. Let's see if these ones fly out the window. They do have plenty of iron bolts, so they don't even have the excuse. Like, they have a lot of them. And also, I need to build a Stoneworkers Guild Hall, apparently. And still needs to go back to prison. Asking for powders, is that corn stuff? Sand is a powder, plaster is a powder. Like plaster for casts, like gypsum. Quicklime is a powder. Sand is probably the easiest one to get. Well, gypsum's like very... Uh-oh. Are they just fighting with... They're beating the crap out of agitated wild boars. Well, here, I can do this now. Check this out. Look at this. Also, chat room, thank you very much for that hype train with the 800 bits and 9 subscriptions. Look at that. Look at you guys, big kids, bullying these poor little wild boarsies. Anyone deserves this. And there's snatchers. Running away, probably. Okay, let's see how effective our laddies up here can be. Buddy, you're supposed to have arrows in your inventory. Why do you not? Okay, so one of you forgot to bring bolts. That's pretty good. Like this one has bolts. You got what? An iron bolt. You got a single shot. That's not great, but hey, better than nothing. You got nothing. Okay, you're the one that has nothing. Guy on tank's got some stuff. That's good. Damn casuals. I'm actually going to do a thing. I'm gonna see if I put this into this area. Can they then go get ammunition? Maybe if I make this into an archery range? Let's try that. Nope, that doesn't seem to work. Let's see if I'm gonna put doors there. I mean, this is a wee bit confuzzling. Apparently, Yushira the Clother has been found dead. Completely unrelated to anything to do with the siege, by the way. The one death we've had so far during the siege, completely unrelated to the siege itself. What are they fighting with now? Okay, well, they are still picking on... Okay, they found a dwarf now, which wasn't one of mine, though. I guess that's a bonus. Still Anitis is... still murdered somebody. Gotcha. It was one of my military. I'm going to interrogate you and then convict you. I'm going to interrogate you and then convict you. This dwarf just, like, turned around and killed a bird. least you've got bolts in your inventory. I'm wondering, actually, hold on. Let's try this. Let's tell them to go from here. No, that's not what I want to do. Let's tell them to go Route 1. No. Don't go Route 1. Don't do that. Go add new route. Let's call this crossbows. And go dunk, dunk, dunk. They're going to walk in a little circle. I'm wondering if they can refill their ammo when they do this. Because you here. Well, now they're all going to go get new gear. I should really just kill this army. Assuming they're all just running down to go get leather armor now. Probably where I screwed up. Still keeping an eye out for the baddie goblins, wherever they've been. Are they still just bullying some local wildlife? Well, they seem to be heading towards the fort-ish now. Nope, they're still fighting with wild boars. No, oh, well, at the very least, they're like, drowning themselves. So I think they are ending the siege for me. I don't think I needed to do anything. I mean, good on you there, buddy. I mean, you got, what? The wild boar so stabs the goblin crossbowman in the upper arm with his tusk and kicks the goblin crossbowman in the neck. And he goes, I was attacked. How exhilarating, while he's drowning. Well, I mean, she's drowning. My bad. Well, I guess the siege is pretty much done now. Meanwhile, Nako up here on the surface is still firing bolts. Successfully, even. Through a wall, even. Look at this. 2 of them have drowned. I think they're going to end the siege themselves, just fighting with the local wildlife. Oh, nature certainly is providing right now, yeah. I can absolutely agree with this, that nature is in fact providing. I mean, I could have sent my squad out to go just kill them, but like, that would be too easy. How about I just send them right here? Go say hello to our little baddies. Oh, never mind. The fight's already done. Armlock provided us with agitated wild boars, which fended off the siege for us. As we send out the squads to examine the remains of the goblin raid, we thank the gods once again for providing us with such agitated wildlife that frankly we don't even need to do anything. Stylianides has been found dead. Was put down by my own military, probably. We're putting down the rest of the wild boars. And heading home. And up here, where is it? So it was along this wall. There it is. This is our spoils of the previous, like, artifacts, or the artifacts that we went and claimed back from Baldur's Gate. You have to be careful, though, or we're going to end up in a fight with my old faction. Which may be fun, actually. Might not be the worst idea to go start war with my old faction. One of those tabs does say death, which is obvious, oddly enough, almost always empty, even though there's definitely things dying in my fort quite frequently. Elfie Beansus. We've been beamed by an Elfie, chat. Were you doodling today? Hello, Lemon Poppy Seed Games. I like Lemon Poppy Seed Muffins. I don't know if I've ever had Lemon Poppy Seed Game, though. It's kind of dark when it's just like, Dwarf has grave, but not marked as deceased yet. That's kind of disturbing, actually. Rolf, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Very much appreciate you. You guys have been very kind to me today. But hello, Nice and Crusty. And everybody else coming in from the raid. Elfie. How was the stream? Pixels and talking about pixels. Got it. And I need to make a guild hall. Neither of you guys need to stay. Does this need to be a guild hall or a grand guild hall? Stoneworkers Guild. Don't I already have a Stoneworkers Guild? I was pretty sure I did. Like, it's right here, right? Oh, I do. It's like just off by a very, 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 very small margin, so it doesn't actually count. I guess I could just like, let's say, place one of these here. Was there a shout out? Yes, there was. I actually don't know who did it, but. Worm and damp obsidian are next to each other? That sounds like you're digging through fun stuff. Well, I'll ask you this. How is obsidian made? With water and heat. Lava, right? So if you have both water and lava in a space, you'll have both warm and wet. So that would actually make a lot of sense. That there would be warm and wet in one place. Okay, so we've got this forgotten beast up here, who I'm going to turn into a pancake. That's current goal, is turn forgotten beast into a pancake. A delicious, delicious pancake. You see, when a mommy obsidian and a daddy obsidian love each other very much, they have a little kid named Ubsib Ian. Too far? Okay, moving on. Found this dense. You know what's funny is I played this game for like 8 years before, like, we even started to see screenshots of premium. And I never noticed that the cave moss was called underlichen until somebody pointed it out to me. Genuinely, I had no idea. Devil Dawn, thanks for 5 more gift subs. Holy shit, dude. Like, I've done more, we've done better today than I did, like, last week. That might not even be a joke. Hold on, let me check. Okay, that is an exaggeration, but we're close. We've done better today than I did in 2 streams last week. Holy shit. Sorry, Twitch now shows me a new stat that I can't show you. Twitch now shows how much money I'm making from Turbo every stream. Fractabellum, hello. Thanks for coming in from Elfie. You guys want to know how much I make from Turbo or how much I made from Turbo in the last, like, 30 days? $27. So in the last 30 days, I made $201 in ad revenue on Twitch and $27.85 in Twitch Turbo revenue. They actually specify the difference now, which is neat. What? Wrestler was found dead by what? Did you die to a pig? Well, not much of a wrestler if you died to a wild boar.
Ah, it seems today's the day of this, happenin'. Well, thank you to Ralph015 for keeping me able to use crypt beer.
I think I need to change the bot to British to read you. But able to use... Able to. I like able to. It's much better than unable to. Sandy clay loam is not in fact clay, no. And cannot be used for normal clay things. So down here, I'm going to go to this and do this. I'm going to go over to, okay, where lever there. Bunk. Yeah, we can do a proper tour right after I turn this Forgotten Beast here into a pancake. This is Sakwil Maralornad Zapip-Usan, who is a huge blob composed of fire with a stubby tail and a gaunt appearance. And he killed a dwarf in the year 32 and a peacock, God knows when. But I call bullshit because they're surrounded by a bunch of dead cave fish people. Anyway, I'm going to drop a big rock on him, so... By that, I mean a chunk of floor. But first, we need this built. Oopsies. And this lever down here built. We're going to drop this floor right here through and down into the thing. Are you still alive, Terminal Wetness? I haven't gotten any notifications of you being dead, so I guess that's a good sign. You are, in fact, still alive. You're quite happy and socializing currently on a very, 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 very crowded balcony. Seems like a fun place to have a party, frankly. And I'm over here turning a Forgotten Beast into a pancake. So... And then after that, we can mine all this crap out up here. And you need to sign for it, and they told me today, but not when, and the anxiety waiting for the doorbell is killing you. What time? What is it? What is your local time right now? It's like, I'm sure it's just a matter of waiting on a delivery, yeah? Oh, yeah, you got all day. I'd say it's best to distract yourself.
Crypt waves.
Sup, Neil? How's things? How does it feel that that's probably your last resub that you're going to give 50% of Twitch, or give Twitch 50% of the money? Going forward, you'll only give Twitch 20% of the money. Unless something real weird happens. Like if everybody decides to unsub tomorrow, for example. But checking the month, September, subscriptions, we are at 205 subscriber plus partner plus points. 205, meaning we are past halfway, and we're not halfway through the month yet. Why would you resub? I don't know, it's a good question. Seems like something goofy people would do. Because everybody knows smart people resub to blind. Good luck on the refund part, Orange. Now, I have a question, Sarlacc. Did you say that thinking that you'd already resubbed or that you hadn't subbed yet? It's like, why would I unsub? It's like, I don't know, you're not currently subbed, so why did you? Waiting on spinny thing? I mean, hey, you do you, mate. It's all good. Also, what's a spinny thing? I genuinely don't know what spinny thing is. Unless you mean like the little loading spinny symbol. In which case, then, yes, I understand. There it goes. Well, there you go. Thank you very much for the 37th month. Appreciate you, man. Have you worked on any cool animals lately? How does one get their dwarf? You ask me nicely. Or when I feel like naming dwarves, I just pull them from random at chat, from chat. Why is there ice in my river midsummer? That one tile refuses to melt, and I don't know why. I choose not to worry about it. You know, it's like, I assume that the general temperature here is pretty low, and maybe that one particular tile doesn't get sun at any time of the year. So it's like, you know, perma-ice or whatever. Like the stuff you get around mountains. All right, so. Little puppy's ready to go. So, if you want to see us turn a Forgotten Beast into a pancake, I recommend watching right now. Because I don't know exactly when, but once this gets pulled right here, this lever, this is going to fall through the ground, and a Forgotten Beast here is going to turn into a pancake. So you may want to keep watching if you enjoy pancakes or Forgotten Beasts or Forgotten Beast pancakes. Seems like Onul, the child, is coming here to pull the lever. Which means we need to quickly rename this dwarf to Kronk. Consider the lever pondered. What? Can I? Are you? Well, that's awkward. Never mind. I'm not turning that Forgotten Beast into a pancake. That was fake news. I lied to all of you. Because apparently I can't drop floors through floors. All right. Well, I guess we just got to dig up higher then. I was under the impression I could drop floors through floors, as I'm pretty sure I've done that before, but don't worry about it. We'll just make it more ambitious then. It was pretty awkward, yep. I can confirm. You've def dropped floors through floors? Should really just drop it right on that dude. I think I'll just do that. At least I've already got the lever here, so I can just pull it twice. Lady Consort's been found dead. Well, that's awkward. Did you get beaten up by somebody more important than you? Probably. Slosh Jam is digging up. Okay, well, that's going to start appearing. And what I'm going to do up here is actually channel down that side. And hopefully I can just plop this down through 2 layers and just crush it. Like a player message in Elden Ring? What, a worthy effort but futile? Generally, the only player messages I saw in games like that were, jump off the ledge, there's a treasure at the bottom. There was never a treasure at the bottom. Those games gave me trust issues the very brief periods of time that I played them. You still never learned your lesson? What, don't trust players who play games for... Don't trust people who play games for mean people. Because, you know, they might just be mean. I hope this doesn't miss. That would be very awkward if we miss. So it has to go through 2 floors. Which part, Elfie? Don't trust people in games designed for mean people? Ah! Ghostly Marksdwarf has risen and is spooking the fortress. We're gonna have to, de-spookify you there, dude. I super did not see a dwarf that was linking an item to trigger. I'm sure that there is somebody doing it. Oh, there you are. Of course, the mechanic's doing it. Jake Break, thank you very much for the 5th month. Welcome back. Yes. I can confirm you did in fact die once again. We've had quite a few rounds of a lot of death in this fort. No, I mean, like, it's... Soulsborne games they're a lot like Dwarf Fortress, right? Like, I have a feeling that about a third of you watching this stream right now are hoping that I die, right? Like, there's got to be a chunk of you that are just hoping that whatever I do goes horribly wrong and I have to unfuck it. It's very similar for Dark Souls games. You just want to see the guy die. There's a reason a streamer I used to watch, who no longer streams, unfortunately, most money he ever made, ever, was a custom programmed mod that whenever somebody donated $100 to him, he immediately died regardless of what he was doing in Dark Souls 3. What's new with this patch? This is the most obvious change. This is the new, like, log that is for the entire fort, for the entire history of the whole fort, with every event that happens. You can also have a real-time combat log now. So if I jump over to an event that's happening, although there's nobody actually in combat, you can click on this, and you can scroll through their recent combat events, assuming they're still listed, which combat events still seem to chime out after a bit, but recent combat events, when they've just happened, you can see them. So like this dwarf. So many in here. There's also ones for dwarves that are definitely no longer alive, so this is like the whole thing, I would think. But like, if you click on this button when there's combat happening, and then unpause the game, it'll pause again when another combat line happens. No. No, it wouldn't. I don't think that audience interaction in any video game is a positive thing, because the main thing it does is it annoys the streamer. And if games are less pleasant to play, streamers play them less. I don't think that any kind of Twitch integration for video games is a positive thing for the game as a whole. I think it's a waste of time for the developers, and I think it's an unpleasant thing to participate in as a streamer. Phineas! Thank you very much for the tier 3. Did you just upgrade that? Pretty sure that's a recent upgrade. I owe you a sound command. Unless I'm crazy and you've been at that tier for a bit. So because I owe you a sound command, it's up to you to reach out to me with a piece of audio that you would like as your custom sound command. And also now you have the generic ones, which are exclamation point annoy me. But thank you very much, man.
Food, right, food is hand.
And then when you unsubscribe, inevitably, I will generally forget to remove it. It's probably not something I should promote, but it's true. I will probably forget to remove it. All right, so we've got somebody coming to pull the lever. Not a kid doing it. Did I scroll past somebody who's pulling a lever? I mean, I could just wait until they show up. It's probably going to be the next person walking up this way. Magma pool? I don't see a magma pool. Where's magma pool? And Raging Cave also upgrading to tier 2. I think that's an upgrade. No, it's not an upgrade. That's just a resub. Thank you very much for the tier 2 subscription. The 6th month. Welcome back, dude. I really need to get better about memorizing and remembering who has what. Also, Jetpack Tuxedo is the one coming to pull the lever, and we're stuck in an ad, so I will wait for our friends. Oh, in your caverns. Okay, I was gonna say I don't see one. Where is this supposed?
Over here, he has a sword.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have a sword, but I am armed and dangerous with both a rubber duck and a rat. That's a turkey, not a rubber duck or a rat. I'm sure you guys are capable of making rat sounds, and that sounds nothing like a rat. I've heard many rats before. Closer. For those who know, no. Right. Since I'm filling time right now, hey chat, did you know that?
Cheese for everyone.
Yes, that. Did you know that I sell mugs and stickers
Sandwich.
and not sandwiches? And although that would be pretty good though. And stickers and more stickers and other things. It's a lovely collection of mugs.
Seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it.
That's
And
all.
jam
I
it
don't
full of
know.
Shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
Did I? This just shows how terrible I am at actually adding people to things when they give me money for stuff. It's like, I don't know. Why does anybody give me money? I'm very, very bad at like clicking 3 buttons. There you go, Tobes. I fixed it. The hell? Me? Right, so let's move 1 turn at a time. Here it go. Okay, this time seems to be more successful. Gotta be fucking kidding me. Somebody has a sound command that's the Sims 1 roach notification music. I'll be honest, I don't know what most of the people's sound commands are. So I'm gonna do this. Is that what that sound is? I thought it was like some parody of the fucking like Jaws theme. That's from The Sims? You need some sleep. We'll see you tomorrow, dude. It's the danger noise. Huh. Well then. MP3 is best, and via if it's not MP3, then I have to just move it to a different format, which is fine. And Discord DM is fine. I'm waiting for these doors to be brought in, and then I'm gonna dig down to it. And we're gonna let it in. We're gonna try and get it stuck in here. Starlink went down worldwide for the last hour? Oh gosh. Also, holy shit, you're on Starlink? Really? You might be the only person who watches me on Starlink. What's going down? Not my boulders, apparently. I'm trying to trap this ball of fire. The stigma of the heart. Stigma of heart. Who's made of fire. So he's a very hot, forgotten beast. But that requires giving Elon Musk money. Yeah, true. Mushrooms and cavens are both pretty hot. Oh yeah, block cavens, I see. Yeah, I suppose. Is Ukraine still heavily depending on Starlink, or have they moved on to better services? I actually don't know. I know that there was a period there where it was like kind of a big drama thing, but... They still need it? Okay. I was gonna say, like, didn't they, like, not pay for it, so, like, they cut them off of it or something? Like, I recall reading about this, going like, wait, like, they're still using it? Because Elon was just being a douchebag businessman instead of, like, you know, somebody who gives a shit about people. Wanting to nationalize Starlink? Because, like, I will never agree with the existence of Starlink. It's period. And there's one very specific reason for that. I'm tired of seeing the fucking satellites. Stop it. The AI is the way it used to be still, but ammo works again. You can get them to equip ammo with no issue, which is kind of nice. I mean, look at this. Oh! Some of them even have boots. So yeah, that part's pretty great. And also you can make new uniforms for them, and they will equip them with the new uniforms. I made an archery uniform and it worked, and I made a custom crossbow uniform and it worked. I think that Musk saying that he's worried about a nuclear response just reminds me that Musk is just one of us. He's an idiot who doesn't know what he's talking about half the time. So as an idiot who is willingly aware that I don't know what I'm talking about half the time, I think he's wrong. And no, that's not a legitimate reason to cut off the internet. He's just a normal idiot on the internet like the rest of us who shit posting. Just because he makes an excuse that saves him $100,000 or whatever the fuck. That's like me saying, I'm not going to stream today, guys, because I'm worried that someone might yell at me. Anyway, no, that's a bad comparison. Oh, don't worry. They'll be dying with the rest of us on planet Earth when we die in a heat death. Don't you worry about it. That, or they will just be laughing all their way to like a boring, desolate, like isolated box on a different planet that's less habitable than our planet after we destroy our planet. So, frankly, I think they should leave. Like, I don't know if this is a popular take, but I genuinely believe that the billionaires should leave because the rest of us would be better for it. Like, honestly, they should leave. Like, fucking just let them leave.
I don't know why this is only showing up now.
Eh. So do you guys think that the dwarf is going to dig this hole is going to die? Or do you think they make it out? What do you think? It's autumn. Yeah, no, frankly, like, they should just try to go to Mars and see how well it goes for them. Okay, so either a ball of fire comes flying out of this, or this dwarf makes it. Appears Dwarf McGee made it. Why are you sitting right there? There you go. We have captured the exploding fireball. Excellent. And he also caught the caverns on fire in the process. Isn't there also plans for a moon colony? I mean, they've had worse ideas. Who's fighting? Animal trainer. Well, a Spearmaster, one of my Spearmasters apparently. Stinthad once again went nuts. All right, Stinthad, you have 42 witnesses of you literally killing somebody. I think it's time for you to be removed from the military, or even better, put in charge of your own squad and told to go take over a site. So what do you think, Chad? Do we remove this dwarf from the military and try and rehabilitate, or, Stinthad, where's Stinthad? Or do I send them somewhere else? This dwarf. Exile for conquest. All right. Could send him with MMO Junkie, who's also kind of a problem dwarf. Question is, where is Stinthad at this exact moment? In before already dead. Ah, well, you just killed somebody else. Where's Stinthad? Where? It's Stinthad. I right-click by mistake. Ah, you're currently Not that Stinthad. Apparently I have 2 Stinthads. Pretty common name, not that I'm too surprised. There you are, this dwarf, Spearmaster who's resting. He's currently haggard and injured. Alright, how many kills do you have? That is the question. 4 notable kills. And 3 others. Oh boy. Keeping my hospital busy, are we? Lolar, Locum, and Salon were all found dead. And Orange made a nice piece of leather. So good on you, Orange. He's quite big rude, yes. Tend to agree. Man, I really want to use that flamey forgotten beast as prisoner disposal. Wait, what? Never mind. Somebody killed him. Combat. Yeah, I don't know what order this is in. Certainly not in one that makes sense to me. Maybe he just died of, like, the wounds. You're off to bed, Rolf? We'll see you when we see you. Speaking of bed, holy fuck, I've been streaming for 8 hours and 47 minutes. When in the world did that happen? Like, actual statement. When in the world did that happen? Where'd the time go? Hey, something like that. Yeah, I haven't eaten my lunch yet either. Probably do that. About 30 seconds ago. Thanks for the update. I missed it. Hopefully Stinthad got a tomb.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins.
I also did say I was going to do a tour of the fortress, but the actual surface for it itself is all the way up here. Which, you know, kind of slowly moves up one layer at a time. All the way up to... What is... Don't mind the agitated raven corpse in the roof. It's part of the decor. And then that goes all the way up to here. What, like, didn't eat lunch and then just accidentally, oh boy, I streamed Dwarf Fortress for 9 hours. Yeah, I think. Pretty sure I did do just that, actually. What, I accidentally worked for 8 hours? What a life. It's not as easy as it looks, but yeah, there's definitely perks to having this gig. I think it's a lot more work than some people give some streamers credit for, but... And then tonight after stream, I have to make a... Oh, frame rate went bye-bye. What did I do to you, frames? Well, they seem to be back now, so... I have to make a news video about the patch. For tomorrow. Well, it's possible. I mean, that might have just been a bunch of, cavefish people showing up. Speaking of that, we're actually going to go see if I can clear out some of the caverns. Let's pull this lever. Drop this down. Open this up. I go up to here and I'm going to remove automatic gathering of webs. All right, expect the sound that it makes when stealth enemies appear. Send the exploding beast. Now he's trapped currently. Told you. You may want to run away there. Oh, you're already bleeding. Never mind. Good luck with the running away bit. All right, you're in plenty of pieces now. Here comes my, I don't know, Monster Slayer person who's probably not too wise. Appears to be getting struck a whole lot, smacked with shields and whatnot. He's got a spear embedded in him. Well, good luck living. You may want to walk away there, Dwarf. Oh, boy. Okay, well, dwarves go, oh, God, and then they run away. And then, oh, God, and then they run away. Okay, the soldiers are moving through. We got Pubhead walking up, colliding with many of these cave fish people. The sounds continue. The fights in the caverns ensue. Dwarves in utter fear of what lurks below. Oh boy. There's dozens of them. All right, I'm actually going to turn this on. It's never seem to go away. It's because they don't have a population limit. They're the only creature in the game that doesn't. This is going to be a hard fight to follow, but I can turn this on. So easily broken, this does not scare me. The cavefish woman strikes the spear dwarf, but the shot is blocked by the iron shield. Cavefish woman strikes the spear dwarf, but the shot is blocked. The spear is firmly lodged in the wound after the spear dwarf stabs the cavefish woman in the right upper leg with her iron spear, fracturing the bone. There's this tiny little puddle and it's just full of dead cavefish people. I don't even know where my soldiers are right now. Okay, up here. Still nobody named has been found dead. Again, I don't actually know where my soldiers... Okay, there's one. All hockey thighs. We'll just follow you. Fighting with this cavefish person, very healthy, still in a good state of affairs. We've got whips and spears, which means we're pretty well geared. Let's bring the dwarves up top. There was another dwarf found dead. Are we really getting the fucking, like, your fort's dying music now? That's funny. Oh, they killed a forgotten beast up here. Let's move down this way. Not unintended. During the development of this game, Danny, Docile Danny, they felt that they needed some sort of hard threat because Dwarf Fortress is not a difficult game if you've played it for a long period of time. And they feared that the RimWorld audience wouldn't like the game because there wasn't any kind of impending threat in the game. And this was their solution, which I poorly thought out is what I would say. Maybe not unintended, because it is intended. It's just not maybe the best decision they've made. I haven't lost anybody from my squads just yet. My whip squad is doing a fucking great job. Cutting through this. But I don't know, to me it makes conquering the caverns like a genuine, like, achievement. Because it is not easy to do. Well, we can mod sounds now. So music is moddable, and so is the sound effects. If you want a shorter sound, you could make one. Discovered another downward passage. This cavern is insanity. It's a really cool cavern, though. Thought I had the game unpaused. There's another round of dwarves fending through. Same with Dishmab here. He's killed plenty of cavefish people at this point. Although it appears that we may be beginning to lose some soldiers. Dishmab has been found dead. Copper Clasps over here. It's 5 notable kills and the 7 others. He is getting tired, however. If it's time to let the soldiers get back, we'll just let them move up to that upper area. Plateau. Another forgotten beast that's dead down here. Although we have gained like about 20 FPS back pretty consistently. Maybe I'm being a bit overly optimistic about that, but hello, Paxmac, how are you? You're still in the military, I think. Means you're down in here somewhere. Assuming you haven't lost a limb. Yep, there you are. You and your trusty whip, your leather hood. I don't actually know where they are right now. Oh, there we go. Up here. Devilish Potato is injured. And I just lost somebody else, I think. Yeah, this human just died. Hang in there, Devilish. Don't die a hero. Appears that Stone, aka Seashore's Wall, is in a martial trance, but tired, fighting with many different of these cavefish people, and is now bleeding heavily. Goodbye, Stone. I just lost Water Block, Stone, Bambool, so my military is actually starting to fall now. We're getting tired. I don't even know where the majority of them are right now. Oh, here they come. They're coming up from the bottom. Or at least one is. Einod, the Master Lasher, is coming up through. Not even tired yet. Followed up by Puphead, who's also not tired. 11 other kills next to Einod, who's got 8 other. Fighting up through the remaining few of the cavefish people, side and side. With spear and whip. Dumping them in the water is not going to be a very effective method of fighting them, though. I don't think. Overexerted, oh, that's not good. Tired, oh, that's also not good. We've got some backup from Lanix, who is stressed. And Paxmax going for a swim over here. Being chased by 3 cavefish people, and now we have a cliffhanger! Saving. Oh, Fug, I hopefully you can swim. Although currently, it does say that you're drowning, which is not a good sign. Also, there's an ad in 10 seconds, so I will snooze that. Drowning is just swimming while inhaling water instead of oxygen. Come on, climb out. No! Rest in peace, Pack Smack.
Bring out your dead!
I'm sending the squads home. Except for this one who's taking a nap. Although we will witness the hopeful escape of Lennox. I think Puphead has moved to the position of commander of this here squad. Where's Puphead? I'll do that later. Devilish Potato is not dead. I repeat, Devilish Potato is not, in fact, dead. Tired? Yes. Injured? Most likely. Dead? No. I would really like to let the dwarves go out and claim some stuff back, but Spear Dwarf Adil is fighting. Why are you in the water? That's their home turf. They have unfair advantage there. That was quite the bloodbath. Not my best, but I needed the frames back, and we did get about 15 back, so I had something. Following Lanix. No, we're fighting with wild boars. Now the question is, did I get this done? No, I didn't. Let's get these things cleared out. There's cavefish people here. Yeah, getting knocked unconscious whilst underwater is a pretty good way to not live very long. Also gonna hack these trees down. Don't fall asleep in the bath, kids. Don't have a seizure in the bath. Don't take a nap in the bath. Upper spears have an interesting look to them. Yeah, definitely make toast in the bath. That's a good idea. And charge your phone while sitting in the bath. And, okay, you know what? I will forbid all of this. I'm going to remove these jobs because there's still fish people here. Run away, Udith. Judith, run away. There you go. Just trying to get my squads back down here for a sec. Unless this fish is leaving. Fish is leaving. Okay, it's fine. That's like something somebody would have come up with on an edgy forum in 2008. How to liquid cool your PC for free. Bring it into the bathtub with you. You make your own rules. I can't say I've ever had a cheese toasty, but I have in fact, like, you know, made a fruit salad and had like a beer and then just sat in the bathtub many a time. I like cold food in the bath. It's my personal preference. I love the fact that there's a wild boar down here. Somehow. Could you make an underwater tavern for the fish people? If they didn't kill me. Certainly. The problem is that they kill me. That's genuinely the problem, is that they try to kill me. You need skeletons. All right, let's butcher some animals. There's still so many of them. Holy shit. If you filled it with beer, they'd become friendly. I wish this game worked that way. Like, genuinely, I would love nothing more than just to be able to be friends with the fish people. I think that would just be wonderful. All right, let's click on this. Got to erase. Erase all this and all this. Wait for all them to get back inside. Although I'll bet you, if I flood this, it would make getting in here a lot easier. But all right, well, let's wait for this dwarf to. What are you doing? Picking up equipment, eh? Okay. Yeah, guilds work as seems. Wow. Did you see that dwarf just 360 no scope that fish man? Flying bolt strikes the cave fish spearman in the right fin, chipping the bone. Flying bolt strikes the cave fish spearman in the head, tearing the muscle and chipping the skull and the brain. The iron bolt is firmly larger than the wound, so easily broken. This does not scare me. Dang, you still got 26 bolts left. It's kind of impressive. All right, you grabbed the things you needed. Yeah, no kidding, Necromancer. Damn. Somebody clip that, please. Yeah, they work. Like, unironically, they work. And they do work. Now he's going to go pray. And you know what? I agree. I would too if I was in your situation. You're a Marksdwarf? Yes, you must be in this squad then. Alright, we're going to wait for you to walk through this doorway. I'm going to give this human a second to walk through this doorway. Say goodbye to your friend the goose. I lock it the door did. And I paw the river. And we turn this off. Thanks for the generosity. A lot of subscriptions have been tossed around today. It should actually say in your Twitch notifications who did it. That's new from the beta today. So the AI still works the way Marksdwarf AI always has. However, you can actually get them to equip ammunition consistently now while making custom uniforms because the ammunition type is tied to the weapon type, not the uniform. So you still don't have a button to be like, I want you to use this type of bolt, which is a bit annoying, but they work now. And in fact, I can show you this. I really want a proper siege to show up, but we haven't had a big one today. Archery practice. This dwarf is wielding a crossbow, but for some reason we can't see it. Yeah. But yeah, no, they are practicing archery successfully. I pick up a bunch of bolts. Yay, Nico. Congrats on the gift sub. Uh-oh. A weaver is fighting with a wild boar. Seems like the weaver won. Also, this is all new from the beta today. So you can look at personal combat logs, and if you click on this button, it's got all of the event logs from your whole fort. There seems to be a point where stuff still disappears, like after like a year or so, but it's way better than it was previously. But I've made this little archery tower, which so far has been relatively successful-ish. Got a whole bunch of iron bolts. I've got them training up here. And then the bolts fall through the floor somehow. But yeah, look, see, they train. With like no issue. Which is kind of miraculous. Just realizing I can't see Todd Coward. Did I accidentally butcher Todd Howard? Oh no. Crap. Chad, I think I accidentally killed Todd Howard.
3-3-ish.
Whoops. No, I don't want a Baron. Thanks, game. Just make a new one, it just works. You're not wrong. I could just name a new one. Thanks for the 33-ish months freeways. It's in beta, but like you can just go get it. Like Dwarf Fortress always does what they call beta versions, which is just the, hey, it might still have some weird bugs version, but the patch is out. You can just go download it. It's not like it's hidden behind something or like inaccessible. You just have to go swap over to a different branch of the game. That's it. Yeah, I think these dwarves needed some chance to socialize and cool off a little bit. Eighth of Feb 2019, you never thought that you would sub for 22 months. I don't think that's like an uncommon feeling. Like I'm pretty sure that's pretty consistent amongst, you know, people who watch streams. I mean, if you asked me in 2019 if I would still be doing this, like 33 months from then, my response probably would have been like, maybe, but I kind of doubt it. I'm still here, so. I love the fact that you can just build these over top of stairs. I don't know if this is going to remove all the ones above it. No, it didn't. Sweet. Forget for a few minutes all of your problems. Yeah, I know that feeling. Wish I was better at that myself. Let's get a statue up here. You never would have started playing Dwarf Fortress? I've said this many times in the past year. I will never get these exact numbers because there's no way to actually quantify it, aside from just people in chat saying, me. But I will always wonder how many people bought Dwarf Fortress within that first month because of my videos and my streams. Because, my Twitch channel got like 5 million views through December, and my YouTube channel got like 3 million. So, yeah, I don't know. Aren't Zach about to be rolling in money pool when every DF like delists from Steam to avoid the new Unity share? I mean, doesn't that like require you to be a free-to-play game for that to apply? I haven't looked too closely into the Unity stuff, to be fair, but I thought that you had to be a free-to-play game for that to apply. Well, no, that's a water source. I want a pit pond. I'm doing this just to try and improve moods slightly. Besides, Dwarf Fortress doesn't run in Unity, so that I guess is one of its endless advantages, is not running in Unity. There we go. Hopefully this will improve moods just a little bit. People running up and down the stairs. Got an email while I was standing in line for coffee. That item on your wish list was available. Bought it right then and there, and I think I started watching your videos based what you had, I think, that evening. Yeah, I uploaded, it was 14 tutorials on the first day. 14. Not all of them were quick tutorials. It was like 2 quick tutorials. It was like 12 quick tutorials and 2 longer ones. I think it was one on embarking, something else. And then like within a month, I'd like quadrupled that number. Like by the end of the month, I made like 50 tutorials or something. It was like an average of 2 tutorials per day. You have good news? What's your good news? You need a better computer to play Dwarf Fort? Oh, man. That's brutal. Computers are expensive. So the problem is I can't make mist generators above ground. Because if I do... if I do that... Can't click. If I do that, then they will... freeze half of the year is suboptimal. Yeah, that's my advice too. Like, if you need to play Dwarf Fortress but feel your computer isn't good enough, just play with a smaller computer so the squad can go away. All right, chat. I think it's time to name a dwarf or 3. If you would like a dwarf in this fort, let me know. Just say please or something. Only if you know you don't have one currently. Can't remember, let me know and I can skim the list. Mostly because I'm recruiting for my military. So I will be naming dwarves that are going to probably die horribly. So let's say Deadly's Anne. You're currently a papermaker, but just got recruited into the Spear Squad. And she is an optimist. And always says, and she feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. She does not generally respond to emotional appeals, and she accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. She is inattentive to detail in her own work, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she is stubborn, and she does not go out of her way to help others. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and values decorum and dignity and proper behavior. She likes gypsum, plaster, and fine pewter, and also I need to do a thing. That's a horse skeleton. I need to go down to here, and I need to remove melt down from most of these, because I need you to actually equip stuff. Let's get these assign uniform. Iron spears. Spear squads. Where'd you go? I lost you. There you go. We've got dwarves that are actually trained as Marksdwarf now. Look at that. Deadly. Saw you for a second there, and then you disappeared from my sight. There you are. Getting provisions. She likes gypsum, plaster, fine pewter, pineapple, opal, the color gold, spears and earrings in the words of the silken orbs, and when possible prefers to consume ponder orb, long yam plants and cassava beer, and hemp flour and cashew apples. She has a thin frame and is indefatigable and rarely sick. She's a thin frame with some fat on it, and her large iris heliotrope eyes are bulging. Her hair is clean shaven, and she has a round chin, and her somewhat splayed out ears have small lobes. And she's never killed a thing in her life, so she's gonna have to learn quick. All right, let's keep peeking around. It's a scribe, Telling Artho. I'm crafting a masterwork someday, and the stream was realized. It's my weaponsmith. You're a doctor, but like, how about a better kind of doctor? You know, like one that dissects people on the battlefield instead of like in a hospital, you know? That would be real nice. You are actively my militia captain. You dream of creating a great work of art. You're a doctor. It's already named. You're a glassmaker. This is a child without a face who dreams of mastering a skill. I haven't seen this bug in a minute. Because it's notable, this child without a face can be, I'm sorry, Bastet. You're 0 years old. Your mother and father are a peasant and a fish dissector. You do have an older sister who does have a face, and she's very stingy with resources because she doesn't have a face, refusing to expend any extra effort. She has a strong need to pay back any favor done for her, and she would pass up a good fist fight. She would never pass up a good fist fight. She often finds herself to agree with somebody else, and she dislikes obligations and will avoid being bound by them. Though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason, she is assertive and she lives a fast-paced life. She tends to hold on to grievances, and she generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally values hard work and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. And if you'll notice, she doesn't have skin. She is wiry, and her hair is straight. Her very long hair is tied in a ponytail. She has high cheekbones, and she has a round chin. Her slightly large irised eyes are protruding because she doesn't have skin. Her lips are thin. Her eyelashes are short. Her ears are somewhat splayed out, and her somewhat tall head is somewhat broad. There's too many somewhats in that sentence. Liamul. Crafting and masterworks. Only the works of masters. A very full part of the fort. The Marksdwarf dreams of mastering a skill is in the bad cheese, and the bad cheese Marksdwarf, this one here is gonna be freeways. Freeways with a Z. Does everything in her power to avoid excitement and stress. Well, I got bad news for you. Rarely looks on others with lust and often feels envious of others, is often discouraged, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She isn't given to flights of fancy, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She can handle stress, and she's not particularly interested in what others think of her. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees competition as reasonably important and values nature and respects the law. She likes pig iron and green tourmaline, the color goldenrod, crossbows and gauntlets and quivers, and llamas for their wool, and gray langurs for their social nature, and when possible prefers to consume beetroot wine and wheat flour, and absolutely hates flies. That is a naked peasant who is a member of the Wicked Portents and not a member of my fortress. Well, I'm glad that you are sitting on that pedestal. I'm sure that the religious people around you respect that. Patchwork, what up? Not a lot. Yourself? How's things, mate? So main carcass is now moving back over to this squad. And this is now Sentient Potat. Sentient Potat. Who's Braver Rims. Brave Rims. You're a Brave Rim. You're on the rim of braveness. Who gifted you with a sub? If you click on the Twitch notifications, it should tell you. There was quite a few gifted today, so I've kind of lost track, to be honest. Could be one of like 12 people. She can be very single-minded and has a strong tendency towards privacy, sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and tends to hang on to grievances. Prefers to present herself modestly, is quick to form negative views about things, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. Can be considered rude and often feels envious of others, prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and starts to stutter when she's surprised, and gnaws her cheek when she's annoyed and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting and finds introspection to be a waste of time. And there you go. So you're gonna go pick up equipment and strip your clothes off. Go grab a full set of gear. Assuming we have that. I'm sure we do. It's just a matter of finding it. They're so picky about what order they put armor on. It's kind of amusing. It's a joy. I can't tell if that's sarcasm or not. I hope it's not too painful. You go fill your water skin with booze. Oh yeah, another fix that came in with the patch today is if military are carrying food, they don't claim ownership of it when it is dropped. Meaning, instead of them putting old foodstuffs into their bedroom and it rotting, it'll get dropped on the floor and then put back in the stockpile. Which is definitely one of the greatest changes in this version. So ammunition works now. The AI for them is still the same, however. So if you were one of those people who were annoyed with their old habits of like yeeting themselves off cliffs for no reason, you'll still be annoyed with them. However, ammo can be assigned. So at least they work again. They just are back to being old and fucky instead of like not working. Hey, at least they work again. I have a Marksdwarf squad here that's fully equipped, except for that one who I just assigned. Like I literally just chucked this guy into the squad, so it's fair that he hasn't filled his quiver yet. But like, yeah, I do have a full squad of mostly fully equipped people. By that I mean a full squad of equipped people and then one dude who's still grabbing his shit. So. They eat themselves with the correct ammunition in their quiver, which is all that really matters. It's the fact that they remembered how to shoot crossbows. It makes me very happy. Although the major update from the patch today is this. This is your sortable, filterable set of tabs with all the different events that have happened in the past year. So if you lose something, never fear. You can go get it here. And also jump to locations. And also there's something that I don't think anybody was really expecting, which is if I jump to a military dwarf, it's more obvious. I need somebody who's just been in combat. Okay, so this thresher was fighting with a crow. That's not what I needed. I needed a thresher. Where was that thresher? Okay, well, I need a new combat log to pop up. Then I can show it to you. I will say DF hack doesn't work yet, so if you need DF hack, don't bother updating. At least not yet. Give them like 72 hours, and I'm sure they'll catch up. Yeah, we're not gonna get another fight, are we? You stealing my shit? A lost ghoul. Mercenary. Oh, nope, there we go. There's combat. G-Fin's fighting with... There you are. So you can do this. So there's two things you can do with this. If you click on this tiny little button right here, it shows you their personal combat log. And if you click this button, it'll pause when the next event happens. So I can unpause. And that could be like them saying something or them getting back into the fight. It seems like it's over already. But it paused when he said, I withdraw, I withdraw. Yeah, he's asleep now. So that's pretty cool. Here, I'll just read the patch notes for you again. This is the easiest way to do it. You can view all alerts and old ones that have been dismissed. Can view combat reports from creature sheets. Can pause combat reports whenever new events are added. Crash logging is now a thing in the game again. We missed that. Fixed crash from removing a zone with assigned unit, which I have hit a couple of times. Fixed multi-threading crash related to announcements. I don't think I ever saw that one. Fixed potential crash issue with Monarch arrival and made them provide more wagons properly. Fixed potential crash related to certain traveling creatures. Ammo assignments are updated properly when changing uniforms. So that's the thing that fixes Marksdwarves. And removed ownership from food items whenever they are dropped. It stops rotten food hoarding in rooms. There's new sprites for stone ramps and then a bunch of QQL stuff, including some more optimizations from Putnam. Yeah, you basically hit the nail on the head. It's quality of life and Like a few bug fixes, mostly. I will never fully understand all of these people who complain about Dwarf Fortress not running stable, though, because I think I get maybe 2 crashes in 100 hours on average. And that is more stable than any AAA release that's come out this year. I don't fully understand, like, the criticism of this game of people, because I see it a lot. It's just like, if only the game would run stably. It's like, what, does it not? Like, how often do you get crashes? What? It's so confusing to me. If you want that, you just do this for ASCII. You literally click like 3 buttons. And you know, it's still the same game. You can zoom in, zoom out. All the old fun stuff. Yeah, I really like the red of the fire clay. I do miss the square ASCII, but every single mod at once? I suppose, but that's not the game being distable. That's just you being a doofus. Also, ASCII's still free, so you can just go download. You can just go download that from the website, you know, and still get your updates and everything. Oh shit! Okay, this is kind of cool. We have a visitor chat. Anybody recognize this dwarf? Has already killed a raven in Starfield too. Hey, G-Fin, are you lurking? Because your dwarf showed up and then immediately left. You visited, killed a raven, and then left. I've got a lot of raven egg. I think you were trying to come here to ponder lever, but we also found a book that was seemingly written by you. But what's their story? Oh, they were from the previous fort. Different faction, basically. How hard is it to start in this game? I don't know if I'm a good person to ask that. Chat, how hard is it on a scale of 1 to... is it to start this game? Bonesaw, thanks for the 7th month. Welcome back. I mean, if you've played a colony builder before, or any kind of city builder, probably not that bad. I don't know. I've played this game for over a decade now, so it's like I first installed this game in 2009. I don't know if I'm the best person to ask, but chat could probably give you a better example. I will say that I have like 80 tutorials on my YouTube channel if you need help. What's an average dwarf wearing? Let's just screenshot this for my own research purposes. Silk sock. Silk shoe. Silk tunic. Shirt. Silk robe. Silk trousers. Silk mitten. Silk glove. Silk hood. Silk dress, I guess? Maybe skirts. Nope, don't get skirts in this faction. Okay. Let's do 200 of each of these. You only played RimWorld and you love it. You know there's lots of differences between these two. Think about it this way, right? If RimWorld, like, I have like 3 different analogies for this, but if RimWorld is Rust, Dwarf Fortress is Minecraft. Does that make sense? Or like, if RimWorld is StarCraft, then Dwarf Fortress is Civilization. Like, they're both games of a similar ilk, but like the execution is completely, totally, and utterly, completely at 100% different. It's like they couldn't be more different outside of the fact that they're both colony builders, and that RimWorld marketed itself off of the existence of this game. The learning curve is still steep, certainly, but I think that the suddenness of the suddenness of the initial learning curve is significantly softened by the premium version. Dwarves are all bringing stuff inside. Tons of bodies getting thrown out. Oh man, I just realized this is gonna make a mess, isn't it? I love it when I just throw body parts all over the place up here. It's great. Let's see how many end up here. That's awkward. Okay, well, let's just... At least it's not that bad. I mean, I haven't played PUBG or Tarkov, so I don't know. Maybe. RimWorld is a story generated with the story focused on you. Dwarf Fortress is like Fantasy World Mad Libs with a colony builder and a world simulation attached, whereas RimWorld is a tower defense game that calls itself a story builder. They're relatively close to the highway, and your biggest question is why the hell do people think they need to rev their engines that much when they cut? There's this one neighbor that lives in my building, Lanix, who drives multiple different vehicles. He has like a pickup, he has a pretty zooked up Mustang, he has a motorcycle and a bunch of other things. And there was one day a couple days ago where he came home just revving the engine on his motor. He does this all the fucking time. Just revving his engine for no reason, driving into the underground parking lot, just vroom, 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 just like at 11:30 at night. And then he comes walking out of the underground parking and past me and my other neighbor and another guy who was sitting with us, talking with us at the time. And he walks by and he goes, and my neighbor goes, "Ah, man, you're out late riding the bike, eh?" And he goes, "Yeah, she didn't want to go to bed. It's a shame, right? Like, she just sounds so good." Completely oblivious to the fact that we were all really annoyed with how fucking loud his motorcycle was. And either he just refuses to acknowledge our passive aggressiveness to him every single time he does that, or he's just really, really dense, and I can't quite tell which. Because it is fucking obnoxious. Wogarden, how's things? It's good to see you. I guess that's the one benefit about Dwarf Fortress is it doesn't like... It's just you against yourself, right? Like, there's no other player competition really to worry about. Oh yeah, no, I mean, he's too busy wanking himself off of the vibrations of his goddamn, like, crotch rocket to really think about whether or not it's bothering other people. Let's just wait until the rest of these little dump icon guys are in there. Then I'm gonna pull this lever twice. There it goes. And pops back up. Good stuff. Struck blue diamond. Wonder if there's any relation to King Diamond. Today has been a very time-consuming day, and I've made, like, no progress on this tower. Which is kind of a, Been okay for the most part? That's good to hear, dude. As long as you're still out there making weird sounds on synthesizers, all is well in the world to a degree. The stream's been really fun, though. Cheers, dude. I know you wanted a dwarf, and I completely spaced on it, so. Makwo is a animal trainer, and is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. He is confident under pressure, and he presents himself modestly, frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and is quite ambitious, can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and he generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and he works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He's curious and eager to learn, and he's curious and eager to learn and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He is slow to anger and is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He's brave in the face of imminent danger, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and chews on his cheek when he's bored. Dreams of crafting a great work of art and believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and something to strive for. He likes pig iron and blue garnet and absolutely hates cave spiders and prefers to consume strangler and herring and perry and pigtail seeds. He has his left hand bears a straight scar, and he has a narrow body that is just incredibly skinny. His medium-length beard is neatly combed, his sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed, and his hair is clean-shaven, and he has a round chin, and his large irised, narrow, cobalt eyes are protruding. Stressful interactions with your dad. And a few patches on the old Eurorack got a few months ago. Well, that's cool. Never change, Dwarf Fortress. Never change. So, bunch of dwarves got scared onto the wall and were found, dead. Yeah, also, I have no idea why this piece of ice hasn't melted. There's no reason for it to not have melted. Anyways, that's awkward. Let's get Wait What down. Sorry, Wait What, but you, starved to death. You tried to bring it up as a warning? I thought I got the llamas and goats down. I remember you mentioning that, and I'd swear that I guess I didn't. Oh well, we all have our moments. That was clearly one of my many moments. This is what I was looking for. Made out of iron. Let's make these 2 out of green glass. And this one out of zinc. Oh shit, we got another giant green tree frog, which is probably about to die. Look at this absolute lad. Oh no, it's an agitated one. Never mind. Okay, hold on. This one I actually do need to tell them to go kill. So we finally pissed off nature enough that they're sending agitated giant green tree frogs at us. And it appears that Suxul here is just punching the ever-living shit out of it. More specifically, just bit it, in fact, in the left front foot. He must be French. The fighting continues, although he is getting tired. The frog, on the other hand, is nauseous and exhausted and bleeding and injured. As far as the combat log goes, well, let's just say it's going pretty good in the favor of the dwarf, who's just punching the ever-living shit out of the thing. Just continuing to beat it. It's just singing Michael Jackson over here. About this frog, and eventually maybe the military will show up, or fight attack here will help. And it seems like our good friend Pophead over here booked it over there at the absolute maximum issues of speed and killed the giant green tree frog. At which point now it's just a normal tree frog skeleton. Anyway, we've got a seriously injured, overexerted dwarf here, who hopefully the doctors are aware of and maybe might be thinking about possibly going to rescue him at some point this year. That'd be nice if you do that. Or, you know, maybe not. That's also totally an option. No pressure, really. Can you still walk? No. Well, at least the leaves are falling. Are you coming to rescue a person? Nope. I've got a blacksmith down here who's trying to make an artifact who needs skeletons, cut gems. Hold up. Cut 2 gems. Slaughter a cow. Gems, skeletons. Mining bars of metal. You mean the agitated wildlife? They're just part of playing on Untamed Wilds biomes. If you don't play on Untamed Wilds biomes, you'll never get them. So they're quite easy to completely avoid, in fact. If you just want to never have them, it's quite easy to completely avoid them. Just don't settle on Untamed Wilds. Do I know how many hours I've put into Dwarf? No idea. And the reason I have no idea is because I first installed this game in 2009. And I've been playing on and off ever since. Twitch claims that I've streamed about 7,000 hours of it. On the Steam version, I have... How many hours? 1,135 hours. On the Steam version. But I don't really let it run overnight or anything. It varies wildly from update to update. It depends on how many bugs are found. Although beta updates are just free to use, right? So if you want to try it, you can just jump on it right now. I think the last one was in the beta branch for a month, but they always go into the beta branch first. It's just so that, like, if there happens to be a game-breaking bug, it doesn't, like, smack normal people. I mean, so here's the thing, right? Dwarf Fortress is free. Equumper. Like, free. Free. You can just go to the website and download it. It's always been free. I give them $10 a month. So I give this game on average $120 a year. But yes, still great value for money. I mean, I'm that guy who's still sitting here going the Steam version is too cheap. Like, it should have been like $50 in my opinion. The fact that they like underpriced themselves under RimWorld is a little bit doing themselves a disservice, I think. Because RimWorld's like 55 Canadian dollars, whereas Dwarf Fort's like 35. But yeah, no, the game is still free. It's crazy value for the price. Older versions do. I mean, it's kind of disingenuous to say the free version does, because version 50 and before doesn't have adventure mode. Pre-version 50, yes. So version 47 and before has adventure mode, yeah. Okay, well then what the hell do you need? I have everything it claims that I need. Oh no, that's a siege. Hello, Papa. That's what I'm talking about. All right, screw that artifact if you die. Oh no, they want a parlay chat. How cute. How fucking cute. You guys, not you, but you guys. Finally, we got a proper siege. I think the problem that, like, so a lot of people say these things. Would you ever want to do a retrospective look at some of the original versions of Dwarf Fortress? I think you think I am a better video editor than I am. Would I like to? Sure. Would I know how to start or how to go about doing that? I'm not a critic, really. I'm like a podcaster. I can't write a script to save my life. I've tried. None of my videos are scripted. So essay-style content is really hard for me. And besides, I feel like all of that stuff has been done better by other people already, and there isn't really many people looking for that kind of thing currently. There's some dwarves in here. It's mostly goblins, though. He's still growing. Yeah, it puts them on duty if they are off duty. So if they're off duty and they don't have gear equipped, they will go and get their stuff, yes. It's a lot. It's like 70 maybe. Not that bad. Remember, there was that one time I had a siege of 850, okay? Like, that's not that ridiculous. So I've got my Marksdwarves pacing past up here. So we're going to see if these Marksdwarves work. The podcast, it is currently on hiatus. We have not decided if it's going to continue or not. For a multitude of reasons. But I miss it already. Looks like they found some agitated ravens. Excuse me? Oh, you must have just gone nuts. Hold on, I need to check something. There you go. Now they can bury bodies, most likely. Dwarf is throwing a tantrum. So is this in there? Yes, it is. Yeah, no, the podcast is on hiatus, and I'm not sure when or if it will return. In order for the team to do things, everybody has to be equally interested, and the unfortunate reality with the podcast over the past year is it's mostly been a thing that I've been pushing for to make happen. And I'm at a point where if other people aren't as interested and enthusiastic about it as me, there's no point in doing it. We'll see. It might come back, it might not. It might come back in a different format. It might come back in the same format. Depends. So I don't actually have a straight answer for you, unfortunately. All right. Chat, can I get a big vial force of darkness? Because we are going to test our Marksdwarves, who've been training for the past forever. Then, actually, hold on, I'm gonna check something. Well equipped are they? Hey, they're all equipped. And then after, we're going to drop a big Splat 9000 on them. Because everybody likes a Splatums 9000, right? So we do have just like stacks and stacks and stacks of bolts down here. Best you got? Works for me. Best I can offer you is a massive Splat 9000. It'll cost you 250 Dwarf bucks and your forehead. Kitty! That poor bee's nest. I'm sure it'll be fine. I should set up, like, beehives in this fort. You want to mine? Nope. Some random baron. Is that an undead eagle? No, it's just an agitated eagle. Let's see. Well, that guy just found a cage. Okay, well, they're shooting bolts. They are doing the thing, chat. Is it having much effect? Not really. But are they shooting bolts down at the baddies? They do appear to be.
Woo!
I think I can more or less say, without much hesitation, it's time for the big splat. You guys ready for the big splat? It's everybody's favorite part of the show. The part where Larry comes out and sings a silly song. Wait, no, that's a different show. It's the favorite part of the show. It's the part where a dwarf comes up and pulls the funny lever and then thing goes splat. And then bads go bye-bye. And I don't know why there's a surgeon on my wall, but I guess there's a surgeon on my wall. We've done the splat in ASCII previously, so I'm going to do it not in ASCII this time. Umrek, the planter, was found dead. Wow. Managed to get deaded. Actually, hold on. Is this... It is still technically part of the area. Well... You guys should stop I mean, these are mostly bards, I think. Have they pulled the lever yet? Okay, is there a particular reason why nobody is pulled? Okay, there you go. Now somebody's pulling the goddamn lever. More distractions. I mean, dwarves dying. Okay, well, you guys both get caught in cages. This disappears. Why did it get canceled? The hell? Meanwhile, these dwarves are all still shooting, I think. Yeah, strikes the goblin in the hand, but it's deflected by his iron gauntlet. Well, I mean, we're trying, okay? I'm getting more provisions. I need a snack. There we go. Whew. Okay, well that scarred my dwarves a little lot. Anyway, so that worked. So now I can just tell these 3 squads to charge. And if the siege ain't over yet, then I'm calling mild bullshit. Ding dong, the goblins died. You guys can go do whatever now. Siege is continuing, and my dwarves are running out. Sentient Potato, the recruit, including. Swimming Carcass is out here, cutting goblins into pieces, making short work of them. Did a floor just collapse on them? You got it. That's exactly what just happened to them. So the defense of this fortress is this. This is a whole floor level. We have 2 shots. I just discharged the bottom one. This is the upper one. And it caves in on this entire layer all the way along here. And basically everything immediately dies upon getting hit by that. Because it's made entirely out of boulders, fire clay boulders specifically. So we come flying in and turn them all into red paste, essentially. It's got a few more goblins to finish up, like that one. Seems like this dwarf's making short work of him. Master Lasher. Doubtful you'd lose. Master Lasher lashes the goblin in the head with an iron whip, jamming the skull through the brain. And then we can just go here and collect all of the glorious goblinites and dispose of the bodies. Hopefully one day you're able to make crazy constructions and traps. The best part about Dwarf Fortress is just making bizarre, insane, monstrous contraptions of death, essentially. But what I'll say, chat, is I've been live for 10 hours and 10 minutes, which is one of the longest Dwarf Fortress sessions I've done in a while. I have a video I need to edit tonight, and assuming it's not dark out yet, I need to get out to my garden and water it, because I have a bunch of seedlings that need like their luscious water to not die. So, you only knew about bridge catapults that fires dwarves in full armor? That doesn't work. And didn't work back when you heard about it. That'll kill your dwarf 9 times out of 10. Yeah, no, this is like the half of my maniacal contraptions. Just ask chat anything about my water cannons, and definitely don't ask chat anything about the lava cannons I'm planning to build for this fortress, which I plan to build for every fortress and then never actually build because I never get around to finishing them. You've been lied to. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, the vast majority of the things that people say are true about Dwarf Fortress are lies. Anyway, that's all, folks, for today, I think. Let's save this game and we'll come back to her tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific.
This is Sparta!
Tell that to the floor that I just yeeted onto the baddies. Hi, Fem. Nothing. No problem, Ram. No problem. Thank you, chat room, for the absolutely absurd amount of support today. I think today was my best day in the last 2.5 months, probably. Means a lot, or at least one of my best days. That was a lot of Dwarf Fort. I was actually planning on playing some War Sim tonight, but then that update came out. So if I could get a goodbye YouTube, I'm sure our friends over on the YouTube channel would greatly appreciate it right now. Come on, Suited. You're not supposed to start a hype train right now.